For sure. I got my gat, so you know what that means. It's a bust back thing. I ain't going out like a hoe. When you coming to get me, I got the fofo. When you come to down me, player, please don't miss. Cause that don't do nothing but get my trigger finger pissed. If I live, I live. If I die, it's cool. Cause I know for sure when I was here that I was a fool. If you gon' drill me, come on and drill me. It's all good cause I got some people to see. Why I'm here, I'm getting full all the time, get blunted. My company on the move, we bought the Benz 500. AKs and Glocks in the back of Lexus Jeeps. Having big baller parties every other week. This is the click, nigga, 226. Black connection, nigga, again, the code is 226. Dropping dope hits, taking a nigga bitch. While you're on that flight, I'm busting nuts in your wife. All assault rifles, the weapons that's on my team. SKs, AKs, M1s and carbines. Fulfilling dreams, going to the top, nigga. Don't play a hate, cause we'll still hit your block, nigga. Baby gangsta ain't nothing nice. A young nigga, trigger happy, that'll put it in your life. I ain't right, represent uptown to the fullest, finger on the trigger, and I'm ready to pull it. Got my finger on the trigger. What you won't do? What you won't do, nigga? That's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger. What you won't do? What you won't do, nigga? That's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger. What you won't do? Uptown on the way, bitch. So let us through. Finger on the trigger. What you won't do? Downtown, get out the way. That's all you on you. Take it how you wanna, bring it how you feel. My niggas is conscious and we kill or be killed. Fuck doing drive-bys, man, we do a pull-up. The nigga on the passenger side automatically died from several gunshot wounds to the head. On the scene he dead, Chopper City niggas fled. Won't you listen to Ziggy, get your car doors bulletproof. It's raining chopper, so get a bulletproof roof too. You got yay, download it, nigga. 9-6, you getting napped, so you best not show it, nigga. But that's when you blow it, nigga. You don't get kicked in, we want yay, high powered AK. Balls moved in your face, no trace. Beat the case, go to the wake, make sure it ain't a fake. I want your name, plate, cash in your Versace shoes. If you stingy, get plucked, nigga, that's all on you. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Uptown's on the way, bitch, so let us through. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Busters, get out the way, but it's all on you. Street shit is what I'm into. You got it, I'm coming to get you. Don't hesitate, nigga, or the BG gon' have to split you. I'm down for whatever, I'ma ass with that chopper. If you playin' with me, then them 50 shots gon' stop you. No bullshit, nigga, my dream is to make a meal. Paper chasing ain't no faking, player haters get killed. Young trill, baby gangsta into pimping them hoes. But before I trick the hoes, my money goes to my nose and fat. Out the most t-shirts and jabos. Soldier Reebok, straight sticking to the G code. Uptown is the home of the carjackers, robbers, gangster rappers, head splitters, and kidnappers. Philippine C is where I shop for that D. Not the 17th, the real niggas in that 3. Play with them, hard head niggas, they split them. Raw dope, they sell it, I get it, I can tell it. I go back up or get bang, nigga. Street smarts the game, nigga. Gotta let them hang, nigga. Pussy nigga got beef with the night creepers. Me, brother, and Diesel riding with them street sweepers. Old nigga want slang without a click. He don't want share, so we gon' ride on that bitch. We bout to turn your block to a war zone. I'm warning you to bring the little kids in they home. Cause when we spin the bin, bullets just getting spit. I gave you a fair warning, so if you hit, you hit. Cause I ain't slacking when I do what I gotta do. Stop being nosy, bitch. But that's all on you. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Uptown's on the way, bitch, so let us through. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Downtown, get out the way, that's all on you. Got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Uptown's on the way, bitch, so let us through. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Play ahead to get out the way, that's all on you. Toting choppers in the 9-6. Bigs getting split. Get out the way, cause if you hit, you hit. You bitch.
We Japanese still. You can cook in front of your family like a Japanese meal. I shall shoot the hibachi and none of you niggas can stop me. But can't help but watch me. So look, bro, Sonetta just did a live, man. I caught the tail end of it. Somebody shared it to me, you know, in the back chats, whatever. I jump on. I'm still at work. But I heard some things that piqued my interest, and I tried to jump on the stream, y'all, and motherfucker didn't let me up there. I was on there about 10, 15 minutes, a good 10, 15 minutes until it ended. And motherfucker didn't let me up there. So I wanted to give my little 2 piece on that episode, my little 2 cents on it. But I can't get I couldn't do that. I wasn't allowed to do that. And now I can't even review the video because Sonetta privated the video. So what I decided to do was to just go over some of the things I was hearing in the live they did earlier with Ankh, Jabari, and some other new nigga named Suntan or Suntan. I don't know, man. Y'all Egyptomaniac ass niggas be having weird names like Hebrew Israelites. So it's hard to tell what the fuck going on over there. But we're going to be analyzing and deciphering what these nuts are saying. A lot of it is just a bunch of trying to appease the idea and the ideologues and the ideology of this Black African ancient Egyptian society that doesn't exist, by the way. There was no sub-Saharan Africans dating ancient Egypt or pre-dynastic or dynastic Egypt. There wasn't. And Unc kept saying a few things that just was throwing me off. He kept saying Northeast Africa includes, which it does, Sudan, Somalia. But when you say things like that, and in contrast to West Africa, you do understand that you do have people that are like Dinka, Sudanese, they do look similar to certain West African people, West Central African people. So I didn't get that point at all because you tried to say they didn't. So you just got a mess on that live. You got Ankh, which he in and out of science. That's how I look at it. He got one toe in it, and you want to deal with fringe scientists. That's going to say something that's going to still appease to the idea, so these people could, so people won't be sad and depressed. Who gives a fuck about your feelings? Is it true or not? That's what we want to find out. Is your claim true or not? Who cares about your emotions, your feelings on this thing? Your emotions and feelings don't run science. It does not run discoveries. It does not run ancient Egypt. It is what it is. We got to accept what the data is showing us. So him and Jabari were going back and forth, and we're going to analyze this video, give some critiques. So we are covered under the Fair Use Act to review, critique, and comment on Sonetta's previous live, because we can't do the one that he just did because he's going to edit something out where I guess he went off on. I don't know. I didn't watch it. He said something about him going off and getting out of character, so he had to take the video down and do some editing. So we're going to do another video where these Egyptomaniacs go in here and try to make these claims, these spurious claims that none of these claims can be backed up with modern science. So what they do is they look for people like Clyde Winters. They look for people like, well, Diop's dead, but they try to reference him. They try to reference all these pseudos and fringe scientists, and they never look at the whole field, because the entire field that's dealing with the subject at hand are saying they're saying something completely different. They're saying what has been, it's been obvious. Motherfucking Egypt is connected to the Levant. Egypt is connected to the Levant, right? So you should expect Levantine people coming down. You should expect to see Levantine DNA pretty much being highly pervasive in ancient Egypt. You should expect that. It's right there. But for some reason, and it ain't no some reason, we know the reason. It's racism. Y'all are trying to impose race science and the ideas of race on ancient Egyptians when most of these people are heavily Eurasian during that time. And even today, there's a continuity. The people that were there 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 years ago are there today. Every paper that's coming out is pretty much reinforcing that. It's pretty much reinforcing that. So those people that Reggie called invaders, no, those are indigenous Egyptians. They were there since the beginning. Their ancestors, their mamas, their papas was in the land of Egypt all those years ago. And y'all don't like that. Y'all don't like that at all. The reason why y'all don't like that, because it does not fit your race diffusionist model. That's why y'all don't like it. It's that simple, man. Oh man. YOZ Yashakar, you could come on here and explain to me how they're invaders, and I want source material. There you go. Boom. StreamYard. There's the clip. I'm gonna let you up here. See, Sinetta wouldn't let me up. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna let you up on here, and you can discuss with me how they are invaders, because this is a common trope amongst these Afrocentric idiots. They believe this nonsense, this race science, because they want to say, well, there were no people there that were, the people that live there today. Their ancestors were not there. They're all the product of the Mamluks. They're all the product of Greeks and Romans, Persians. They're everybody else except the ancient Egyptians. But the DNA is bearing out that most of those people that are there today have an ancestry that ties them back to the ancient Egyptians. And then those ancient Egyptians have an ancestry that ties them back to what we call Eurasians, people that were living in the Levant, people that were living in Southern Europe, people that were living in the Transcaucasian region, right? That includes Anatolia and stuff of that nature. How do we know this? Because now we're not living in the Stone Age of science. We're living in the period of DNA. And in this period, we're able to analyze dead people's ancestry. So we have done several, when I say we were talking about modern scientists, because I'm not a modern scientist, we have to rely on their works and their papers, on the experts. We lean on experts, right? They dug up these bodies. They analyzed the DNA, and the DNA is coming back as heavily Eurasian, meaning these people ultimately have an origin outside of Africa. Some of them have origins going back in time, back to European hunter-gatherers. Some of them have origins going back to Levantine farmers, like we just seen with the Old Kingdom sample, which makes a lot of sense, because we look at the Badarians, we look at these people, they have wheat that comes from the Levant. They have goats that come from the Levant. These are obviously traveling agrarians and traveling pastoralists that are coming in and bringing that with them. Egypt does not have that on its own. It comes from an extraneous or external origin. And that's what the papers are pointing toward. You can get upset, you can kick, you can punch the air, and that's not going to change. What you guys learn from Diop is garbage. What you guys learn from Dr. James Smalls is garbage. What you guys learn from Jabari is straight garbage. Cow manure, man. It's really that simple, man. It's really that simple. So I'm waiting on Yas, or however you say your name, to get on here, and he's going to show and prove this claim here, right? He says here, they are invaders from the Caucasus, fool. So I'm looking forward for him explaining to the audience how most modern Egyptians are invaders from the Caucasus. So let's see. Let me drop this, and let me let Yashakar up here.
What's up?
Right,
What's up?
Stream. What's going on?
Yeah. So, I have multiple sources. Are you aware of the author Igor P. Lipovitsky?
I don't know who that is. Just shoot.
So basically, he's author of the book Early Israelites, Two Peoples, One History, where he explains how Western Semites, en masse, Amorites, peoples from the Caucasus region, from what we call now Iran and Central Asia, came to the Middle East and then thus migrated into Egypt because of famine and the resources that Egypt had. And we do know from history, if you study history, Ramses II, third, the Ramses, all the Middle Kingdom, all those dynasties, when they invaded the Levant, because the Levant obviously had a multitude of different peoples that came from some places in Mycenaean Greece, from Anatolia, and from the Caucasus Mountains, immigrated to the Canaan, right? And so the Egyptians took slaves and had wives from these peoples and produced mixed offspring. We do know this, and we do know that the ancient Egyptians had classifications of what we now call as race. So race isn't really a modern day construct, because the Greeks had a modern construction of race, the Egyptians had a modern construction of race. We see on their walls. And so another thing is that the Greek historian Herodotus, he even says that the Egyptians were an originally black-skinned, woolly-haired people. So that if you're going to go against actual sources from those times, I mean, I don't know, but we could say DNA all we want, but it's still a new science, right? I think it has a little accuracy, but I think we could use it a little bit, but we shouldn't use that as our main primary source. And if you're going by if these people were white or not, I would say for the most part, most of the ancient Egyptians were not white. They were probably dark skinned, but yeah, they probably had some Eurasian ancestry. I'm not saying that they didn't, but for the most part, that Eurasian ancestry came from the invaders, right? The invaders, the Hyksos, they were called not the Shepherd Kings, they were called the rulers from foreign lands, right? So these people were from the Caucasus region, they were from northern Anatolia. They came down, they were Amorites. Some of them mixed with the Western Semites, and then they migrated into Egypt, intermingled with the people, and they formed a dynasty in the Nile Delta, while the original native Egyptians lived where now is around middle central Egypt in Thebes area, and they were trading and close to the Nubians. So, if you want a source, I could show a source. I could share the books. But I'm a scholar. I even met a couple of Egyptians, and they look like modern day African Americans. So the media doesn't really paint modern Egyptians as ancient the Egyptians are today, because I've met a couple woolly hair, probably some blacker than you, right? They look like regular black people in America. They will tell you themselves that the ancient Egyptians were black, and we know from science that light-skinned people really can't survive in that area. We know from science that they'd get skin cancer. So that's just even science if we want to go science. But most of the part, if you want to know what the ancient Egyptians looked like, they were brown skinned, dark skinned peoples. Some were what you call Negroid phenotype. They looked like basically East Africans for the most part. You want to know what Egyptians looked like? They looked like Somalians, East Africans, Ethiopians, and some looked like West Africans, because we do know West Africans, some of those tribes descend from peoples from the Nile Delta region that migrated. Okay, so that's it.
All right, so I took notes while you were talking. Um, you made the statement that race was a concept in ancient Egypt, and that's emphatically false. They did not have the concept that we have today as race. Case in point, anyone could be considered an Egyptian. It didn't matter what skin color they had. It really
Incorrect.
didn't.
Incorrect.
Let me finish. I'll let you talk for that whole time. Just be quiet. You can spaz out when I'm finished. I took notes on exactly what you said. All right. So what we're gonna do is have some decorum. It's like I'm sharing the decorum with you. I'm letting you speak. I'm sharing the floor with you. Allow me to speak. So again, like I said, you made the statement that race in ancient Egypt was a thing, because you probably read the Tomb of Seti and it says 4 races. That's not the concept of the ancient Egyptians. That's the people that were translating that during the 19th century, saying 4 races, not the ancient Egyptians. The proof of that is it didn't matter if you were dark as a Nubian or light as someone like a Tamahu. As long as you're Egyptian, you're still considered Egyptian. So that was patently false. The second thing I noticed that you said was most ancient Egyptians were black. I need data points on this. And here's the thing. Phenotype really doesn't matter. Phenotype is plastic. They could have been black as the Nubians. They could have been as pale as the Anatolians. Who cares? That's not the point. The point is ancient Egypt was not a repository of sub-Saharan Africans during pre-dynastic and dynastic times. That was your second point, the point that stood out to me. The third thing you said was Western, something about Western civilization. I didn't get you were spitting that out a little bit too
Semites,
fast.
Western Semites.
Western Semites, thank you. Something about Western Semites. That's non sequitur. Ancient. Oh, and you mentioned that these people came in primarily during the Hyksos, which would also see what these guys are now doing. They're pushing the time frame back to the Hyksos. Say, oh, this is when it became Eurasian. And these are all the invaders.
I mean, there's always been Eurasian invaders.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Y'all saying is, okay, so now you're giving up all of the dynasties after that period. Everything after the 12th dynasty, you got to admit that it was Eurasian. And most of y'all won't. The next point that stood out was ancient Egyptians. Well, you said that twice. It says they looked like Ethiopians. Interesting observation. Again, phenotype does not matter. And also, ancient Egyptians, Ethiopians, and Somalians are not all grouped together. That some Ankh was saying in this video or hinting to it. They're not. We see more of a heavily Eurasian ancestry within ancient Egyptians than we do Somalians. They have a little bit more sub-Saharan.
Can I say something?
I'm almost done. I'm gonna let you have it. I'm just touching on a few points that you made. So when we look at the ancient DNA that's representative of ancient Egyptians, especially the new paper about the old kingdom, it's over 3/4 Eurasian. That's the issue y'all keep running into. They have trans-Caucasian ancestry. This is the issue y'all are running into. That's the old kingdom. That's 2800 BCE.
Who's saying this though?
What do you mean? Who's saying this?
Where's the source for that? Where's the paper that's sitting in that?
I'm going to bring the paper up. Just be patient. I'm just addressing some of your points that you said. I brought this paper up numerous times. It came out February 1st. And I brought out a myriad of times here on the channel. So those were the points that stood out to me that I was able to record on paper. And I'm going to let you continue and go, and maybe you can respond to some of the rebuts that I gave. Go ahead.
Okay, so first off, how do I say this in a way? So, do you kind of ignored when I said that the Greek historian Herodotus, right, the father of history, right?
Yes, I do know. I know.
So was he wrong when he said the ancient Egyptians, because he actually visited ancient Egypt? They were all black-skinned, woolly-haired, looking Ethiopian people.
Was he wrong?
Yeah, was he wrong? Because he visited those ancient peoples. Because he wasn't going by DNA, he was going by the actual people who was actually living in that time. He visited.
Could he have seen some people with that phenotype? Sure.
But he was saying the majority of them, like I could quote it.
Okay, quote it. I have it too. I have all those books, man. A writing that was said about someone all these years ago is not going to be definitive proof on what the entire populace looked like. The ancient Egyptians, majority of them would have been intermediate in skin. How do we know this? Because most of the phenotypic analysis that we get back from that part of the world, most of them come back as intermediate skin, meaning they have the gene sequences in their genes that normally people that are like Yemeni, Arabians, normally those people that live there today they have the same gene frequency. So we would expect them to be intermediate skin. We would not expect most of them to look like Nubians. The data does not comport with that. But go ahead. So the brother y'all don't want to talk science. The brother just leave. You just leave like that because what I'm saying is not lining up with your jargon. The brother just dropped out. Like, come on, man. Y'all gotta have more, testicular fortitude than that. An ancient writer, if everybody watching, someone having an ancient description is not describing, it's not going to be definitive proof on what people look like. It's just a damn description that somebody wrote in the ancient times. That's it. The devil made science. Well, cool. I'm Lucifer. Who cares? The point is, y'all don't want to be evidence-based. Y'all want to be doctrine-based. This is the issue. This is why we have these arguments. This is why matter of fact, I'm debating next Sunday on whether or not Christopher Columbus existed. Listen to what I just said. I am debating next Sunday, not this Sunday, the following Sunday, the 28th, whether or not Christopher Columbus existed. Come on, man. This is crazy work. And of course, I'm the affirmative. I'm saying he did exist. But this is the type of community we have engendered. We have created a community where we support pseuds, we support fairy tales, we support misinformation, and we support disinformation on the daily. Why? Because a lot of y'all not properly educated, a lot of you guys not properly trained, a lot of you guys don't have logic and reasoning down packed. That's the problem. All right, we got the brother back. Maybe he fell off, man. Maybe he fell off. I thought he just left, but he back. So I'm gonna let him back up.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to do something real quick. But so you were saying intermediate, like brown skin. That's what you were saying.
Intermediate skin. Let me show you an example of this. Intermediate skin. Let me like this, man. I always go to Yemeni people. There's a quick reference on this. Let me share my screen so everybody can see this.
What's King Cadimus saying? Israelites deaf don't allow DNA tests. You get kicked out real quick.
Check it out. Check it out. So these are the Yemeni people, man. A lot of their people will have intermediate skin like this. These people here. That's intermediate skin. These boys have what we call dark brown skin. Did some of the Egyptians have this? Yes. But the bulk of the people that we're seeing coming from this region would look like this. That's why when you look at it.
But you do know there was multiple and like I think you know the Hebrew Israel channel?
Yes. I know.
Yeah, so
he's on the channel. He's a regular on the channel.
Yeah. So, like, he gave an example in one of his old videos saying that, like, you know, I think in, like, paleo times, there was a lot of invasions, like, from, like, you know, Russia, the Caucasus. They invaded the Near East and the Nile Delta, and then they mixed in with these people. We know that. And not forgetting that the Greeks came. We do know that the Scythians did come to Egypt. We do know that peoples from the sea peoples, right?
Yes.
So we're seeing a lot of admixture in the Nile Delta specifically. So am I saying that there were some really, really light-skinned Egyptians? Yeah, probably there was light-skinned Egyptians, but I'm saying that the majority of them were melanated, dark-skinned individuals. I would say, but some Negroid phenotype, but they would look like, you know, go back to that, like the boys, you know, that those guys, they would look that complexion. Some of them would have a more Ethiopic phenotype. Some of them look like, I would say the majority of them look like that, I would say. Because DNA can't be the absolute, because it's still new science. I mean, it wasn't really around 20 years ago where you could just take a DNA test or a genetic study. I mean, who are the people controlling these genetic studies? I mean, think about it. Are there any black scientists controlling these DNA studies? It's mostly Europeans that are analyzing the DNA tests. And literally, we could DNA test a frog or a dog, and it will literally come out, 20% European, 30% Lakota Indian. So we can't really go by DNA. We got to go by historical sources. And so Herodotus is a historical source. And so you're saying that race wasn't an issue or a concept in ancient Egypt, when even in the Bible, even in the Old Testament, the Egyptians didn't like the Hebrews because they thought they were disgusting and they weren't clean people. So there was tensions, racial tensions back in ancient Egypt. So that's even, I could pull it up in Genesis, because that's why the Hebrews, they stayed in the Nile Delta region, because the Egyptians didn't like hanging around shepherds. They didn't like hanging around foreigners. So that's an example.
That has nothing to do with race, because at the end of the day, there's no solid line. Those people that you call Hebrews will have a similar genetic makeup as those people you call Egyptians. That's not race. That's just nation versus nation or tribalism. You're describing tribalism like, oh, we don't fuck with them dudes over there. It has nothing to do with, oh, you come from this race and this race all constitute and consist of this certain people that have this certain skin color, or this certain physiological features. No, that's not how that works. It's incompatible. The idea of race is modern. They did not think like that. They thought more on nationhood. Oh, you an Egyptian, you keep my practices, you keep the same cultic rights as me, you believe the way I believe, you're in my land, you fight for my land, and that's it. It had nothing to do with this idea, or you're from the black race, or you're from the white race. No, it doesn't. You keep saying that, that's patently false. Because again, just like you just admitted, ancient Egyptians would have had darker skinned people there as well. They would have had lighter skinned people there as well. And like I said, the large majority would have most likely been intermediate in skin, like we see with these Yemeni girls on the screen here. Like these girls here. They're intermediate in skin. These women here, intermediate in skin. Right here again. Right here again. This is what they would have all. This would have been the predominance.
Do you believe in like the Bible, or you're agnostic?
That's non sequitur. I am agnostic, but that's non sequitur. That had nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about.
I know that because like like I'm just asking. So like I'm seeing where you're coming from because like Mizraim.
Mizraim in the Bible, yes, I understand.
Because like okay, so like, do you believe those people were historical people, or do you think the Bible's a myth, like a historical myth?
What do you mean?
Like where you're coming from? Like, do you?
Well, I believe that the ancient Egyptian people were a real people. Do I believe in the interpretations of certain people outlook on the Bible? No, I don't. Not at all. But even if we go with the Bible, all those people would have been Caucasian people anyway from the onset, because in the Bible in Genesis 10, it tells you all of Ham's children, they get their Genesis up there close to the Black Sea region, the Mesopotamia region. This is all trans-Caucasian area, and I could put it on the map. So that's not helping your argument. You're making Egypt even more Eurasian than it already is by saying that.
But But I could literally look up ancient depictions of Egyptians and their dark brown complexion, most of them.
Okay. What does that mean? Most of the males are brown, and most of the women, a lot of the women are depicted as being pale. And
that paint doesn't last that long of time, right?
Oh, okay, I hear you. Listen to what I'm saying. What the rationale behind that is like, oh, well, normally the males work out in the fields, so they tend to do what? Their skin gets darker because they're in the fields. Melanin works that way, right? Everybody got melanin. Everybody. If you don't have melanin, you're albino. That's why lighter skinned people can tan. So most likely they depict these people. They don't even depict them dark like that, like Nubians. They depict them as having, like you see on the damn stream. So all these arguments and saying how they look, who cares how they look? That's a distraction. That's a red herring. The point is their origin lies outside of sub-Saharan Africa, primarily, because that's the main argument. These people like Jabari want to argue that ancient Egypt is somehow an extension of sub-Saharan Africa, and it's not. Most of these people are coming from Eurasia. And before you got on, I was explaining, when you look at the barbarians, we start seeing farming, we start seeing pastoralism in North Africa, period, including Egypt. We know where it's coming from. It's coming from the Levant. These people are not invaders, they're migrants. And they've been there a long time. The pyramid builders are Levantine. They're Eurasian. The people that created and invented Egypt as a dynastic force are heavily Eurasian.
So why I could literally pull up You could literally pull up the ancient Egyptian depictions of them having woolly hair, braided hair, having dark red brown complexion.
Who
So
cares?
who cares? Because I could pull it up. I could pull
Who?
it up.
Yeah, you can pull up a depiction. They don't tell you their ancestry. And
So
I gave you the anthropological explanation for those images, but you just disregard that.
I didn't disregard it.
Why? Because you have a idea of race fixed in your head that does not exist in concordant reality. That's the problem. No one cares what they look like. What their ancestry is should tell you that. For instance, the people that live in Chad, the people that live in northern Cameroon, many of those people descend from European hunter-gatherers. But those people look like the surrounding population. Anyway. So, wait, hold on. Let me see what this brother's saying. We lost him again. Shanna Roman. Shanna Roman says, I believe they are invaders and they are not Adamites. Well, I just tried to get him to prove this. That's why we're having this discussion. And all he has done so far is invoke a bunch of logical fallacies, false equivocation fallacy. Oh, if I say this person looks dark, or Herodotus said they look dark and woolly, that means they're all no, that doesn't mean they're sub-Saharan Africans. It doesn't at all. That's a false equivocation fallacy, man. The people that's in North Africa has been there a long time. A brand new paper just came out. And matter of fact, let me do this. About North Africans have an ancestry from Europeans or Southern Europeans, and we're talking 7,000 years ago. So you can't say it's a Roman, Greek, anything. This is way before Romans, Greeks, Persians, way before Mamluks, way before Arabians, way before all of that. And the thing about the Old Kingdom sample, the people that match the Old Kingdom sample are modern Arabian people. Modern Arabian people are related to, on the nuclear genome level, to ancient Egyptians from the Old Kingdom period. So no, these are not invaders. These people descend from the people that migrated into Egypt and created the Egypt that y'all love so damn much, but y'all hate on the people that are there, because the people that are in modern Egypt are the children of the ancient Egyptians. That's the crazy part. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, but it's going over heads, man. It's going over here. They've been heavily indoctrinated in this YouTube landscape. Shanna Roman says, so do you know that America is the true jump off of all life, right? I don't understand what that means. Are you going against the African genesis of all people? Because that's false. Life does not start. The human or Homo sapien did not start in America. If you're talking about some ancient microorganism that lived 4 billion years ago, have at it. I don't know what you're referencing there. But it sounds like you're talking about abiogenesis when you say jump off all life. The only people with races are people who came from within the Caucasus. I don't understand that at all. Race is just a common concept. 7,000 years ago was European farmer, Anatolian farmers in North Africa, but it was there probably 20,000 years ago in the Zuzana, who carried mitochondrial DNA U6 and gave it to the Ibero-Maurusians. There ain't no probably to it. That's a fact. Crip Mac. Crip Mac. Nifty 50. What do you say? Nifty on 50s or whatever you be saying. 55th Street. You know what I'm saying? He said he keeping it all the way 55th Street in the comments. Yeah, mitochondrial U6. That's an old European lineage that's in North Africa. It's in the Ibero-Maurusians. It's in Egyptian samples. It's there. They've been there for a long ass time, man. These people have been migrating back and forth. Let me see. Yeah, this is what y'all do. Who cares anyway, Aboriginals are those who began in America. What are you talking about? Are you an abo? African Americans, majority of us do not have our origin from American Indians or the people that were here before Columbus. We are not those people for the most part. Now, you do got some people that do have that DNA, but most of us aren't. Most of the group of people known as African American. That's why I don't like the groupings either, because at the end of the day, y'all trying to make an ancestral statement, but actually we're really diverse. We have different ancestral backgrounds. He said, I didn't know Crip Mac was a scientist. Crip consciousness, homie. Oh, look, DNA is bullshit because it does not comport with my ideas. It does not comport with my doctrine. So it must be all bullshit and lies. You know, lies and propaganda. Of course, this is why y'all buck against conventional wisdom. Conventional science, y'all don't want to listen to it because none of it comports with the stuff y'all saying. None of it. Y'all got to search for fringe motherfuckers to try to, you know what I'm saying, reinforce and buttress y'all claims. Y'all can't go to a legit source, a legit, you know, scientist. You can't go there. Y'all go to all the goddamn pseudos and probe their information and regurgitate their information because you like how it sounds. You don't care about the veracity or the strength of the claim. You don't. Not at all. So let me open this paper on Tunisia, man. A new paper just dropped. Oh my God, I'm trying to open this up and tab won't let it open. Let's see. How about this? Let's download it. All right, now open it. All right, boom. There we go. So this is a new paper here. High continuity of forged ancestry into the Neolithic period of the Eastern Maghreb. You can see all these geneticists. So y'all want to argue. There you go. That's who you argue with. These are the people that produce the goddamn paper. You argue with them. You don't want to argue with them because you can't argue with them. They're the ones staring at the damn data. They're the ones analyzing the data and characterizing the data. None of this shit y'all saying, none of it, and I really do mean none of it, is found in the ground. When they dig these skeletal bones up, even the green Saharan sample they found was Eurasian. Even that one had mitochondrial haplogroup N. So y'all cooked, man. Let me read the abstract. And for everybody that's not familiar with the term abstract is a summation of the paper, right? So, as you can see, this is fresh out the press. This was published the 12th of March, 2025. Ancient DNA from the from the Mediterranean region has revealed long-range connections and population transformations associated with the spread of food-producing economies. However, in contrast to Europe, genetic data from this key transition in northern Africa are limited and have only been available from far western Maghreb, Morocco. Here we present genome-wide data for 9 individuals from the later Stone Age through the Neolithic period from Algeria and Tunisia. The earliest individuals cluster with pre-Neolithic people of the Western Maghreb, around 15,000 to 7,600 years ago. I'm going to say this again. 15,000 to 7,600 years ago. These people cluster with these people. They're related with these. They share ancestry with these people. This is long before Romans and Greeks. I hate when people try. I'm doing a damn. Let me mute this real quick. Hold on, y'all. Again, this was way before Romans and Greeks, way before Mamluks, way before the Islamic expansion. This is thousands and thousands of years before any of that. So you can't make no goddamn excuse. These are just migrants that are coming to North Africa. These are the components. These are the people. These are the ancestors of North Africans. Now y'all can make shit up all goddamn day and pontificate, but the truth is out there. Hold on, let me mention out the blue. Hey, I'm sorry about missing that debate, man. We had a cold snap, and I didn't know how to reach you. I didn't know how to reach you. So we can reschedule. Hit me up, bro. Hit me up on my email, man. This is my email right here. I'm going to put it in the chat out the blue. At gmail.com. HebrewJedi@gmail.com. There you go. There it is right there out the blue. So we can get that work in. But like as I was saying, these make up the people of North Africa. So when we look at ancient Egypt, we should expect them to be Eurasia. That's what you should expect. And Shane talking about something. I don't care about documents from liars. Meanwhile, you're pushing that you're an Aboriginal and you're pushing African Americans are Aboriginals. That's misinformation at its best and disinformation at its worst. You're either beguiled yourself or you're purposely deceiving other people. Which one is it? Because that would make you a liar if you're purposely doing something, right? And you guys always appeal to conspiracy theories, man. Y'all can appeal to conspiracy theories all the time. Y'all always say that it's a bad intent. Like y'all invoke all these logical fallacies. Why? Because you can't handle the information that's on the screen. You can't handle this. This is up-to-date science. I literally published the 12th of March, 2025. I paid 40 fucking bucks. As soon as it came out, I paid for it. Boom, got it. Had it in my phone, reading that joint. I'm not like y'all, man. Y'all holding on to 50, 60, 70, 80, 90-year-old myths. You had somebody in the back chat talking about there's pyramids in the Grand Canyon. No, it's not. That's from a 1909 hoax. And y'all still recirculating and regurgitating that bullshit. See what I'm saying? Y'all need to read and study this stuff. If not, just be quiet. Why is that hard? Don't shoot the breeze about it. Be about it. Y'all heard Nazir Jones. Y'all got to start reading, man. That's the problem. Pull a goddamn paper from a credible source. Don't show no goddamn Clyde Winners. No fringe science. Show us some real science. Let me say it like this. Show us some verifiable science. There we go. Anyway, like I was saying, the people of Algeria and Tunisia, these are early North Africans, the earliest individuals cluster with pre-Neolithic people of Western Maghreb, around 15 to 7,600 years before present. So these people don't have nothing to do with no goddamn Romans. They've been there. They're not invaders. They've been there. They've been there for thousands of goddamn, all the way back to the Paleolithic period. That's how long they've been there. This is what we call continuity. It says, showing that this Maghrebi ancestry profile has a substantial geographic and temporal extent. The ancestry profile that we see in North Africa has a substantial geographic, meaning at a wide range where they're at. We see them in Morocco, we see them in Tunisia, we see them in Algeria. And temporal, because this is a long time. This is 15,000 years all the way up to now that we're seeing these components, these ancestors here. It says at least one individual, the Jabari from Tunisia, dating to around 8,000 years before present, harbored ancestry from European hunter-gatherers. These are early North Africans. These early North Africans have ancestry from European hunter-gatherers, Southern Europe. Matter of fact, the article that pretty much previewed this paper tells you that, they could have came through the Sicilian Strait. They could have came on boats from the Sicilian Strait down from Europe into Algeria and Tunis and Tunisia. Look, she says, how did the Europeans get there? I just explained it. That's why you got to have an exercise and exact some patience, because I just literally explained what the paper says. They possibly took boats from the Sicilian Strait, which you can island hop at that point to get to North Africa. Again, I'm going to read it again because maybe, Shannon, you're not listening. Maybe you're too busy trying to argue with a YouTube video, a YouTuber. Instead of listening, I'm going to read it again. At least one individual from Djebba, Tunisia, dated to around 8,000 years before present. So this is 6,000 BCE. Harbored ancestry from European hunter-gatherers, probably reflecting movement in the early Holocene across the Strait of Sicily. Can you see that? Did you see that? Maybe I need to show you the Strait of Sicily so we can understand where this ancestry is coming from, where this migration took place. Let's do that. Let's type in Strait of Sicily. Yeah, I'm taking my time reading through this abstract. I'm not just going to blaze through it because I really want somebody to understand the information, right? I'm not just going to, I'm not here to just bludgeon you with the information. I want some people to learn. There's some people I do want to bludgeon, you understand, with the information. Now, don't get me to line. I do want to bludgeon certain people. But I'm going to be patient. I'm exact patient with you. So I'm going to, let me see. Here's a great image right here. Here's a great image. I'm going to show you how they got here, how the paper is postulating that they got here. What's more likely, what's more feasible? They most likely took this Strait of Sicily. You see Sicily here? So the paper is arguing that they came down this Italian peninsula into Sicily, and from there possibly took boats and possibly island hopped around here until they got to mainland North Africa. That's what the paper is saying. This is how, because you asked the question, from where though? How did they get here? The paper says that these migrants most likely came from the Strait of Sicily. And the Strait of Sicily is this body of water in between Sicily and Tunisia. Okay, the sister, she posed another question. She says, okay, who are the Europeans you are talking about? Because pale-skinned persons are no more than 500 years. And I try to tell everyone that watches my channel that stop focusing and having a hyper focus on what someone looks like. It's a false equivocation because the further you go back in time, the darker people get. So if you go all the way back to Neolithic Europe, people in fucking Sweden, most of them would be darker intermediate skin. They would not have been pale, but their descendants became lighter and lighter. Those are still their ancestors. No matter how they look, they have blonde hair, blue eyes, pale skin. Their ancestors were darker. So you're really not saying anything. All you're doing is pretty much obfuscating the matter. The point is these people come from Europe, whether they're dark skin, pink, or whatever, and everything in between. That's the point. There's no need to hyper focus on those things. Cripmac says after Africa has a direct land bridge to Eurasia and the Sicilian Strait and the Strait of Gibraltar aren't large bodies of water to cross. It's much harder to get to Australia, Polynesia than to Africa. Here's the funny thing. These people believe that Africans sailed the Atlantic. They believe that. They sailed the Atlantic, went to America. But they can't conceptualize Europeans going through the Strait of Gibraltar, like you brought up, traveling across the Strait of Sicily, and even post-glacial periods. During that time, the sea level would have dropped. Why? Because during glaciation, where's most of the water? A lot of the water is encapsulated in ice, so the sea level naturally drops, and a lot of these shelf areas around the Sicily there would have been more land during that time. More land for people to walk on. It wouldn't be completely connected, but that would have mean less water to travel through in order to get to Tunisia. The point is we see DNA on both sides. So there had to have been a migration event. We see this DNA in Southern Europe, and then we see it in Tunisia and Algeria. Therefore, these people migrated. It's very simple, very easy, very plain to understand. And I understand that, Shanna, but what most people do to bring skin color up is to obfuscate, which means to confuse the whole matter. It's really a red herring. Because what happens is if I say, hey, yes, there were black people in Europe. Then you say, then what's the problem? There's still a problem because those people that were in Europe that had darker skin 10, 15,000, 20, 30, 40,000 years ago, the Arcnasians, those people are not the same as Mende people, the Yoruba people. They're not the same. Just because they share a similar gradation of skin tone does not denote common recent common ancestry. That's the problem. Let me see what else you say. There is a scientific impetus for these people to just become pale. Yes, it is. The scientific impetus or the force behind it is mutation and environmental pressures. I mean, this is stuff you learn in middle school. Come on, y'all, keep up. This is shit you learn in the 6th and 7th grade. We learned that way back. I'm gonna need you to reach back into the confines of your memory and go all the way back to middle school. That's what you need to do. Y'all need to go back to the basics because everybody want to play deep, but actually you need to go back to the simple shit. No one. I'm answering your questions. Let's see. It's only 2 miles between them and Sicily and 8 miles at Gibraltar. Exactly. It's not that far of a distance. So them getting on boats and coming from the Strait of from Sicily and traveling over to Europe, that's highly feasible. That's highly feasible. You motherfuckers talking about some motherfuckers got on boats and sailed from Africa all the way to America. Lance, I'm not joining a league. I don't know what you're talking about. You ducked me, bro. We were supposed to debate and you ducked me. The first thing you should be saying is, I'm sorry. Let me see. Let's see what Shanna's saying. Why does Shanna Roman sound familiar like I spoke to this person before? Why? Who is this person? It says, trust and believe. I've already studied and learned all those doctrines. And guess what it was? Indoctrination. That is false. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're referring to. I literally don't. But your name sounds familiar, and I can't put my finger on who you are. But I feel like we had a discussion before. Let's see. Europe and Africa is the same place. That's not true. I only know why would you say that? Europe and Africa are not the same. They're different land masses. King Cadmus says she got the white man's empire as her last name. Got him. You got the white man's. Anyway, let's go back to the paper. Y'all all see the Strait of Sicily. This is the mode or method that these ancient hunter-gatherers took to get to North Africa. Yeah, scientific theory and archaeology is not a doctrine. This person is clueless. Yeah, man, your name sounds familiar. Who are you? Who is this person? We had a conversation on the channel before or something. No, I can't show you the text. I told Sean I need another day. He tried to make it go anyway. And went on like we never talked. And I reached out on Facebook. Man, bro. Nah, man. He even tried to come back and set the shit up again, bro. Like, nah, man. I don't know, man. That shit fugazi to me, bro. That shit rubbed me the wrong way. I put 45 slides together, too. You know, so that shit kind of rubbed me the wrong way, man. I ain't gonna lie. But anyway, let's go back to the paper. I just illustrated to everyone how they got here. Let me go back. So again, we can stop this invader nonsense. Those people have been there for a long ass time, as we can see. I'm reading again, at least one individual from Djebba, Tunisia, dating to around 8,000 years before present. Maybe I need to show that on the map. Where's Djebba? Where they're finding these? I think they got a map in the paper, but let's just bring Djebba, Tunisia. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a map of Djebba. Oh, you know what? Let's just go to Google Maps and just pull it up that way. Let me zoom out. Share this. Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. There's Djebba, northern Tunisia. There it is, right there. This is where they found this sample at. Right here. And the ancestry of this individual is largely related to the people living in Southern Europe. So, no, these people don't come from invasions or invaders. They come from migrants, ancient migrants. Say it with me. People that migrated to North Africa, not invaders from the Romans and Greeks. Roman does not mean red man. I don't know what you're doing now. I don't. I'll be honest, you're all over the place. But anyway, that's where they found this sample at, in Djebba, Tunisia. And it's Eurasian, it's European. We'll read again. At least one individual from Djebba, Tunisia, dating to around 8,000 years before present, harbored ancestry from European hunter-gatherers, probably reflecting movement in the early Holocene across the Strait of Sicily. Later Neolithic people from the eastern Maghreb retained largely local forager ancestry, together with smaller contributions from European farmers by around 7,000 years before present, and Levantine groups by around 6,800 years before present. This is all when we're starting to see agrarian lifestyle coming into North Africa and pastoralism coming into Africa. We see it around this time. Why? Because we see Levantine people coming in. This is why when we read that paper about the old kingdom of Egypt, majority of his DNA was Levantine farmer. Levantine farmer-like. That's what his DNA was. Why? Because ancient Egypt gets its agrarian practices from the Levant, from farmers outside of Africa. They come and migrate in because that land was desirable on the Nile to do crop farming, crop cultivation, and raising cattle and raising goats and sheep and caprines, which come from where? The Levant. It all makes sense. It all culminates to come together to show that these people are heavily Eurasian. That's just what it is. That's what the papers are telling you. But what happens? You got numbskulls that just don't want to follow the evidence. They don't want to follow the evidence. Spain is 8 miles from Morocco. The Strait of Gibraltar. Yep, Gibraltar. What you are correct. Come from Phoenicians. No, they don't come from Phoenicians and Israelites, Lance. These migrants don't come from Phoenicians and Israelites because it's impossible for them to come from Phoenicians and Israelites because the Phoenicians are a Bronze Age, well, an Iron Age people, actually. Israelites are an Iron Age people. We're talking about Stone Age. We're not even in the Middle Age yet. We're in the Stone Age 8,000 years before present. We're still in the Neolithic, Mesolithic periods. So no, it's impossible for them to be a product of a later group of people. Okay. Not long ago, a quadruple amputee successfully swam across the Strait of Gibraltar from Spain to Morocco in just 5 hours. Dude has no arms or legs and did that. Damn, that's crazy. We were already pastoralists in America as the Indians and aka Negroes. Shayna, I would love for you to do a DNA test. Maybe you are a native indigenous Indian, ancestrally speaking. Maybe you are. I don't know. You're African American. Some do. A very small fraction of us do. Some do. So maybe you're one of those. I don't know. But you're trying to speak for the majority, and that's the issue I have. Majority of us are either Western European or West Central African. Majority speaking. Now, do you have individuals that have a different ancestral backdrop? Yes. And you may be one of those people. Well, I would love for you to do the responsible thing is to actually go get that idea tested. And the way you get that idea tested is go take a DNA test. And then we can discuss the results here live, and I can anything you need cleared up, I can help you on. Palermo says, Lance, Eurasia is the largest continent in the world, and people today in Eurasia have various skins. Exactly. When y'all go to Habibi, at the bodega, a lot of them are dark. A lot of them are intermediate. A lot of them are brown. So you saying they black, what does that really mean? Nothing. It doesn't point us. It obfuscates everything. You're just confusing the matter. Let me see. Anyway, so they got ancestry from European farmers and Levantine groups. These people are not Johnny come latelys. These people been here. It says here, and were thus far less impacted by external gene flow than were populations in other parts of the Neolithic Mediterranean. Okay, so what else I want to bring here? Let me go down. What you don't see is these people heavily being sub-Saharan African, which many of you guys, low key, I'll believe that. So, and as you can see here, the PCA, these people are literally clustering with one another. The Tunisian samples here, some of the Moroccan samples here. The triangles are the Moroccan samples. Some more Tunisians, the DK right here are clustering. They're all over here together. They're all bunched up here together, right? So again, we're seeing genetic continuity here. We get the graphs here. So you can see the Maghrebi component, which the Maghrebi component itself is highly Eurasian. When the Tafra paper came out, I think over 2/3 of their DNA was pretty much described as Eurasian. So Maghrebi component is pretty much Eurasian. Most of the papers and statistical models point to what we call the Maghrebi component or early North African being a daughter lineage of the Eurasian component anyway. So, I mean, you're looking at a lot of DNA that's not sub-Saharan African is the point. As you can see, Tafrots, they have a majority Maghrebi. The KTG has a lot of European former ancestry here. Y'all see that big ass orange bar here? What does that say? 7,200 years before present. This is 5,000 BCE. This has nothing to do with no modern nothing. No modern invasion, no nothing. These people have been here. They've been there. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? I'm going to tell you what the fuck is wrong with y'all. The problem is that scientific racism is still in your damn brain. It's still in your brain. That's the problem. You guys are doctrinaires. You're here to try to reinforce and buttress your doctrine. You're not trying to learn. Because if you're trying to learn and applying a scientific method, you would let bad doctrine go. You would throw it in the trash and move on. Oh, the evidence don't support it. That's it. Now y'all want to support it. So the Jabari sample has majority Maghrebi ancestry, which is Eurasian-like, right? And then it has West hunter-gatherer, European hunter-gatherer DNA. The KEB population has a large, this 5,700 BP before present, large European component. And we discussed, when they brought out the KEB population, we discussed that on the channel as well. North Africans been having European ancestry. I don't know what the hell wrong with y'all. Y'all need to catch up. You understand? And 5,700 BP. So we're still around the same time period. And majority of it's European farmer. We see Levantine DNA and we see the Maghrebi component. The SKH population. These are all North African populations. We see the European component. And we also see the Levantine component. It's there. It's there. You guys, that's why I like these graphs. It's very clear and descriptive on what's going on here. Very clear and descriptive. And the Hergula component, 5,900 BP years before present. What do you see here? The Maghrebi component, the European former component, and Levantine component. What we don't see is sub-Saharan African. We don't see it. What we do see is a lot of shit outside of sub-Saharan Africa. That's what we do see, man. That's what we do see. So this idea that all these people are the same as a Zimbabwean or these people are the same as the Dinka. No, they're not. They're not. Y'all trying to compare sub-Saharan African ancestry to what we see and witness in North Africa. It looks completely different. But y'all keep trying to mesh the two and make them the same. And what y'all do is obfuscate the matter by just saying African. Oh, they're all African. They're all African. Yes, they're all on the continent of Africa. But those people on the continent of Africa are genetically diverse. They have different ancestries. And a lot of people in the North connect more with people outside of Africa than the people in the South. That's just an ostensible, observable fact. That's what we're seeing. Anyway, let me see what else got pulled from this paper before I get out of here. Oh, here's the uniparental markers here. So the haplogroups that we see here, it says, are consistent with our genome-wide results in indicating a majority of Maghrebi ancestry among newly reported individuals, with more admixture from other sources later in the transect. Of the 5 individuals assigned male at birth, 4 could be assigned to Y chromosome haplogroup E1B1A1, which is characteristic of Northern Africa, particularly in ancient individuals with Maghrebi ancestry. The exception was Hergula, who carried T1A1A, associated with Levantine farmers. Again, the Hergula sample, we can go up here and look at it. 5,900 BP. That's almost 4,000 BCE. As you see, most of it is the Maghrebi, North African component, and European farmer, and Levantine component. It has paternal Y-DNA T1A, which we know for a fact comes from outside of Africa. E1B1B, long time migrant, going in and out. Family tree DNA has this clade pretty much having its origin in what we call the Sinai Peninsula, around that region. But it's always been in and out of North Africa. Always. This clade has been, that's why you got old European clades with E1B1B, because these people were explorers and they were migratory. They moved. It is very evident. That's why you got people in the Balkans with E1B1B. It says here, for the mitochondrial DNA, the individuals from ABR and Jabari, as well as both individuals from the DEK1 subgroup and one from DEK2, carried subclades of U6, also known primarily from ancient Northern Africa. Haplogroup L3. So here's your only sub-Saharan African mitochondrial DNA here, showing you that this was the rarity in the group, not the majority, because we take the sample size, this is what we're seeing. We're seeing a majority of it being U6. Then we see an L3 sample, and this sample is from a clade that's hypothesized to have originated in Eastern Africa and spread to other parts of the continent. So your only sub-Saharan African clade here will be your L3F clade. And it has an ancient presence. Hold on, let me go up. My bad, y'all. It has an ancient presence in Northern Africa. And this is why we argue with the MENA population that it's not a complete genetic isolation and barrier from people from sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, they were there. They're just not the majority. And that's the argument we're having with Afrocentrics. They want to paint North Africa to be this sub-Saharan African place of abode. And that's just not true. This is insane what y'all trying to say. Anyway, it says, while R0A2, when a lot of people, a lot of early scientists, a lot of people would postulate that R0A2 came with the Muslim or Arabic expansion into North Africa. This is also not true, because we see R0A2 in the Hergula sample that we just discussed. So the paternal DNA is non-African, and the maternal DNA is non-African, and the autosomal DNA is not sub-Saharan African. So we've been seeing R0A2 women in North Africa for at least 6,000 or 5,000 years. That's a long time. So you can't sit up here and say, oh, we see these people here today all because of the Mamluks, or all because the Greeks and Romans, the Arabic expansion, the Persians. You can't say that shit no more. We got the DNA of these people. All that shit falls flat on its fucking face because now we have the DNA studies of these people and we can see where their ancestry falls on the phylogenetic tree. And most of it is what we call non-sub-Saharan African. So can we stop trying to make Egypt and the rest of North Africa into an extension of Ghana or some shit? It's not. It says, while R082 has a wide distribution, but has also been observed in the Neolithic Levant, which makes sense that we see Levantine-related samples in North Africa, because, again, they are the people responsible for introducing agrarian, which is agriculture, and pastoralism into North Africa. That's standard science right there. Standard. And it says, finally, individual DEK2 carries mitochondrial DNA haplogroup U5B2B1, which is characteristic of pre-Neolithic Europe and is probably derived from European hunter-gatherers, either directly hunter-gatherers crossing the Strait of Sicily or by the means of Western hunter-gatherers' ancestry in European farmers. This is what the up-to-date science says. This is what it says. Cry me a goddamn, I don't care about your feelings. What about the evidence? What about the evidence? Who cares about how you feel about Diop? Who cares on how you feel about Obenga? Who gives a damn on how you feel about James Smalls? Those motherfuckers were lying to you. That's just the truth of the matter right there. Let me see what y'all been saying. He said, thank you, because Jabari was scamming hard. Yeah, he's a super scammer, man. Motherfucker, a cult leader. Let me see. Let me scroll up, read some things that we're saying. Blah, blah, blah. Lance says, I have a map, the Macrobius map. It shows an ocean going through the African Sahara, which is why you have sand. There was no one in the Sahara at that time. I don't know what you're referencing. I don't know what pseudo information that you're invoking there. I don't know what the hell that is. There's different DNA tests. Paternity and forensics is different than ancestral. What are you talking about? If you take a DNA test, it's going to reflect on your ancestry. I have no idea what you're talking about. Lance says, furthermore, all the Assyrian, Babylonians, Turkish, all the reliefs show the people themselves as what we would call today black. Who cares? I spent 5 minutes discussing with Shayna that doesn't mean a damn thing. Who cares if they were black or depicted dark? It does not fucking matter. We're talking about what is the ancestral origins of these people. Who cares? Majority of people, 5, 10, 15, 20, especially Paleolithic times, we're dark. We're over that. We're over that. We're moving past that. It's 2025. Where does the ancestry of these people lie? A lot of these people that's in North Africa is non-sub-Saharan African. That's the point. Which flies in the face of a lot of you damn Afrocentrics, because y'all say that majority of the ancestry comes from south of the Sahara, and it doesn't. It don't. Genealogy don't tell. Skin color shit. I'm Portuguese, North African. You seen it. I'm black today. Who cares? Non sequitur. Palermo says PRJE B86313, some 200 samples at the Phoenician port cities all over the Mediterranean. Not going to work for the Afrocentrics, some Levantine, but most people, yes. The Phoenician paper that's going to come out going to make you niggas cry because, again, those were mostly Southern European people as well, ancestrally. And North Africa. So that's a brand new paper. We have the early abstract on it. We don't have the actual paper yet. Lance says sub-Saharan Africans migrated there, coming from across the Mediterranean. Evidence in the Yoruba and Igbo genetics. Also, Benin, Togo, from South Africa, East Africa. Migrated where? I hope you're not saying migrated to the Americas. That's a goddamn lie. Palermo says later periods, some North African admixture moved into those port cities. Yes. You're talking about the Phoenicians. You're referring to the Phoenicians. Crip Mac says, yeah, E1B1A. Yes, it's EM78, more common today in Northeast Africa. But here's the thing: most of the males, or a large percentage of Egyptian males, have E1B1A, and they call them invaders. I mean E1B1B. Excuse me. E1B1B is the majority. Nigga, Lance, I'm gonna drop the link, and I want you to show your DNA and show that you E1B1A too. Stop playing with me, bro. I'm gonna drop the link, and I want you to show the people your DNA results saying that you E1B1A too, and it better be credible, bro, or you getting cussed out this Friday. European mtDNA groups been in North Africa so long they have their own mutation group, hence H1X. Yes, they've been there for shit. They postulate that. They postulate what's that? J1A has been in there so long that they have their own specific North Africa specific mutations. Also, of course, U6 and M1. Palermo also states those Western hunter-gatherers in mainly Italy, in studies on Mesolithic Sicily and West hunter-gatherers show 12Y DNA. Those samples go back 13 to 15,000 years ago. Sergio says, just stop. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they need to stop like a motherfucker. Palermo says, are there any YI2 in that paper? I need to check. That is my DNA. No, not in this paper. I did not see a I2 sample. I didn't see. I agree. Egyptians that migrated from Babylonian Sumerian areas. No, what are you talking? No, this is before Sumerians. This is before dynastic Egypt. This is before Babylon. None of what you're saying, man, is like, come on, man, keep up, bro. I'm gonna need you to keep up. Yes, there's no haplogroup I in that paper. Palermo says, thanks to Crip Mag. Lance, just stop. I know, he ain't going to stop. He's going to keep going. Yashub, you're feisty. No, I'm shiesty. Let's see. Yeah. My phone stay dinging. All right, let me move my phone. My bad. StreamYard link. Hit that. Hey, Lance, I want you to show everybody you got that DNA. Lance ain't doing it. He ain't gonna show the DNA, brother. He ain't gonna come on and show the DNA. Europe takes its name from Europa, a Phoenician princess, daughter of Aganar, king of Tyre, who was the brother of Belus, king of Egypt. I find it interesting that the DNA kind of matches the mythology. Yeah. So again, all you guys that love referencing the Phoenicians, your feelings will be hurt next because again, like I said, their DNA is largely Southern Europe, and I can show you guys the preprint on that. Yeah, way before dynastic Egypt. North Africa already had European ancestry and largely non-African ancestry before Egypt. So what do they expect? You are missing the world's end and people mass migrate. This is why people are moving. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm still lost. You keep throwing shit out there, bro. What good? Europa is an American name. You know. Man, y'all need to be purged of all of this nonsense that you guys got in y'all head, man. You literally got to be purged, bro. You got to be purged. It says here, let me read this because this is a good tidbit of information here. I'm not going to read the whole paper. I'm going to do a separate video where I go and we analyze the entire paper, but this just came up while we were discussing this. It says here, we pulled together all three DEK2 individuals, resulting in successful fits with Maghrebi plus Levantine ancestry. And it says approximately 76% Maghrebi and 24% Levantine ancestry. I don't know where's all the sub-Saharan African DNA of ancient Egypt. Well, they came from the south, and all these people. Show it to me. Why is North Africa inundated with Eurasian DNA? Why are we always reading papers about how Eurasian this motherfucking place is, or non-sub-Saharan African this place is? None of this shit is helping y'all, man. It's over with, bro. It's over with. Let me see. Where's the? Is there anything else I can pull out here real quick? It says we have shown that while the Eastern Maghreb experienced multiple instances of admixture during and even before the Neolithic, the proportions of ancestry involved were relatively small, and populations maintain a high degree of local genetic continuity. Why? Because we still see that Maghrebi component, right? It says these findings align with the evidence from the Eastern Maghreb, also showing a distinctive high degree of continuity from an archaeological perspective. The two sampled individuals from Djebba, Tunisia, Lake Caspian, and the one from ABR, Algeria, Abir Marouzi, share a similar genetic composition as contemporaneous groups from the Western Maghreb, revealing that the Maghrebi ancestry had a wide geographic and temporal extent. Unlike in the West, however, in the Eastern Maghreb, we found evidence of admixture for Western European hunter-gatherers at Djebba, with the geographic proximity to Sicily suggesting a likely route. So again, it shows that Europeans migrated via the Strait of Sicily, and that's how they most likely came to Tunisia. Shared technical innovations and material culture between these two regions, such as the pressure technique that started in the Eastern Maghreb from at least around 8,500 to 8,400 calibrated years before present, and the movements of raw materials such as Pantalarian obsidian found in the Eastern Maghreb from around 8,000 years before present document extensive seafaring across the Strait of Sicily during this period. So the evidence is lining up. We got DNA, you got material culture showing where they came from. These cultural interactions appear to have been accompanied by the movement of hunter-gatherers, at least from north to south and possibly in both directions. So they're saying there's people leaving North Africa going to Europe and people leaving Europe and coming to North Africa via the Strait of Sicily. This is what the papers say. So y'all want to argue your blackology? How about you just email David Reich, email Pontus Skoglund, email the goddamn professionals that put this paper together, characterize the DNA, and sequence the DNA. How about that? Bombard their emails, please. You want me to put their emails on the screen? Maybe I'll put them in the chat. Tell them that, oh no, you guys are wrong. And Diop said this place was an ancient black land forever and now and forever and yesterday. How about we go about doing it that way? It says in the Neolithic, we observed at least a small proportion of European farmer-related ancestry at every site in both the Western and the Eastern Maghreb, including those where it was previously inferred to be absent. However, whereas some individuals in the West had high proportions of farmer-related ancestry, specifically from the KTG in the early Neolithic with more than 80% and KEB in the late Neolithic with more than 50%. In the East, the maximum was less than 20%. These results are consistent with archaeological evidence for a greater influence from European farmers in the Western rather than in the Eastern Maghreb, where no cardio pottery has been found, and the farming of domesticated crops only appears much later. In fact, from the perspective of archaeological evidence, the presence of European farmer ancestry in the Eastern Maghreb, based on both admixture modeling and IBD sharing, is perhaps more surprising than its low proportions relative to the West. Overall, our results support Iberia as the primary source for the migration of farmers from Europe to the Maghreb. So again, we've been seeing that this migration of people has been taking place for a very, very long time. So when you see modern people, all of them, really pretty much majority of them, have been there for a very, very long time. These later migrations, like or later what you call invasions, the Roman occupation, the Greeks, a lot of this stuff has a minimal impact, meaning they didn't leave too much behind as far as descendants. What we're really seeing in North Africa, they had a genetic gene pool that has been there for all these years, that have lasted for a long time. And there's nothing y'all can do about it, man. There's nothing you really can do about it. Let me see. Phoenicians didn't have their own language, which proved that Europa is from America, where they learned it. Phoenicians were not in America. Come on now. Keep up. There were no Phoenicians in ancient America. They would not have learned a word from an ancient American population because they were not here to learn the words or the language or cognates or anything like that from an Amerindian people. Come on now. Let's be a little bit more intellectually honest here tonight. Barry Lotus says we in the building. Yes, indeed. Di Aruba ta lingua di Taino. Aruba is the language or the lingua of the Taino. Palermo says, of course, the Phoenician had a language. It was Western Semitic. Yeah, it's Western Semitic. So how the hell are you trying to apply a Western Semitic speaking people to a damn, American speaking people, bro? Ancient Americans. I'm in denial. Now I'm in denial because I'm using common sense. Maybe we should look at some linguistic trees. So let me pull up ancient American language trees. Let me pull it up. Maybe just get a tree. I like images, man. Let's see, Native Americans. Let me see, open image and new tab. Let's do that. Okay, no, that one's grainy. Let me find y'all a real good Native American language tree. I'm gonna show you this. They got shit to do with what people were speaking. No Semitic speaker, no Afro-Asiatic, nothing. Has shit to do with that. Even North Africa has a language that are no longer extant, no longer spoken, because languages die out. So, I mean, none of these languages are going to tie back to no goddamn Americans. Like, you've been watching that goofball, forgot his name. I can't think of his name right now. But you've been watching him instead of reading. That's the problem. You need to read the up-to-date studies. That's what you need to do instead of relying on YouTubers to teach you shit. This is another grainy one. But as you can see, American Indian is pretty much a language isolate. It's over here by itself. None of this stuff is going to connect to no sub-Saharan African language, North African language, Eurasian. No, it's on its own over here by itself. As y'all can see this right here. The languages that they spoke, Mayan, Andean, Patagonian, Amazonian. This is all its own language, separate, distinct language family, and got shit to do with no old world speakers, no Phoenicians, no Israelites, none of that shit, man. No Egyptians, none of that, man. I gotta play Pictionary because I gotta keep it simple. I'm gonna lose these motherfuckers if we go any deeper than that. I like showing pictures, man, because that's a universal truth. Everybody can at least acknowledge that they see the goddamn graph on the damn screen. Anyway, hold on, Lance. Let me answer some more of this. I'm gonna let you up. Hold on. I'm in denial. Because I'm actually relying on evidence, empirical evidence, things we can fucking observe. The Greeks adapted some of the Phoenician script into the Greek. The Phoenician language is Latin. Okay, all right. I ain't gonna time you out. I almost timed you out for saying that shit. Matter of fact. The age of the Latin language. Okay. That's the Latin language right there. It's 2,700 years old. 2,700 years old. That's how old Latin is, because a lot of times y'all be having anachronistic arguments. The Phoenicians exist before this. There's no way that Latin will be their primary mode of speaking. Facts, it's Semitic, not their own. What? I don't know what the fuck this is. Darius says Phoenicians were more likely to make it to Nigeria than North Carolina. Yeah, that's more believable than them going to fucking Carolina. Like, y'all gotta stop that shit, man. I told y'all about referencing Godfrey Higgins and shit. Latin is Indo-European. What the fuck are you talking about? Thank you, Palermo. Thank you. That's a totally different language family and language stratum. Language phylum. Cedric says Caribbean natives. Yeah, they wasn't speaking no goddamn Phoenician. What the hell? They wasn't speaking no Phoenician dialect and no damn Afro-Asiatic. What the hell? The Semites are from here, Yashu. I don't care. Whatever. How the hell do they create that connection? I know. I'm gonna tell you how they create the connection. They pull it out their ass, bro. We were talking about in the back chat about de novo creation. That's de novo creation. Just popped up out of nowhere, motherfucker. String theory. Shit pop in and out of existence every day, B. Mel says, I got one. What you got? What you got, bro? I don't know what's going on in these comment sections. There is no consensus. No, ain't no sense. That's Phoenicians are Hamites and ought to have their own language. Okay. Cedric is having a ball, apparently. Graham Hancock, I do read, and that's where I learned it. Graham Hancock, that's probably a fucking suit. Let me look this nigga up, man. Hold on, Lance. Hold on, man. I'm gonna let you up, man. Oh my god, this nigga is a fucking pseudo, man. Hold on. The fuck is this? A British writer who promotes pseudoscientific. This is him. This is who she's referencing. Oh my god, man. Y'all always love. I said this in the beginning of the video. Y'all love fringe scientists. Y'all love fringe archaeologists, fringe linguists. Y'all love them because y'all want to try to buttress y'all damn claims. And y'all need some type of authority figure to do it. So y'all reference these damn pseudos. They're fringe for a reason. They're outside of the consensus. They do not comport with the majority of scientists. They're on their own. Graham Bruce Hancock is a British writer who promotes pseudoscientific ideas about ancient civilizations and hypothetical lost lands. Don't tell me this motherfucker be talking about Atlantis. Don't tell. Hancock proposed that an advanced civilization with spiritual technology existed during the last ice age until it was destroyed following comet impacts around 12,900 years ago at the onset of the Younger Dryas. He speculated that survivors of this cataclysm passed on their knowledge to primitive hunter-gatherers around the world, giving rise to the earliest known civilization. This is who you're referencing. You're referencing a nutbag, a nut job. Come on, man. We got to do better than this, my nigga. Like, what the fuck are we doing, man? Like, my nigga really just came in here on some, what's that shit? The History Channel Secret Aliens shit. You literally just came in this bitch on this. Oh, spooky science, man. God damn. I do read, and that's why I learned it. No, you're reading from a trash source. Give me a legit source. Give me Oxford or some shit. Look into lexicons. Okay, give me a real lexicon. Don't give me anything from Graham Hancock, please. I see you in the back. Hancock is just English pseudo. Thank you, Palermo. Like I said, I had no intent to do my 5th grade history lesson, but good job, as my title said. I got to debunk JJ's nonsense. Right. Learn language morphology, sir. Oh, God. Sent you a tree, Yashu. Oh, you have you got the American tree. Hold on, let me see what you got real quick. Let me let Lance up. You know, it's only fair. He's back in the back. Let me remove other media. Oh, there he is right there. Okay, there you go. All right, Lance, you up here, bro. There's some more comments, man. They're going crazy in the comments.
Go ahead with the comments, bro, because they're important. Like the old girl giving you some good pushback. It just seems to me, because you was one of my first teachers outside of the Bible. I'm ashamed at you. You need to go back and erase that all that shit, bro. All of it. Because it was all true. You got it from somewhere that was true. I can't believe you.
I'm sorry I taught you bullshit, man. I'm sorry. I'm making it up right now.
Because I kept going with my own mind and I kept moving. And I went back further and further and further, bro. And then you will find clearly there is a collapse in civilization where history is not being recorded and other motherfuckers is making it up. I'm telling you, now I can prove it.
Yeah, I agree with that part. It is motherfuckers making it up. Like the motherfucker that was on the stream, Graham Cock, whatever the fuck his name is.
Man, no, he goes to the places he get funded. He's Graham Hancock for a reason. They call him pseudo on here, but when you really do his work, look at his work, bro, you will see that he has discovered shit. He discovered shit on his own.
So he discovered that there was an advanced civilization with spiritual technology. My God. Made me hold on. Nigga waiting in the water for this shit. Wait in the water.
No, I didn't run. I got food at the door. 1 second, Josh.
Yeah, hey, what you got, man? Shit, I'm a little hungry my damn self. I ain't had dinner yet, nigga. I came over here to talk to you niggas. I could have been cooking some chicken wings and motherfuckers.
Hey, but check this out. What I will do is I'm going to show you this because you said that I'm not. I'm going to go ahead and put it up.
Let me see your haplogroup. Let me see. Yeah, let me. Oh, no. This nigga is doing exactly what I told him not to do. So I want you to explain.
What do that say? E1, B1, A2, B2.
No.
Man, I'm going to go through this with you so you can see for yourself, bro. It's broken down, bro. This is my DNA data. This the data.
That's not your haplogroup, bro. Can you go back and show the people the rest of it? Why DNA breakdown? So where did you get the E1, B1, A2 from? Because we had to explain this before.
Get this they make up. I'm just showing you what they said.
Okay, what's on the screen?
Can you see it? Is they at the door?
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead. Go get your food, man.
One moment.
He's got My True Ancestry. For everybody watching, do not buy a My True Ancestry fucking DNA kit or whatever the fuck it is. Don't buy it. It's going to confuse you. Look on the screen. It says he's 55% E1B, 14.1%. You can't have a percentage of Y chromosomes. You can only have one Y chromosome. So what this is showing him is that the people that he is autosomally connected to typically has those haplogroups. I had to explain this 1,000 goddamn times, man. Yep, that's what I'm trying to get to. I knew he was going to go to My True Ancestry. I fucking knew it. Somebody give me the email to My True Ancestry so I can cuss their ass out properly because they confusing a lot of people, man. They should cover. Who's the bait? Graham Hancock. Oh, man. Damn, when Lance started talking, I lost all my viewers, man. What the fuck?
You asked me to show. I showed you, bro.
Okay, I just explained to you that what you're looking at is not showing you your Y DNA. What it's showing you is all of the people that you connect to through their database, their haplogroups, not yours.
It literally says your haplogroup. It says my haplogroup is.
Okay, let me see. Maybe there was an update. Let me see. What link did you push? What button did you push?
It says your haplogroup is. Hold on. Because you already know I don't know how to navigate it. So it got me as North Africa, right?
Yeah.
Your closest is Khoisan, Andalusia Moors, and Yoruba.
Oh,
you know that the Yorubas come from where? North Africa, across the Straits of Gibraltar.
The Yoruba don't. The Yoruba do not. They don't come from the Straits. Come on, bro.
Bro, I got the work already, bro. Why you do that? This ain't show me, bro.
It tells you right there. It says the Yoruba people are an African ethnic group that inhabits Western Africa. Don't say nothing about.
They look, bro. This is my closest. When you do the check on Yoruba, you're going to see that the Yoruba is connected to Andalusia.
No, that's not what it's telling you. It's not telling you that the Yoruba are connected.
Do the work, bro. Just do the work and you will see. This is my closest. Look, this is your closest ancient population.
Yes.
So from the most ancient, Khoisan, Andalusia. That's Spain. We know who is there. It
The
goes
reason-
on from Andalusia to Moors to modern Eurobans.
The reason why you are getting pings from Al-Andalus is because of the Moors, right? During the medieval era, you did have some caliphate with E1, B1A. That does not mean everybody with West Central African DNA, Yoruba DNA, are from Spain. You're misinterpreting that.
That's absolutely true. But
Okay.
I'm not.
I
agree with that. I agree with that.
Okay.
But I'm showing you.
So the Yoruba originate in the Sahara. I want you to walk with me real quick. They originate in the Sahara and they migrate in the Western Sahara and they migrate down into what now is called Nigeria. Can we? No, don't do it, please. No. Oh my God, he's going on.
Hold on, bro.
Don't type it into ChatGPT. Don't fucking do it.
No, man, you ain't smarter than ChatGPT, nigga.
Oh
You ain't.
God. I'm gonna cook. Go ahead, talk. I'm about to go cook my dinner, man.
No. Why does the Eurobans, right? I'm just asking it, have connection to Spain and Portugal?
Oh my God.
Why?
I said that.
It's complex, can be traced through historical migration, trade, and transatlantic slave trade.
Yes.
All right. It begins with the Moors of from 711 and 1492. That's where it begins.
Okay.
Same place.
Yes.
All right. Watch this. The Moors brought African culture, knowledge, and even West African soldiers to Iberia. Is that true or false?
That's true. No one's arguing against that.
Okay, some Yoruba words, cultural practices may have had indirect influence through Islamic and trans-Saharan interactions.
Okay,
even though it says may have, we know
right,
that's
right there. Okay, we understand this, but the Yoruba people, the component that we know as Yoruba, comes from Western Central Africa. It does not come from Al-Andalus, Spain. It doesn't. Matter of fact, this teaches. Yes, thank you, Cedric. Brought to. This is telling you they're coming from the south up.
That's what I'm told you. What are you talking about? Now I'm showing you.
Oh God.
Now watch. You're gonna have to watch this. Portugal heavily involved with the slave trade, right? Blah blah blah. You know, Benin, Togo, Yoruba, right? Hold on. Some Yoruba slaves were taken directly to Spain and Portugal, where African populations existed.
Exactly.
Already existed. Right now, Sephardic Jews and Yoruba connections. Some historians suggest that the Sephardic Jews, Iberians, expelled from Spain and Portugal in 1492, fled to Africa. Why? Because that's where their fucking relatives were already.
No, that's not why. That's not why. That is
true. They went back and forth, bro. They went to Sao Tome because the king of Portugal had already put some there.
They went
in 1092.
No, hold on. Let me explain, because you obfuscated that point right there. You're confusing people. Listen, they went to Africa because they had a religious asylum in Africa. That's why. They got real cool with the African chiefs. Some of them, not all of them.
They're relatives.
They even married the locals. They even had children. They were able to practice freely without being, persecuted by the damn Catholics and the Portuguese crown. That's why.
Was they white? So when you saying this, right?
They were white. They were white. Yes.
They weren't white. See, that's what I'm talking about, bro. They were not white people. They weren't. And that's where we gonna have this. They weren't white people. Now watch this. Man, I can show you they weren't white people on primary sources that they weren't white people.
I'm about to show you a primary source. Initially, they were. I can show you.
I'll let you.
Contemporaneous sources calling them white. During the time, bro.
Bro, because niggas that you want to see a white man? Look at my motherfucking. Look at my face on my thing, my great grandfather.
I'm so tired of this damn AI manipulation shit, man.
Nah, bro, because this right here is a white man. He black though. This is a white man, bro, but he's black. This is my great grandfather who owned land in South Carolina. Murray, we are the Murrays. You can look us up. He's a white man here, right? But on paper, but in real life, he's a light-skinned nigga. He's a Jew, and this is his wife right here.
You descend from a Jew, okay? Then you come from Iberian Jews, white people.
But he's not white here, bro. He's a black man, clearly.
But you just said he was white.
That's what they was calling them, bro. That's what I'm trying to show you. They was calling light-skinned niggas white, bro, or mixed, a mulatto. They was niggas. Just like right now, if you look at my picture, if I was put back then, they would say I'm a mulatto, bro. And that's what you don't realize.
Okay. Bro, you ready for the? Let me pull up. Keep going. I'm about to pull up this damn contemporaneous source during the time how they describe these people.
So,
matter of fact, that painting y'all love to go to has Jewish people looking white as hell. And I'm not talking about no damn just a light-skinned black person like you trying to say. They were looking like fucking Leonardo DiCaprio, nigga.
Bro, we know that that's a revision of history.
No, it's not. That's a painting from the time.
Bro, that's a definite revision. How do we know that, Joshua? How do we know that that's a revision? Because clearly, we have more ancient reliefs and shit that show the Israelites looking black, carved in stone. So what are you talking about?
No, they don't. But that's not get too far off track. We don't have that.
All right, I'll show you because I got it ready for the debate. For the debate between me and you, I'm gonna just give you a taste of what you was about to get popped off with, boy.
I already know what you're going to, bro. You must have forgot. I came from that same pseudo way of thinking. I know the angle. You're gonna go to the Lachish reliefs. You're gonna go to the fucking Lachish fucking carvings. You're gonna go to all that bullshit.
Older. I go older. I go to the time to where this dude right here is in Sargon of Akkad of the Akkadians. He's ruler. This right here is an African faced man. This a bronze relief, and you know this right here. This primary.
That ain't no damn.
What?
That's not an African.
Man, you crazy. Do you see this nigga lips, nose, eyes, bro? This is another relief. This woman right here is a black woman. According to today's social construct, she's a black woman phenotypically, bro. You tripping.
That was gonna be your debate. That's not no fucking.
No, these people are black face people. They skin. Hold on. I even got, brother. These are not white people.
You're not saying you was gonna go to the Lachish. Didn't I tell you gonna go to the Lachish?
Lachish, nigga, this is a primary source.
I knew you were gonna go to Lachish reliefs. That
yeah, you know, that's what professionals do. They have primary sources. Here's another one.
That don't look like no there. That look like some fucking Eurasian ass people. Look at that hair.
Man, bro, when you let niggas look, when you stop fading niggas, stop cutting niggas hair for a year, and you will see a lot of these niggas hair gonna look fucking Eurasian hairs. Fucking curly when the water touch they shit get curly, nigga. The shit don't shrivel up and turn a motherfucking Brillo pad. Them niggas, most of us is Eurasians. Levant niggas, bro. You can't see it? Let your fucking hair grow. Look at your eyebrows. Nigga, show me motherfucking Africans without no motherfucking Levant genetics that got chest hair, arm hair, and toe knuckle hair, nigga. You wrong. Nigga, these are primary sources. This 4th century BC. Before
those are Iranians, bro. They don't
matter. Look, hold on, bro. You say Iranian? Look. You say Iranian, bro.
Man.
You go to this motherfucker and you go back to the globe shits. And where's it at? Oh, you showed me this shit before. Here we go.
I'm so sorry, brother.
You see that?
Bullshit.
Sample matches from Irania. These is from the area.
Okay. Click it. Push it.
I can't because I ain't pay for that high, but it's just showing me, hey, you got a.
I did. I paid for it.
Right? So it's still a sample match. That's Iranians. It's like, so you see it. And so look, even here, Celtics, the Carthaginians, right? And right here. So these are sample matches. Look at him. What is he? He's
okay.
an African Muslim.
Okay, click on, hold on. A distance of 13, that's not a close relative.
It don't matter. It's a sample match. It's like a line.
That's
like
that's an African Muslim grave, duh, bro. That's an African Muslim grave, bro.
Yes, bro. But look, hold on.
That's an African Muslim.
All of it. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. When you saying African, that doesn't necessarily mean sub-Saharan, nigga. Africa is a place that people migrated to from all over the world in a certain period in time when it was a cataclysm. That's why you have, so it's not homogeneous. I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Those are not close relatives that you're showing.
These same people right here, bro, ended up right here with my close fucking relatives.
Those are slaves. Those from the iron furnace, bro. I already know this.
And where do you think? So where do you think you come from?
West Africa, West Central Africa.
Well, do you think that? Listen, bro.
Those are slaves. Philadelphia.
But that's true. Bro. But here's the tripped out part. My ancestors who came from fucking Scotland over here, nigga, over here, right, is motherfucking here. They got genetic matches to motherfuckers over here. Yes. So my great grandfather come from Scotland. But all of my genetics is showing me here and here. East Africa. Huh?
It's not, bro. It's not. You're misinterpreting that. Click that eye. Go put the mouse where it says ancestral globe. You see a little eye. Click it.
Globe.
No,
right
go up. The mouse up.
Okay.
Ancestral globe. All right. The ancestral globe allows you to visually see all the ancient samples which match your DNA. This includes samples matches shown in red or blue, which match the same genetic signatures as your own DNA, evidencing common ancestral roots, and deep dive matches in yellow, which share actual DNA segments, evidencing direct common ancestry between you and the sample. The number of samples visible depends on your ancestry level. So basically, what you have DNA. Like I got 18. Hold on, bro. Let me explain this. The yellow ones you have deep connections to, which are all sub-Saharan African. You do notice that.
This is Ethiopia and Kenya. What are you talking about?
Yeah, sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay, no, I'm thinking you said West African in my head, but I'm just showing you that these are my matches. I've been clicking the yellows.
Yes, you're going to match with those people because of the Bantu expansion. A lot of those, they share a lot of the DNA with West Central Africans because Bantus expanded in recent years to East Africa. Click those two yellow right there, the two yellow. Click them. Let me see them. Roll it. 250 BC, Sardinia. Okay, the other one. 675 BC Mount. So I have to look at those Punic Sardinia Mount samples to see why is it yellow there.
Now look, those same samples, these two right here, how do they end up over here though? And
they don't. They don't. These are going based off your autosomal. This is not direct ancestry like Y DNA or mitochondrial DNA. You do share autosomal. Hold on, you share autosomal segments. Like I share autosomal segments with Irish people. I don't directly descend from Irish people.
No, but how do you get that? Explain that to me. I know how this happened.
Look at the stream.
This right here is an Iranian, right? And
That's not an Iranian. That's not an Iranian, bro. That sample was found where? Where is that at? What country is that? That's right below the horn, ain't it? Was that is that Tanzania or Kenya? What country is that? I don't remember what country it is, but that definitely ain't no Iran.
Kenya, Machwapa. This is 1585 AD.
Right. Yeah, because again, Bantus migrated southwards and eastwards. So a lot of the DNA that you see autosomally in East Africa and South Africa is related to West Africans via the Bantu expansion. That's why.
It's because they migrated, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why when you say you gonna look up, they taking genetics from people over here and you attributed it to the origin, and they just taking genetics of people that's here who long migrated here long ago.
I don't get your point.
You do.
No, I don't. I don't get your point, because the whole point is these people are not Iranian. None of this shit is Iranian, bro. None of it.
What is this? This is Iran.
Bro, that's not Iran, bro.
That is, nigga.
And read what it says. You have a genetic distance of 23. That's not a close relative.
I'm not looking for a close relative, because we long passed from motherfucking close relatives.
That's not what that means, bro.
We long, nigga, ain't no fucking close relative.
You need a genetic distance of like 5 and less or some shit. You don't have that, bro.
What? You won't even find that over here, nigga. What are you saying? You won't even find no genetic closeness of that over here. What are you saying, bro?
Because most of these people are indirect ancestors, not direct. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Absolutely. So why do you? Hold on, bro. You don't have to in order to find your root, your root of your people. You don't got to directly trace a close relative. People migrate together often. That's disagreed. This is a 10. Am I related to this person?
What's disagreed is you're trying to be, intellectually dishonest and trying to claim Iran. Most Iranian people.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, how do I get a sample match with Iran if those migrations from those places like Levant and Turkey and all of that, which the Israelites fucking actually did, what from here, all of this shit, this whole area is that's the only way I'm gonna get those markers today for them to even know it.
No,
for them to match me with these markers, that's the only way.
Because you share autosomal ancestry was an indirect ancestry. You probably got some of that ancestry in you because of the European admixture that a lot of African Americans got. This is very simple to understand. So
are these white people you talking about?
Yes. During colonial times, Europeans mixed with Africans. So
that don't mean to say European don't mean nothing, bro. That don't mean white.
In colonial times,
go ahead.
In colonial times, that is white people. Those are white people there.
No, nigga, not even white people during the colonial times, nigga. Hold on, Joshua. I'm about to end this right here, right now. All right, primary source.
Hold on. We going off track. I wanted to show you this damn primary, like you keep saying.
Go ahead.
Okay. About those Jews earlier. We went all the way around the world, bro. Let me share my screen here.
All my information coming from the 16 and 1700s, bro.
Okay. What does this say here? An anonymous report of 1612. So, what are you saying? It says here.
It's not a primary.
It is a primary because the report.
Somebody copying what they say is from a primary. This is not the primary.
Oh my God! Let me read it.
Go ahead.
Oh, stop! Let me read it. It says here. It says here the religious bonds that led some Portuguese New Christians to travel from Guinea to Amsterdam and then return to Africa as circumcised Jews served also to facilitate economic cooperation with the Jewish community in Amsterdam. This connection between religion and commerce is articulated in the Memoria, an anonymous report of 1612 that states the item from the Rio de Sao Domingos, which is much further down the coast than Joal, where there is a church called Our Lady of Victory and where all the ships of the register go. And in this port, there are a lot of white people in all of the nation. That's what Danakayo means, of the nation. These are Jews.
That's why white. I just showed you my grandfather. Didn't I just show you a fucking white man on paper?
These people are white, bro. They were called
They're not white, bro. I can show. Listen, bro. So you telling me the Portuguese and the Spanish are white? The Spanish and the Jews are white, and that was in Sephardi Spain.
It says right here there are a lot of white people in all of the nation which is the Jews who came from this city, which is Lisbon, to the above mentioned river, which is the Sao Domingos in Registros. Okay. That's what it says. They're coming from Portugal. Lisbon is in Portugal, and these people are called white in 1612.
In 1612, they're called white.
Yeah.
All right. So who's speaking?
I just told you it's an anonymous report because what they were doing.
It's an anonymous report.
Can I explain? Because I read this whole book on the channel. They were telling on the Jews. So basically, they were going to the Inquisition and saying, hey, I don't want my name mentioned, but look, you got niggas down there practicing Jews. And in a Christian society, they're supposed to be Christian down there. They practicing. That's what they snitching. These are reports to the Inquisition.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I know all of the reports, bro. I know why the niggas start barbecuing. I know all of that shit. Pork on the front porch. I know why. I know about the crypto Jews and all of that. And I know who they are because they're my ancestors. Now, if you would allow me to show you the geographical description of the 4 parts of the world by Richard Bloom, 1670. So this is a geographical description. This is from a geographical book. It's thick as hell. You can look it up. It says the people, it's talking about the Holy Land. It says the people which anciently possessed this country were the Jews, being of a middle stature, strong body, of a black complexion, and goggle-eyed, a subtle and ingenious people, and such as will live in any place, much given to traffic, usury, and brokage, not lending without pledges, and taking forfeitures of them. Okay? This is a primary source. Here's another one. From the tradition of the Jews, or doctrines, expositions contained in the Talmud. This is written year 1700. This is what the Jews teach, the rabbis now that are in the land, teach about the origin of blacks or Negroes. You know what they say? They say 3 kinds mingle in the fucking ark. Excuse me, in the ark. And they were punished for it. It was namely the dog, the raven, and Shem. The dog in cohesion is linked to the bitch. The raven emits his seed by mouth. And Shem was punished on his skin. From him has sprung the black curse. Primary. Here's another. Noah and his sons. This is from the right here. There you go.
You do know I'm familiar with all these sources, right?
Okay, too bad, because these are primaries. This is before we are destroyed, before we are conquered. They're telling the truth. They're giving knowledge to each other. They're getting paid to go out and find shit out. Shem and his sons are dark but comely. Ham is dark like the raven. And Japhet is all white. White. But not like, you know, clearly it's not like a white man coming from the same father.
Palermo stay Palermo.
So that's a primary, bro. I can go to another book that's written in 1520. It's called Our Race. It will tell you about the migration of these Jews into these places.
That's not a primary, what you're reading. That's not a primary.
What, this right here?
That's not a primary.
I mean, this is what they teach.
Okay. Do you know what a primary is?
I do know what a primary is, and what I have showed you is a
That's
primary.
Not a primary. None of that shit is a primary. That's just people making claims in a religious text. That's all you're showing.
This is a geographical book. You should look it up.
That's a claim.
This right here is also a primary. Memoirs of the Secret Service of John Mackey. He's a spy. His job is to tell Princess Sophia all that he sees. This is a description of Daniel Earl of Nottingham. Page 25, Secretary of State. Daniel Earl Nottingham, Secretary of State in the court of King James. In his habit and manners, very formal. A tall, thin, very black man like a Spaniard or a Jew. That kills it all right there. This is a primary, meaning I saw everything that I'm seeing, I'm writing. Primary.
Okay. All right. So you gotta
You got to defeat these primaries.
You're not telling me anything I don't know. I know about all the medieval writings. I got all those books. You probably looked at it on my channel and got it from my channel. You probably did.
No, I read the actual books that had
All right,
sources.
I'm very well acquainted with those sources. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take you to school. I'm going to take you to school. Let's go to the Jewish graves. Let me see. Let me go to the Jews found in the well.
The Jews, they converted they fucking people that they had as servants.
Okay, well,
they converted black Jews, converted white people. Even in Khazaria, they did it. So we know that this happens.
Mm-hmm. So the people that spent majority of their time after Judea fell in Europe are somehow all black. That's what you're telling us, right?
Well, they would fall into black. They would fall into today's social construct as black.
Okay, all right. Mixing with all those white folks. Okay. So
they weren't white, tall, like a Spaniard, tall and black, a tall, very black man, like a Spaniard or a Jew, bro. That's primary.
That's primary, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that means they look like a Yoruba?
No, because the way people look, like even Americans, bro, we didn't always have this phenotype. It took black people from Germany, from Ireland, from Scotland, from the Netherlands, from fucking the people that was already here and Africa to create this phenotype that we have today. It took some of the people that came across the Pacific Ocean on the west coast of America to mix with some of the people to come and have this look, this Afro-Asiatic look. Not all niggas got that Afro-Asiatic look, but I bet you the ones that do carry that phenotype can trace their lineage just like mine.
Okay, so now we're going to go to Jewish remains and we're going to see what these people look like. And we're going to see if it matches your idea. Oh, this writing says they're black, so all these Jews are quote unquote black, according to what you just said, right?
No,
am I getting you? Oh, you did say that. Oh, okay. All right, so I'm going to show you guys this paper.
Hold on, they converted white people.
All right, check it out.
They allowed them to be buried in their graves.
All right, y'all check it out. Genomes from a medieval mass burial shows Ashkenazi associated hereditary diseases predate 12th century. Here's the paper right here. It says, we report genome sequence data from 6 individuals excavated from the base of a medieval well at the site at Norwich, UK. A revised radiocarbon analysis of assemblages is consistent with these individuals being part of a historically attested episode of anti-Semitic violence on February 6, 1190 CE. We find that 4 of these individuals are closely related, and all 6 have strong genetic affinities with modern Ashkenazi Jews. We identified 4 alleles associated with genetic disease in Ashkenazi Jewish people and a fair variation in pigmentation traits, including the presence of red hair. These people had red hair. Yep. And simulations indicate that Ashkenazi associated genetic disease alleles were already appreciable frequencies centuries earlier than previously hypothesized. So I'm going to show you these pigmentation traits that these Jews have. And by the way, these people are related to modern Ashkenazi Jews, which many of y'all say are fake.
No, not me. So I know the history of them. I know when they mixed. I know what families went there and mixed with them and all that. Through Italy. So
let's go to the skin, the skin color of these people, man. First of all, they got T1A, E1B1B, J1A2. There's all Eurasian shit there. But here's the phenotypic analysis of these people. Look at this shit. All 3 of them have pale intermediate skin, intermediate skin. All of them are more like. Oh, hold on, wait. None of it says dark skin or dark to black skin. None of them. All 3 of them, they score over 0.52 or higher than that, 0.63, with intermediate skin. This motherfucker got blue eyes, 0.91. I mean, it's highly likely this individual had blue eyes, red hair, light red hair, with fucking intermediate skin or pale skin. So how do you swear that? Because when we look at the people that were buried, that we can considerably acknowledge as being Jews, these people, all of them, very, very, very goddamn light. They got red hair and blue eyes, man. Come on, bro.
All right, let me ask you this.
Go.
And then I know you being intellectually dishonest because I'm gonna bring up a motherfucking video of yours that debunks what you just said. You too smart. But you're all good, nigga. It's like, what happened to you, bro?
What the fuck are you talking about? I just showed you.
You showed them say, bro. We know that the black Israelites converted people who they had as servants and even married them when they became converted.
Mm-hmm.
We know that they created these red hair, blue eye babies because they conquered the nations they went into. But you can read in the Qumran that the Israelites left. They were called Kumari. They were called Qumran people. Kumari. They went to England, and that's what started your Troy and all of that. That is Zara Judah's family. So you tripping.
I'm tripping.
That's twin of Perez family. That's why they bear the lion and the unicorn. Nigga, what's your problem?
So you're not going to discuss what I just read?
I just told you they might listen.
You told me they were black. You told me they were. You told me they were black. Hold on. You told me that they were black. You had these primary sources from the medieval ages or from the early colonial period of saying that these people were black. Okay, well, we got samples of these people, and none of this shit says black. None of it says dark.
This was what I was gonna say. So are you telling me that we'll be able to go into a Jewish grave in any other place and they won't have black skin? They won't come up with black skin?
I'm saying
in any other place. No, I'm asking you. You talking about England, Norfolk? We already know that that's not even a regular place for the Hebrew Israelites to live that were in England and Scotland, Norfolk, so Norwich.
He's special pleading, bro.
No, I know that I'm pointing out your intellectual dishonesty, and I know that you know this because you taught it. So
special pleading. You know you special pleading, bro.
Nah, brother. I know that.
You're trying to ignore it.
Hey, bro, if I didn't know that, if I didn't feel like I don't think they got to you, I would think your ass about Illuminati, nigga.
I am the Illuminati. My name is Lucifer. I'm illuminated.
You the light bearer?
I'm the light bearer, bro. I'm
right.
trying to take the darkness.
That don't mean shit to motherfuckers who know what Lucifer mean.
Okay, so I'm the light bearer. You said I'm Illuminati. Yes, I am Illuminati. I'm a light bearer. I'm enlightened. And I'm trying to take you out of darkness, but you being hard-headed.
Nah, man.
You're being very hard-headed tonight. You don't want
you being dishonest because those graves could be like that particular grave that's a Jew could be separate from the other real Jewish graves. They had set graves where they would, if they had accepted the religion, they would be buried at. And it could be a massive because look where they was at. They was in England. The people that was there were wild people that they conquered. They weren't fucking the Moors rule England, nigga. You tripping?
Okay, all right. So
they said before the 12th century, which 7th century BC, Islam already took over.
Okay, where the Jews come from again?
So the Jews come from Babylon.
They come from Mesopotamia region. You claiming these people are all black?
Yes, people of color today. They would be people of color today, bro. Yes, and when you can even see it, bro. You can even see it in the scripture. It's written right there in the fucking scripture that Assyria, Babylon, Robam, which is Egypt, Cush, all of them people is the same folk, bro. And they said that's who gonna say they know him. That's who he gonna say, yeah, they knew me. So they letting you know right there that all of them people is the same blood, even though they warred against each other. Cush, Ephraim, all of that shit over there is the same folk, bro. And they migrated to Africa and to Asia, bro. Flat out. Stop playing.
Okay. So if we go to this, if we go to Levant, where these people come from, we're gonna see all these sub-Saharan African black motherfuckers, right?
At which period?
We can. You want to go to Iron Age? Yeah, we go Iron Age.
In the Iron Age. What period do you say that is?
You want to go Bronze Age? We can go Bronze Age. We can go any age you want to. It's not going to back up what you're saying, bro. It's not.
No, this is what the problem is, brother. It's because at some point, and I'm be honest, this is my honest analysis. Mm-hmm. At some point in history, there was no recorded history, and something happened cataclysmic that caused these nations to disperse. They were no longer. You can attribute to the Bronze Age collapse, but I'm not sure if I can say that that's a real time period based on the Anatoly Fomenko information that I've been reading over the past 3 years. He's proven, him and his team is proving that the chronology is altered, it's made up. It's overlapping and shit. So we can't even use that.
You're always appealing to conspiracy, bro. You always do that.
It's not conspiracy, bro. I'm appealing to we can't take the word for people. Like it would be like back when I was growing up, bro, African American.
Since we can't take the word, I'm not gonna take your word. I want evidence. I showed you evidence. I showed you the phenotypic analysis of Jews, and none of it, as you can see on the screen, comports with the idea that these people are like black Africans. It doesn't.
You keep saying black Africans, and we're not even fucking black Africans.
Yo, stop making me laugh, bro.
Bro, we not even black Africans. Why the fuck you keep saying black Africans?
Look,
some niggas in Americas, bro. I'm not. Look, Africa have some people that's been there forever. They was there doing all the migrations and the cataclysms. You're gonna find your niggas there. They probably gonna be a A1B something people. Okay, you're gonna find that with the L3 motherfucking woman.
Check it out, bro. To be black, that's why I wanted to find this. If we would have had that debate, I was going to define this shit too, because I knew you
would have went through the whole shit too. The social
belonging to or denoting any human group having dark colored skin, especially of African or Australian Aboriginal ancestry. That's the definition. Those people in the Levant are not African, majority of them are not African or Australian ancestors. So they wouldn't be considered black. Most of these people would look like these people in the middle, intermediate. They would not look like no goddamn person all the way to the right. They would not look like that.
Bro, you tripping. They would not look like these would motherfuckers would have tans, and they would be more like the motherfuckers to the right of them. What are you talking about? These motherfuckers, this girl right here, 2, 3, 4, 5, even the sixth girl. From the sixth girl to the right is the same complexion that them motherfuckers is today. When you go to the ghettos or those areas, they still look like this all the way to the right. What are you talking about, bro?
They don't look like that. Okay, so that strengthens my argument. They're not black Africans. They're not.
I'm not. Hold on. So you know that's not my argument, black Africans. Because I'm telling you that the American Negro, which is a new name for us because we just adopted something that some people are part of something that already was. We are a amalgamation of nations to make us look like we do. And these black people, I don't know, you can say it, they migrated out of Africa and lived in the Scottish area for hundreds and hundreds of years. Then you can say we only been here for 200, 300, 400 years, nigga, and we a whole nother people. So what the fuck is the niggas that lived in Germany and Spain and Portugal and Scotland and Ireland, those niggas? What about those niggas? They not fucking Africans either.
We were supposed to debate on the ancient Israelites black. Yes or no? That was our topic. Are the ancient Israelites black? That was our goddamn topic.
Right. And my whole opening, and I showed you my opening, and it'll tell you that let's discuss the meaning of black.
That's why I define these words, because y'all play games.
Right. And I would have definitely discussed, because you already know my Lance Domo debate. I would have discussed the meaning of black and how the black that we understand today doesn't mean the same thing. And if we were going to refer to those people as black, we would have to have this understanding. So let's begin with that. That's how I would have began.
The debate was on the morphology, which is the shape and form of the people, how they look, right, and ancestry of ancient Israelites in general, accounting for the majority. That's how I put this out. You saying that they black, but the evidence is really pointing towards these people looking like the people in the middle. They have this type of skin color. We know this because most of the ancient samples fall within what we call the intermediate range. They don't fall into the dark to black range primarily. They look like the intermediate range. Yes. It says, notice. Hold on. Let me read this because this is what we're not debating no more. I'm going to show you.
No. Let's have a discussion. Go ahead.
So pigmentation of Western. Hold on. Where the Israelites come from is Western Eurasia. Let's just put that out there. Notice how majority of the skin tones during the time of the Israelites 4,000 to 3,000 years ago was non-fucking black. Non-black. Which means these people could not be considered a black population. And now get a source for the graph. When you look at the graph, 2,000 to 4,000 years ago, majority of it is vanilla. You see that? That vanilla color, that's intermediate. You have a small fraction that's dark to black, and then the rest of it's dark or either pale. That's majority of the people living during the time of the Israelites. There's no way they could be considered a black population at all.
That pink population, what's that pink population up top?
That's very pale.
Okay.
That's pale.
So how many of these complexions will you say American Negroes fall into?
Either dark to black or dark.
Dark to black or dark. Well, I see, and where I live, I got niggas that's in this bottom orange and this bottom brown and this light and the light skin would be probably about the same as this motherfucking, a little smaller than this orange portion. No, matter of fact, light skin will actually take this. So let me tell you, in Detroit, you got niggas. Most niggas is this color, this orange color right here.
Yeah, because of Eurasian admixture, man.
But that's my whole point, bro. Because when you say Eurasian, you got to actually include the Levant because that was Eurasia.
No, Black Americans get most of their admixture either from Europeans, right? Western Europeans are surrounding populations during the colonial period. A lot of most of the slave population were coming from heavily melanated people. Heavily melanated people, bro. What do you mean? Like, you know this.
That's true. But you talking about one, bro. So all right. So look at this, bro. Share this. We're not debating because this is a primary.
All right. Share your screen. I don't see it.
All right, hold on. Let me go to my folder. Let me go to my files. Jacobite gleaning. All right. This book is written in 1903, but it's covering 1745.
Okay, you're on the stream.
Right. It's covering 1745. This is a Harvard College Library book. It's a primary source. Well, they extracted them from the state manuscripts, which makes it a primary source. All right. And here is a description of all of the people. So the Jacobites, you know that story? The Queen Anne died.
Come on, you know I know, bro. Okay. You know I know that.
Okay.
I know all that shit. I got the pseudo handbook, bro. I wrote it.
Okay, so this is the primary. All right, and this is a list and description of the people that was on the ships. First, pay attention. Last names: Robert Adam, William Bell, Dougal Campbell, Alex Canuck, Dougal Campbell, blah, 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 all the way down to McIntosh, McPherson, Murray, Morgan, Ogden, Wright. And what do they do for a living? Laborer, weaver, servant, miller, servant, laborer, weaver, servant, laborer, all right, blah, 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 husbandry, shoemaker. They're not slaves, right? What is their description? Brown, because that's what this is. This is a description. This is a description of them. List and description of them and their fate. And so if we read, you'll see that they came to the Americas, into Barbados and Jamaica and all of that, right? Brown, smooth face. Black, curled hair, strong made. brown complexion, well-made, ruddy, black, ruddy, health, brown, ruddy, slim made, black, well-made, strong, brown, black, brown, brown, as you can see. Now we can go down here, right? And we'll get to where there is some white people, right? When you get to the and fair complexion, right? Or sandy hair, which is that Fred Sanford, Malcolm X shit, swarthy look, right? But you still get brown, brown, brown. You got a fair complexion or fair hair, right? Pale, you go a pale person, right? But this is Scotland. These are, he go a black man. Edinburgh, hold on, this is a servant. Wait a minute, where's the black man? Oh, must be further down. All of these people are black, dark, some of them fair. You got some pale, like 3 or 4 pales, right? But when you get down here, you got a person who's definitely, he's a writer, George Hume, writer, Edinburgh, a black man, right? So we see that this is obviously an African-looking man. And the rest of these people is just brown and dark and black, brown, like they're telling you. So this is actually the transportation ships, and it's more. It's way more to what happened to them and where they went to. They went to South Carolina. They went to all over the place, right?
Oh, go down. I want to see something real quick. I want to know where these people come from. It says this list is taken from different Gauls, Lincoln, York, and Lancaster, and it's likely that the first 46 prisoners whose names are all African. These are prisoners, bro.
Yes, they're prisoners from the Jacobite War. They really prisoners of war.
The other names from York and Lancaster being inserted while they record a sequence of the 135 men. Let me go to the part where it says black. There was an Edinburgh writer, George Hume, age 30, marked as a black man whose color would no doubt suit the West Indies. One man, number 104, labor is noted as having his own hair. A wig was hardly to be expected. All right, so go on. I don't understand how this is making your case.
You don't see that these people are not white people coming over here, and they contributed to the indentured servitude that was on the American lands?
Okay.
So I'm showing you that not everybody come from West Africa that contributed to the black population.
Okay, so let's just pretend and play along with this narrative that these people are all black. Let's just say that.
But they don't. But they're not black, right? They're not black on paper. Even when they come over here, they get called white.
But you just showed some saying that they were black.
I know, but when they get to America, bro, when they get put into,
I know. I just stick to that. Just say they black. Come on.
Okay.
Don't confuse the narrative. Let's say they black. Where do these people come from? Do they come from Africa? Are these Bozales? Are they Latino descendants? Are they African? We don't know nothing about these people.
I know exactly where they come from because I told you they descendants of Zara, Judah, the queen of Perez. It's historical. So when you go and look up English history, they're going to tell you that shit. It ain't nothing you can do about it, bro.
How many times I gotta tell y'all, just because something's claimed does not mean it's true.
But my family carries the crest, so
Columbus claimed to come from Colombia. Like just because they make the damn claim don't mean it's true, bro.
Christopher Columbus is also a Sephardic Jew whose family converted into Christianity long before he was born.
And he's a white man.
He wasn't white.
Yes, he was.
Christopher Columbus was not a white man, bro. That's made up shit again, bro. It's not true. He's not a white man. Look, just Google it. What you're gonna see that news discoveries, genetic testing has found out. Go look it up. Was Christopher Columbus a black man? Watch what you were running to it off of Google. We did that on Q Butter Channel a couple of months back, so you should be able to find that easily.
Check it out, bro. So you showed a document and made a claim. All right, so I'm going to go back to showing science. Majority of the Levantine people. Oh my fucking God! Stop calling me one more. Majority of the Levantine peoples would have been intermediate. They would not have been black. We still haven't gotten around this. During the time,
you keep saying black African, bro, but every color from the center to the right is black. Even matter of fact,
No, it's not, bro.
Bro, my mama, bro, I can show you a picture of her, bro. She's a black woman, light skinned, father and mother black, mother and mother's father is black. Mother, they're black people that's just light skinned, bro, genetically without the white man.
So 2 and 3 and 4, they black.
Man, let me show you my.
They black, bro. Hold on, bro. You not being real, bro. These are not.
I'm you showing me a phenotype and asking me is those people black? But I can tell you that everybody from that girls from the center over is black, bro.
Here's an example of a black person, bro. That's not how ancient Levantines look like in mass. Like most of them do not look like
that. That's not that picture right there. It represents a portion of black people, bro.
A large portion, because again,
not even a large portion, bro. Because where I'm at, niggas is orange. They're not black.
Yeah, because niggas mixed.
Niggas not mixed, bro. I just showed you where the fucking Israelites come from, full of orange people. The whole area is orange. They look like niggas.
Even this guy, because phenotypic expression is not direct correlation with your genes. Even this guy has 23% Western European DNA. Even this guy.
But Western European don't mean white, bro. And I can show you King James' entire court, his whole family, with them describing them as black people.
And that's the issue with what you're reading versus reality. Reality is
you think that you can check genes and that can dispute a color.
Yes, it can. And actually can, because you get your skin color from your genes, from your alleles. Your allele.
I agree.
Okay, then. So if someone has the genes, as we say, everybody that they buried, everybody that was discovered in these lands known as the homeland of the Israelites, the Levant, Israel, and surrounding areas, most of the people there have genes that are responsible for intermediate skin, not dark to black skin. That's the problem you're having. Now we can play these games and probe these ancient sources. You're not gonna get around that. You're not.
This is a white man in the fucking Middle Ages. I just showed you my great grandfather. And the next year they got him as mulatto. And let
me put your shit on. He said this is a white.
That's a white man in the Middle Ages, bro. I just showed you my grandfather, who they got as a white man. He's black though. He's a nigga, light-skinned nigga. His mama the same complexion as me.
Lance, I will give you that you do look like a damn person that own a bodega. You look like an Iranian, bro. And when you go take a real DNA test, you don't listen to me. Go take 23andMe. You're supposed to do that shit last time. And you still ain't took your 23andMe test yet.
I'm still trying to see if this shit right, because they keep adding shit on more and more to compete.
No, bro. Just take the test, man. All right, I'm gonna pull it out. Everybody watching, he said the right man in the middle age, the dude on the right would be considered a white man in the middle age.
Yes.
Woo.
Yes, bro. Yes. Even in America. In America, before 1920s, he was a white man or a mulatto.
A mulatto, yes. White man, no.
Nah, yes, bro.
You know, the people living in this region would not have been considered no goddamn black people, man. Stop it.
Yes, they would have. Yes, they would have, because the people that went to this region, you can read the travels of Marco Polo and several other books that translated from China and Goryeo, which is Korea, and it'll show you that their ancestors are Israelites from the Levant and Egypt, which is basically Ephraim. It's Ephraim family that carried the Egyptian culture to these areas. I promise you, I can show you. First, hey, I can show you written by the white people if you would like, bro.
Okay. So you're claiming that this whole region would have been black? Like, come on, bro.
I'm claiming that there is no white people. White people come from the north, way north of that, north of Russia. That's where your white people come from. When you look at the 1403 Moors versus Wild Men tapestry, it show you the story of the Moors fighting those people north of them, which is
in Germany.
Yes, in Germany. North of Germany is north of Scotland and Ireland, all of that. They come from the north of all of that. Before that shit became ice, I'm trying to show you the event that got there.
You're missing time up. The Ice Age did not happen. That's the
not
middle.
The Ice Age.
You said before it became ice.
Yes, that part up there was not always ice. That portion that's connected to Russia, Greenland, all that shit. I got maps in the 1500s when that shit was the poles was shifted, so the sun touched part of the earth different. That portion was hot.
Shayna, stop. We were in Germany originally.
Yes, we were, bro. The Palatins are people of color. That even nigga Benjamin Franklin tell you that in the 1700s. They black. He said we can't change their skin. They can't change our language, and they definitely not gonna try to speak what we speak. They read the shit when he addressed in 1700s. It's called the It's called.
Wait, so you can't have both, bro? Listen to what you just said, bro. So you brought up a Moorish depiction, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Wild Man, right? In Germany, and they show the Germans as being white. But now you're trying to say, no, they're actually not white. They're black.
No, the kings of Germany is black. Pull it up real quick. It's at the Boston Museum. Moors versus the Wild Men.
I know the depiction, bro. Everybody knows the depiction of the Moors.
It tells you that, right? So the Moorish kings are black people. What do you mean? The kings, the people fighting with the arrows, with the fucking Israelite garb shit on, looking Moorish or whatever. Yes. Them motherfuckers is black.
Circa 1440, right?
See, now this is a black man right here. This is that black that they talking about.
This would mean that the damn Germans would be white. Right?
No, the wild men incurred it on the land. The wild men came from somewhere. They came from the north, bro. You got to read mythology to lead you in the right direction, believe it or not. But that shit is true. It's historically, it can be seen, but you will be looking at them like they, the Picts and the fucking, all of them names, they people of color too.
Yo, you gotta stop this shit, bro.
Man, I can show you first. I can show you a fucking doctor that said it.
Here's the art. These are Germans right here, and they're clearly white.
What are you showing me? You showing me a black man?
The Germans, to the Wild Man, as you said, right? They're white. And
the Germans are to the right, bro.
Those are the Moors.
The Moors has a castle in Germany, in Zorn, Germany.
Yeah, because they're intruders, bro.
They're not intruders, nigga. These niggas is the ones that's intruding. Look at them. Bro, look at them. Look, they have no civilization. Their weaponry is fucking sticks and stones.
Yes, because this is a polemic.
Bro. This is a bragging right. They conquered the Moors.
Bro, they shitting on their enemies by doing that. Goddamn well they didn't have no damn sticks, bro. This is art. They make
the Moors lost that war.
Yeah, to some niggas with sticks.
However, they was giants. I mean, you don't want to believe it, but they was big motherfuckers.
They lost to niggas with sticks, but they had the advanced bow and arrow and shit. But they lost, and even had gunpowder. That they lost to niggas with sticks. That didn't even make any logical sense.
No, not that big. That's too big.
Oh my god,
that's too big. That's long before them. That's another age. That's before another destruction, a cataclysmic event occurred. Turned them motherfuckers to stone.
That nigga said.
No, that's too big, bro. It was like, you see the size of the trees that they had in their hand. I mean, it's hard to believe, man. I'm sorry but when you do the research and you be honest with the research, that's what you see. Why do you think? You think this is made up? These pictures and depictions, you think that's made up?
No, it's real.
No, I'm asking you for real.
The picture is real. The way you
the depiction of what's happening. Do you think that that's made up? I said specifically the depiction of this picture.
The one on the screen right now?
Yes.
Oh no, that's fairy tale. I thought you were talking about the wild man depiction. That depiction was made during that time, but the depiction is not real. They were not walking around with sticks and had claws on their damn feet. Come on now, be fucking real.
All right. Well, it's too bad that you don't know that that's a true thing that happened, bro. And all of these depictions is not made up. Giants existed during these wars. It's armor. It's armor. It's weapons to prove it. This is knives and swords. You can't laugh at that shit.
I'm laughing at it, nigga. This shit's funny.
It's knives and swords and weapons, hammers that regular humans can't pick up. How do you explain it?
Man, that pseudo archaeology shit that you referencing, bro. I promise you, reference it. Show me the source. Show me the source. I guarantee you, it's pseudo archaeology.
It's not pseudo, bro. It's kept in the motherfucking museums.
It's okay. Show it to me.
It's saddening me because that's the portion that you're missing that will take you back home. You straying too far away. You need to come back home.
To giants and elks and shit. I ain't never been there to be my home. I never talk about no damn.
Well, if you was gonna do real history, bro, world history, you going to run into this real shit right here.
Oh my God. No, bro. You done, man. That's crazy, bro. That's some crazy shit.
I mean, you laughing, but you just ain't ran into it yet. I'm sorry. I read more books than you, or I read books that you haven't.
Okay, you read silly little fairy tale books.
It's not fairy tale.
Nah, it's
not fairy tale, bro. That's the white man's fairy tale to keep the truth of your history from you. Dragons, all that shit real, nigga. Yes, all that shit.
World of Warcraft real?
I'm not gonna say all of that shit, bro, but I'm just saying they knew more than us. They had more technology. They had like to build those bridges and archways and all of that shit, those aqueducts, bro. That's not regular human nigga size shit, nigga. I'm telling you, that's a different people.
Wow.
You think not? I'm a nurse. I got kids. I'm pretty solid in life, bro. You think that I would waste my time with this so-called fairy tale pseudo shit and being so passionate about it if it was fake?
Yes, I think you would.
Okay, bro.
I think you would, bro.
I can't dodge it. It's part of the reality that we lived. And that might not be part of your reality because you haven't invited it in. You haven't read on it and seen that it existed. That these people of large stature, that they had beds and thrones and cheers that matched the fables and mythological context, bro. It's just, you can't deny it once you actually put the work in. And it all ties into a part of our history because that was when we were in rulership.
Do you see this on the stream?
Mm-hmm. So you think the Moors just got power in 1711?
Yeah, they did. That's historical.
How did they get power?
What do you mean how they got power?
How did they formulate? How did they they're many different groups. The Moors are many different groups of people of color.
I know that.
Right. So how did they formulate? Who are these groups? They brothers, they're family members, bro. If you don't know this, they're Israelites and fucking
no, they're not. They're not.
They are. They are.
The Moors are North African people, which have already been admixed with Europeans and Levantine people and ancestral North Africans. That's what they are. That's primarily
North Africans was, bro. North Africans was people of color.
Who cares? What I'm telling you is this: they're not no goddamn Israelites.
Yeah, they were Israelites.
And you can see that they're doing the invading, actually. Like I told your ass earlier, they were invading.
Yes.
And they went up there and made art pieces talking about, so, oh, no, we're defending. No, you're not defending. You're invading.
From 17, who did they invade?
Look at the stream. They invaded Spain and Portugal. They even invaded the kingdom of the Franks, as you can see right there.
Oh my God, brother. Do you realize that these niggas was already in these lands long before? You think that's the history that you base you going backwards. White people came from way up here in this pink, well beyond in this pink, bro. Those tall white people came down here and incurred southwardly into the lands that was habitable. They come from uninhabitable lands, not where you grow fucking vegetables and grapes. They incurred it on the people that had this land. You don't know that?
Bro, you speak a bunch of jibber jabber right now, bro.
Man, all right. I hope it was entertaining for your people, man. I ain't gonna hold you up. I'm sorry.
No, I want you to stay on and continue, man. You conversing, you doing the best you can with that pseudo ass shit, but keep going. Pseudo.
You holding up a reverse told map, and it's clear. White people didn't have grapes and fucking pomegranates.
Okay. Grapes come from where? Let's start there.
A place that can grow the vine.
Like?
The Mediterranean.
So there ain't no white people in the Mediterranean, huh?
It was no white people in the Mediterranean. White people was an aberration in the Mediterranean. And you can see that in the...
By the way, grapes come from the Middle East.
That's the Mediterranean.
And white people are in the Middle East.
I don't know. White people is there because they places was no longer habitable. They migrated there when another event. It's hard to say because you don't got enough knowledge. But if you just bring up, I can just show you from 1750 to 1890 cataclysmic events all over the world that would not, like, you won't see no regular actions of human, bro. There's no comfort in humanity at this time. 1750 to 1890, you are not seeing the weather's fucked up. Everything's fucked up.
Oh, because I want him to see where grapes come from. He said white people didn't have grapes. Grapes originated in the Middle East, where their cultivation began 6,000 to 8,000 years ago.
That's why I want you the Mediterranean.
The widely cultivated Vitis vinifera, the common grapevine, is native to the Mediterranean region, Central Europe, so Germany, and Southwestern Asia, bro.
I lived in Germany for 3 years, bro. They get weather just like Detroit, Michigan.
It don't matter what you just said. Okay, so you get grapes in Anatolia and shit. In the Caucasus Mountains, you get grapes.
Bro, so these people are not white, though. Why are you making them white? They white long after niggas already left that area.
Obviously, they are white, and you even reference the artwork that depicted Germans as white. You even did that, bro.
No, those Germans are people that's invading the Moors' residence.
What you got against
Black
white?
Black history be like 66 trillion years ago, the tribe of Shabazz was the only surviving tribe of 13 that resided on Earth after a rogue scientist blew up the planet, splitting off the moon. Migrating to Egypt briefly, they would then settle in the Islamic holy city of Mecca, developing a technologically advanced society. But a group of citizens led by Shabazz himself traveled to empty Central Africa to harden their group and develop features. The tribe is said to have reached its peak in the year 4084 BC, but Shabazz would not be the most famous member of the tribe. That honor goes to Yaqub, the creator of the white race. Born in Mecca, Yaqub was born with an extremely large head, which gave him unmatched intelligence. Discovering the law of attraction from playing with magnets, he theorized he could create new people who could attract others with lies and deceit to rule over the original black man. Exhausting the knowledge of Meccan universities at age 18, Yaqub discovered that a black man had a separate black and brown germ. With 59,999 followers, he went to the Isle of Pelan, modern-day Patmos, establishing a dictatorial regime in which black traits were bred out through a eugenics program, in which blacker-skinned babies were killed, but lighter-skinned babies were allowed to live. After 200 years, he would create the brown race. Yaqub would die at the age of 150 years old, but his followers continued his work, eventually creating the red and yellow races, until after 600 years, the white race was born. The brutal conditions made this race evil by nature. Born with an innate desire to lie and murder black people, the white race would travel to Mecca, where they would wreak havoc and mayhem on the population. They were exiled to Europe, where Meccan soldiers would patrol the border to prevent the devils from crossing. The whites would further degenerate into barbarism, living naked and eating raw meat. A man named Moses would teach them to wear clothes and try to civilize them. When he gave up, he blew up 300 of the worst white people with dynamite. The whites, however, had by this point learned technology, using trickery and lack of empathy to usurp power and enslave the black race, bringing the first slaves to America. Some whites realized they were evil and tried to go back to being black, but with nothing to go by, they instead became guerrillas. Yaqub's progeny would usher in a period of violence and misery. The white race, starting in 1914, would rule for 6,000 years until the original black people regained world dominance. While white people would commit many atrocities, none would be more famous than the Finno-Korean Hyperwar, an event well documented on the Master of Frofulness channel. You can watch by clicking the link in the pinned comment and description below.
Thanks for the money, dummy.
Hey,
That was funny.
That's you niggas though. That's how y'all teach, man.
Man, maybe we don't know how to teach, but what I do see is that what you're doing is perpetuating
truth,
white fake shit. But not even say that, because the information is true, but what it is you veneering it with a white face, and that's not the people. So when I just showed you all those, you said, let's just say this, because that was a first-hand, that was a primary source, bro, state manuscripts with the ledger of the people they had on the ships that came to the Americas during the fucking 1700s, 1745. Before, bro, are you serious?
Yes, I am serious, because
right, so they don't contribute to the black population.
Who?
Those prisoners that came from Scotland.
I don't know anything about those prisoners. I need more information. And maybe we're talking about something. What does black mean in that context? I don't know. Maybe they're Africans. I don't know.
All right, let me show you one more primary source, and then we done with that.
No, we're not done, bro. We got to keep going, man.
I don't want to hold you. You know, I know how you get down, bro, and you got other people that want to talk. I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I'm gonna show you.
I want you to take up the time, nigga, because when I get it don't take much to dismantle what you're saying. I've already did it.
You haven't done it. You're not doing it.
I have. You want me to keep it on? All right. So I've been going light on you. So let me just let. I've been entertained by the stuff you've been saying. So I just been letting it rock. But you've been wrong about like 1,000 things already. You're wrong about
I've been showing you only primaries.
You've been showing documents, old written documents.
Yes, that's more closer to the truth.
No, it's not. No, it's not at all. It's
Memoirs and Secret Services of John Mackey during the reigns of King William and Queen Anne, King George I. This is the dude that made slavery be slavery. When before it was a business to your work out, indenture your labor out. You had the right to who you indenture your labor out to. He made it permanent. You can read that at the end of the Constitution, what they took away. They took it off. And you can read it. But
so
it's right here.
What you showing? Keep going.
Yeah. And it says the true secret history and rights, promotions, and of the English and Scots nobility, officers, civil, military, naval, and other persons of distinction from the Revolution, in respective characters at large, drawn up by Mr. Mackey, pursuant to the directions of Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia. He was a spy. So his job was to tell her what, and here's the year. It's this 1733.
Okay.
All right. This telling you the year that it's drawn up, right? And so this guy was charged to report to Queen Sophia everything that he saw. These are So we're going to go to a portion that's called the Court of King James.
Mm-hmm.
And he's describing the characters of the people on his court of Great Britain, right? And we'll start with.
Oh, your stuff's not even on the screen. Oh, all right, there you go. Read your old antiquated stuff. Go ahead.
Old antiquated. That's the attempt.
It's not an attempt to anything. I showed paleontology. I showed the DNA frequency, the DNA alleles that's responsible for the skin color. I showed all that shit.
So I agreed that what you got to do is you have to get your information from somebody who's required to report it, to put it down. It's not necessarily coming directly from the researchers themselves, but it's taken through a process so that they get to you, right? Properly.
It is.
Right? But this right here is directly from the man himself, what he saw, right? So this guy right here.
These people are dead. How the hell are you going to see it? Like, these people are dead. When we're talking about
right, what he wrote, what he saw, like they didn't take no picture back then. They wrote descriptions of the people.
Okay, so these descriptions of this person is just a claim. It's unverifiable. But what I can verify is that the people that we dig up in Europe and UK and Germany, most of their skin complexion is pale. Most of them. During this time.
All right, so you said it's pale. All right, I can show you in this book several pale people. But in his family, amongst the people, right, I'm going to show you that their descriptions are black. Right here. He is of a middle stature, well-shaped, a very black complexion, a lover of music and poetry and good judgment. So look at the importance. They're not just people.
That's King James, right?
Charles, Duke of Somerset, master of horses.
Okay,
right?
Let me see Charles, Duke of Somerset. That's what they're describing? Or
That's
King?
What they did. Nope, I'm going to show you all of them.
Okay.
That's Charles, Duke of Somerset.
Duke of Somerset. Let's see how they depicted him.
He's going to be white.
I know. These people painting him white and shit, but you claim
it.
Oh, no. Why the fuck? This is the black person that you were talking about. Let me see.
What you got?
Look at this black man. That's who you describing. Hold on.
Sharon, you got to stop. Yeah.
That's who you describe right there. Charles, the 6th Duke of Somerset.
Right. You see, he's a white man in a world. This is American. This is not English history. These are all American depictions.
Oh, they're American.
This is from England. This is from England, bro.
All right, hold on. So let me see. 1690 to 1692. There's another depiction of him. Portrait by Judd Klosterman, circa 1690, 1692. This is contemporaneous with him, bro. This was painted during his lifetime. And he looks very pale and white to me. And as a matter of fact, there's a little black boy in the picture.
And that is the symbol in the artwork that this is a black man.
That's a white person.
I know, bro. That's a trickery of this. Listen, bro, I promise you. Go back. They're whiting out. This is the time where they're whiting out black nobility. So if you go to my picture, my description, it clearly tells you. Wait a minute. It clearly tells you what he looks like.
Look what it says. Charles Seymour, 6th Duke of Somerset of the Petworth House with a black page boy. So there's he don't look like that little boy. He clearly don't. On the left of his leg, he displays the Garter Collection National Trust Petworth House.
Now, do you know the symbol of the page boy, the Moorish page boy?
I'm looking at it right there. You got the little page boy.
Right, but do you know what that means when they put the black page boy in the artwork? Do you know what that means?
Well, before we move on to that, can we acknowledge that this was created during his time while he was alive? This is not post his life. This is during his lifetime.
That's not true.
It says created circa 1690 to 1692. He died in 1748, and he was born 1662. So this was during his lifetime, bro.
Okay. So do you want that depiction? If I can find another depiction, are you going to agree with the depiction?
I'm going to agree with the contemporaneous depiction that I see on the damn screen.
Okay.
From the wiki.
So We're going to start with him. That's who you want to start with? Because we're going to be able to do this with all of them. And I'm going to be able to produce a person that is more likely of color than what they're showing you there. Because that's a painting, but they didn't paint like that back then. What they did is engravings. They did engravings. Did you know that?
Oh, well, you said back then, during his lifetime, he got a goddamn oil painting.
Right. Yeah, how?
They went to someone that could paint. And matter of fact, they mentioned his name here, the painter. The name of the painter is John Klosterman.
Now look at all of his pictures.
Look, he was a Westphalian portrait painter of the 17th and early 18th century. His subjects were mostly European noblemen and their families. So they would go to him, they would pose and get painted.
So I'm telling you, brother, that is a whiting out portrait.
Yo, come on, bro. Like, come on.
Now, what you doing is arguing against a description of a military personnel. Military personnel whose job is to tell the queen what he saw.
Well, we're showing.
So you don't have to do this for now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you my Black European. What is it? Is this the photo?
Oh my God! How do we have depictions of people and you still saying you still making?
I'm giving you the primary source of. So you got to argue with this. Why is he described as black complexion, right? And then he's painted white, and then you got to say that against
because maybe your definition, maybe what he's describing is not what you mean. How about that? Because
so when I looked up black that's
reportedly
black in the English dictionary. According to that day, that's all in my layout. According to that day, what did black mean?
Well, obviously, it don't mean what you think it means.
It says black as a swarthy African,
but it don't look like no swarthy African to me.
I'm telling you, bro, that they whiting out. You don't understand what's going on at the time. They're changing the faces, just like it's written in the Book of Maccabees. They're changing the faces, bro.
That's why all the images are doctored. That's what you said. Even though they
well, why would they keep having? They got people that's considered pale and fair skin, but these people is called black skin and brown skin.
Look at that black person right there. Sometimes you can call somebody black because they got dark hair and dark eyes. You can also call.
Man, listen, bro. I showed you primary source of the people that's on the Jacobite ship. I'm a Murray.
A painting during the man was alive during this painting.
They're whiting. That's his job, bro, to rewrite, to redo everybody, obviously. Whatever. You can see them revising his.
Okay, so this nigga alive, he be like, oh shit, that painting don't look like me. I'm obviously a fucking black African.
Well, no, he probably not. Listen, he probably painted from a painting to like for instance, Jesus, for instance, or certain presidents, for instance. In other countries, they depict them as other looking people. Before the pictures and stuff like that, before they had pictures, they would paint people and make people the way they seen them in their heads or whatever they imagined them to look like. They didn't have photographs.
Bro, do you know how these are portraits, bro.
Well, what you got to do, bro, is
they would have the people pose and they would paint them. They would have to stand still.
No, they didn't always have people pose, Joshua. I was an artist. I went to school. They didn't always have people pose. And I'm telling you, historically, a lot of times people didn't pose. It would be a French man painting a Portuguese man that he never even met. And it only be so that they have on account to be able to say, you know, such and such and such and such from their perspective. But it don't always match up to what the person look like. Now, you can't deny the primary sources or descriptions of them. How about I show you what they said in the court document? These are court documents.
Okay, and then we're gonna look up what they paintings are. Look at Queen Anne, white.
So you think Queen Anne looked like that?
Yes.
In 1702, that's the Queen Anne. Make it bigger. Let's see. When you see black hair, black curly hair, or a wig, that's letting you know that they black people, that they African ancestry, bro. Black curly hair or that black curly wig, that's telling you. Look it up. Look, watch this. Just matter of fact, chat GPT. Just say when you see the little black page boy or a black wig on an artist depiction from the medieval period, what was the secret talk of that? Just say something like that, and it'll tell you. See, and that's what the fuck he looked like in Germany. You're making my example perfect.
Bro, just
on the table.
Just acknowledge reality, bro. It's okay.
So I could have went through 20 more descriptions of people and showed you 10 of them in a black portrait.
Okay, keep doing it. Keep going through it, and I'll keep looking them up. Yeah.
Okay. John Duke of Buckinghamshire, Lord Privy Seal. All of these, Lord Ringer, what is his name? Game of Thrones titles and stuff like that, right?
What's his name again?
John Duke of Buckinghamshire.
Okay, John Duke of Buckinghamshire.
Lord Privy Seal. This is the court in the reign of King Charles II.
Duke of Buckinghamshire.
His presumption made him make love.
Oh my God, this dude is fucking white, like chalky white.
All right. So he is of a middle stature, of a brown complexion, with a sour, lofty look, nearly 60 years old.
So he got a brown complexion.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Man, this nigga chalky white, bro.
All right. I know. I'm trying to tell you what they did, bro.
They got a wax effigy of him, and this is how he's depicted.
Let me see it. Hold on.
Oh damn! See, look.
You gotta take me off when you do it.
Yeah, you used to not be like that. You used to just click it. There it is, right here. He's white.
See, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Hold on. We're some people that you're gonna be like, well, they clearly lying, because this is a primary, bro. Primary.
Okay.
What's his name? Lord Godolphin, Lord High Treasurer of England. He is the second son of the good family Cornwall. He was page to King Charles, like you seen that little black boy. Pages.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It was the page of King Charles. It says he was thin with a very black and stern countenance, nearly 60 years old.
What's his name again? Because we clearly see the Duke of Buckingham.
Godolphin.
All right, so you about to. We already showed.
I'm not striking. These are primaries, nigga. This is the day. This is literally from the mind of the nigga with the eyes who put the pen to the paper.
Charlotte, what's the name?
What's his name? Oh,
yeah, what's the name of this dude here? So we can look up his portrait too.
Sydney, they gonna all be white, bro. I already told you.
Lord Godolphin.
Yeah.
Sydney Lord Godolphin. All right, let me see. Sydney Lord Godolphin. You about to strike out, man. I don't even know if I spelled that right. Oh, there it is. The first Earl of God. This nigga black. This nigga is black.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Look at him. Bro, stop taking the screen down. I'm trying to show him this shit. Look.
That's not me.
Look.
But look, go to the picture to the right, though. The actual etching. Down, right here. Nope, go back to the right. See, nah, go back, nigga.
I'm trying to find what you talking about.
That page, you just had it.
Oh, let me go back. Okay, which one's
right here? Down here, this little small one. Yeah, click that.
This one?
No, up. That's not him. Oh, that's Earl of Seafield. No, okay.
Yeah, Sidney Garfield is him, and he like a white man.
Yeah, see?
What do you mean? See, that proves that you just struck out.
No, bro, I'm trying to tell you that they literally they put their faces and likenesses on our shit, bro. When I'm telling you this nigga's the nigga, I'm showing you the eyes, nigga. The nigga that literally seen him and wrote it down. This is revision. That's clear revision. Hold on, let's do this. Let's go to motherfucking who the fuck this nigga is. Who I'm trying to. Let me show you who this nigga is. Then, since you laughing, let's look at who the motherfucker.
Bro, you making me laugh because the evidence be right in your face and you deny.
No, the evidence is in your.
Did we lose him?
No, I'm right here.
You said no. What now? You said no. That's something, and then you cut out.
Oh, I don't know, but
this is a white dude, bro.
John Mackey. He said John Mackey was a Scottish spy and traveler writer between 1688 and 1710. He ran a successful intelligence gathering network across the English Channel, principally concerned with Jacobite and French threats to England.
That nigga white too. Look, they got his picture up there. That nigga white.
Okay, he white, right? So that's what you want to call him. I'm telling you, they revised everything. If it's coming through United States shit, we getting false shit. They revised everything. But this is an actual English document, and he's showing you, he's telling you what he saw. Daniel Earl of Nottingham, Secretary of State. He is a tall, thin, very black man, like a Spaniard or a Jew, about 50 years old.
Who is this again? What's the name of this guy so I can look him up?
Daniel Earl of Nottingham.
Daniel Earl of Nottingham. Oh my God, I got no white.
Secretary of State.
Daniel Earl of Nottingham. All right, so this nigga white, bro. Bro, you have to produce one black person, bro. Everybody's white.
You got a black picture up to me?
That look black to you?
I see a black picture.
And it's got the date on it, 1727, bro. That's contemporaneous.
Wait a minute. What is that? Is this something I'm showing? Hold on. Let me stop sharing. Am I sharing?
Oh, wait a minute. Why the fuck? Avery, stop doing it. I'm trying to show the damn image and you over here fucking hogging the damn stream. I think I'm showing it.
Bro, that's false, nigga. You know that's clearly a revised portrait. That's not even what the description say. He said he a black man, like a Spaniard or a Jew. And we know that the Portuguese and the Spaniards and the Jews were black people at the time, nigga. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
The painting even has the date on it. It's 1727, bro. It's contemporaneous. This was painted during his lifetime.
All right, let's ask ChatGPT there.
Oh my God.
Let's ask ChatGPT, why do we see that the English history shows their people of color? But
wait, hold on. Let me make a correction. It's after his life. He died 17. No. When did he die? Make sure. Oh, he was in office 17, 14, 17, 16. Where's death at? 1730. So this would be during his lifetime. Well, he died at 82. Damn, he lived a long ass time. Yeah, he died at the age of 82. So this was painted during his lifetime, late in his life.
It's all a lie, bro.
And it's by Jonathan Richardson. Let's see when he lived. Oh, Jonathan Richardson lived the same time as him. So we can't say, oh, this is after the fact. Nope. He died 1745.
I'm trying to tell you, the Catholics paid them to revise the shit, bro. It don't matter what the dates say. We got primaries of what the people look like, and they don't fit the description of the painting.
This is a primary, bro. A oil portrait.
Right, so why would he lie? Why would this spy who has a successful intelligence community, why would he lie?
Maybe he's not lying. Maybe what he understood as black is not your understanding of black.
Okay,
maybe he meant dark hair. I don't fucking know. But obviously, it does not match the damn portrait.
I'm trying to tell you, they revised our history, nigga. I showed you the Scottish Jacobites, which is related to King James and them, is the people who came over here as indentured servitude. As indentures. Their family members fought in the Civil War with rank and status.
Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all hear that that's that damn Facebook app pinging in the back chat. Bro, these niggas white, bro. Come on, bro. Give it up. The niggas are white. Say it with me. The Earl of Nottingham is white. Say it.
All right, let's go to another one.
All right, yeah, give me another one so I can find out they white too. Well, you didn't bench struck
out. I'm showing you they're not white, brother. I'm showing you. So you see, so do you not? All right. So you said,
oh, I don't agree.
My interpretation that what he's seeing as black and saying black complexion is really white. But when he say brown, he mean green.
No, he mean what we see on the screen. These niggas
no, none of them is brown. So we got very tall black men like a Spaniard or a Jew. All right. It's the Iberian Peninsula, bro. Everybody in that area is brown and black, bro. The Arabs don't take over yet, so you get the black people, which is Africa, that have ruled, Cushites that have ruled that area and set seeds in those places. And you don't really understand, and they done it with the motherfucking Levantine people.
Cushite people did not fucking rule Europe. What are you talking about?
You crazy. The mixture of Cushite and they made a new people. Cushites, bro, Cushites and Levantine people made a people, bro. I don't know if you know this. They mix together. This is why you see that God accepts the Cushites and the Assyrians and the fucking Egyptians and the fucking Babylonians. They all the same folk, bro.
Wait, hold on. Cushites, Egyptians, and Babylonians are all the same people.
Yeah, they are.
You know what? You might be right. They all come from the Trans-Caucasus region. I agree.
What up? Who was that? Raymond? Oh, what up, bro? You all right?
He probably like, why the hell are you denying white history?
Nothing online. You all right?
That's a fact, King Candace. Visigoths, Northern Germanic people were in Spain actually before the Muslims. That's a fact because that's
hold on, y'all. Let me
before that they were Romans. You gonna say the Romans are black? You gonna try to say everybody black? This is crazy as hell, bro. But y'all had fun, man. Y'all had fun. That's why I had him stick around because I know he's gonna be able to tell some more fairy tales.
Bro, listen.
You about to tell a fairy tale.
I'm not telling you. I'm showing you the primary sources. I'm not writing the books. I'm not he rank and status in English history. He's lied on. I mean, he's not even lied on. He's downplayed in American history. Why? Because he's telling you what they look like, bro. He's telling you these are relative. The courts. Charles Leno's Duke of Richmond is the son to King Charles II. Who is King Charles II? The black boy. During the reign of King James, right? He is a gentleman. He is a gentleman, good-natured to a fault, very well-bred, and have many valuable things in him. Is an enemy to business, very credulous, well-shaped, black complexion, much like King Charles, not 30 years old. Nigga, that's primary. They're lying. We have revised history, bro.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Withersley, Duke of Bedford. He's a fair complexion. So we have black, brown, and fair now. Right? Charles, Duke of Belton.
Charles, Duke of who?
Bolton.
Charles, Duke of Bolton. All right, let's look up his portrait too. Charles, Duke.
He's short and is a fair complexion.
Charles, Duke of Bolton. I don't even know how to spell that.
Bolton.
Charles Pollard, first Duke of Bolton. Oh, this nigga white.
Yes, bro. So he says that he gives a fair complexion. It
All
says,
right.
so I'm showing you it's not everybody. It's some people he's telling you what he's seen.
So all of them have been consistently
All right.
white.
George Fitzroy, Duke of Northumberland. George Fitzroy. Fitzroy.
Duke of Northumberland, white.
All right. It says, is a tall black man like his father, the king, about 40 years old.
That's like a tall black man to you. Come on, bro.
I'm telling you, we have revised history, brother. And that curly hair is the sign that he's a black man. The black curly hair is the artistic sign that he's a black man.
Be white.
A black page is the sign that that's a black family. I'm trying to tell you. These symbols and see, look at his symbol. Look at his emblem. Hold on, where is it at?
Here.
That was you? No, the emblem. Yeah. No, go back under to Duke of Northumberland. Touch that symbol. But yeah. You see that lion? The lion rampant and the lion doing the other. That's Hebrew Israelite families, bro. That's the families of Zara Judah's signs.
They would make claims to tie back to Jews, but they weren't really Jews. It's just that early origin shit. British Israelites.
They were really Israelites, bro. They were. I got the history. When you read the Qumran and when you read the story of the Kumari of the Qumrans of the Qumran cave, those people are those people that's right there, which are the sons of Zara Judah.
This nigga Duke of Northumberland is not no goddamn Israelite, bro.
Everybody in that family is, bro.
No,
everybody during that time, yes, they were during that period.
They come from Yanaya people, bro.
No, they not, bro. I'm trying to tell you. And when you see that black hair and no thick ass eyebrows and big eyes, those are black people, like that look like us. Me, you see me? You see my picture?
Yeah, you
know, I don't look like a black African, but I'm black and I'm African rooted. But that's on the other side of Africa, North Africa and East Africa.
Yeah, you do. You look like you own a bodega. I told you that already. You like you own a bodega, like you
and
speak.
This my son, his mama black.
Yeah. Okay.
The eyes. You see the Amish? Not all black people come from place. We just call black here in America, bro. But those people was also black.
This who you look like. Look at your eyebrows. Look at your eyebrows. Look at
that nigga got a Neanderthal gene. I don't have a Neanderthal gene.
Yes, you do, bro.
No, I don't. You seen the breakdown of my genes.
That's your cousin right there, bro.
Nah, that nigga is related to an Australian.
Bro, you got
that nigga is related to a dentist event and a motherfucking Turk.
Bro, take a 23andMe test, man, so we can see that Iranian DNA you got.
Bro, I don't mind having Iranian DNA because I know we was there too.
No. Stop saying we, bro. Everybody was there.
Man, what your picture look like, bro? Did you change it? Let me see what you look like now. You change, you cut your beard and all that, huh?
That's me right there.
Damn, this nigga on here looking like the 9 and 9. This nigga did change his whole look up, bro.
What's wrong with my look?
Man, that ain't how Hebrews look, bro. And you know what the fuck you is. Stop playing, man.
I'm not no damn Hebrew,
bro. Your ruddy ass complexion, nigga. Your boxwood ass complexion, nigga.
Stop speaking ill on my name. Call me a Hebrew, bro.
Nah, man.
I didn't call you that.
You cut your Hebrew hair. You cut your Hebrew hair so you can blend African just like the niggas used to do.
What?
When your hair get long and wet, nigga, do it get curly?
What? I don't know. I haven't had long hair since high school.
Nigga, did you brush waves?
Nah, I didn't. I never had waves.
Well, I never had. Man, nigga, I'm a sexy old nigga. Nigga, I don't look shit like that.
Well, you got the eyebrows, though.
Nigga, they come from the people who I conquered.
What do you mean you conquered? You are those people that was conquering.
No.
Look at that. He's Jewish.
All right, he looked like my cousin Carl. You see, I got 2% Ashkenaz, nigga.
Oh my God.
Yes, you don't. That's not a black man.
Those are black men right there. According to you.
Nah. But you can see.
That's what Europeans look like, man.
No, bro. That's when we conquered their ass and left. That's what they look like.
So you conquered them and made them whiter. Got it.
No. We only left a seed and they only stayed round to mix with each other. They stayed around each other and mixed with each other.
So the black man seed made them whiter. Got it.
No, the black man seed gave them phenotypes that keep showing up in their shit, more dominant than they original shit.
Man,
you start seeing them white people. There used to be a whole bunch of white people in the earth with long ass beak like noses, nigga. Them things.
This nigga right here, boy. Hey,
he don't got no black in him. No, it ain't no black. I ain't gonna say African, but somebody with melanin, nigga, is somewhere in his genetics.
Who's
this motherfucker you got on the screen?
Oh, that's your cousin. He Iranian.
Man, they got that's because we was there, nigga. I'm trying to tell you. That nigga Sheikh Diop, nigga, they telling you what the fuck is the truth.
Hey, Ivory, who is those black Iranian, those dark-skinned Iranian people? They not even African.
The Elamites.
No, not the Elamites, the modern people. Damn, I forgot their name. The Bosni people. They ain't got shit to do with your black ass.
My bad, bro. Fellas, who else on the panel? I ain't even know it was somebody else on there, bro. Go ahead, have your say, man.
Wait, what? He left. But the Bosni people don't got shit to do with African people. Your black ass. Well, no, I'm thinking you Iranian now, bro. I gotta see that 23andMe test because them eyebrows, yeah, you got them from Iranian.
The beard imprint.
That's what Europeans look like right there. You said Viking? That's what they fucking look like.
Vikings were black. Vikings were not homogenous. They were different groups of people that was conquered Vikings, bro. But they started with black people, nigga.
William the Conqueror a black man?
Yes, bro. William the Conqueror is black. The brother Bruce, all of them people is black, but they got red skin with freckles and reddish hair. They look like
that don't sound like a black man. I know.
Man, they look like Melanesian people, bro.
They look like white people. Here's an early depiction of William the Conqueror. He made everybody black. No,
white woman.
Hold on. I'm gonna take that off the screen. Look. That's William the Conqueror right there. That nigga clearly white, bro.
Kevin is black, bro. That motherfucker right there is after. Look, bro, you tripping.
Bro, how am I tripping? That's a contemporaneous depiction of William the Conqueror. He ain't no fucking black.
That's done by another people. That's not done by his people. I'm trying to tell you, the Norman people are people of color.
No, they're not. I'm looking at them.
All right, hold on. Let me bring this up. Go ahead, do you? I'm gonna go to one of my
We don't have to play these games. We have physical representation. Look, white people. Look, the Bayou's tapestry showing William and his half brothers. William is in the center. Odo is on the left with empty hands, and Robert is on the right with a sword in his hand. You said they had sticks. They got swords. Look at this shit.
That's listen. That war right there is between bro. Look what you just read. That's not the Moors and the white and the what you call it?
The Moors invaded France.
King, bro. Have you ever seen a depiction of King Charlemagne?
Look. This was during their lifetime in 1066. This shit is contemporaneous. These are the pictures of these people during that time. They're all white depicted. They're all depicted white.
So what if I show you depictions of them black? Now then what?
Show me. And it has to be contemporaneous. It has to be from a legitimate source.
Now look, check this out. Check this out.
Shane being super pseudo. Look at these beautiful Europeans on the screen. They're very beautiful.
Them motherfuckers look like Scandinavians or some shit.
Okay, so Europeans would look like these people during that time.
Northern look. So it was more north before before I want to give it to about the 700s, bro. It was more northern land available for people to inhabit. Do you agree or disagree? Around Russia and Germany, Russia and all of that, it was more northern land to Russia. I don't know if you know that. So people migrated more south. The broad nosed people down. I don't know if you know that.
Hey, Avery, tag in real quick for me, man. I gotta make some cheeseburgers.
Bro, make me some cheeseburgers too.
I got you, bro. Just tag in for me real quick. I'll be right back.
What is a black person to you? I never got a full understanding of that. What's a black person to you?
Well, as far as what? To me? You saying to me?
Yeah.
Okay, to me, a black person is a person that falls up under a great diaspora that was affected by multi-religion, multicultural, multinational entities, and they forced them into one place, into one area, one region from other regions, and they all share the diasporic their families share that and ended up in one place and been put under one experience, which is the black experience here in the Americas and portions of Africa.
Okay. And what is a white person to you?
A white person to me is definitely not like a Arab. They would be a white person, but I'm talking about original white people. To me, descend from those who came from the northern regions where I was speaking of early. You can clearly see a descent there. You can see the stringy blonde hair, and sometimes you can see a reddish hair, or anything with melanin in it is a black person with melanin affected in their DNA. But straight white people lacks a certain type of melanin, and it'll be something that they genetically inherit if they don't mix with somebody to get it right.
Interesting. So where do white people originate from?
So I know it's gonna sound pseudo you, but I've done the work. And however, I have not concluded, I'm along the lines of at some later time that is not documented. You only can see remnants of the historical account. You have to do all of the work to put it together properly. I think that white people are a portion of people that in another age had known that the world was about to come to an end. And what I mean by end, it resets. It's a thing that occurs over and over cyclically. And they fled into the ocean, into the earth. Several different places you can go in. It houses up to 300,000 people. It's been there for ages, and then people just keep refashioning it over and over. It was done before modern man, and it's something that modern man refashions over and over in several different places in the earth. They went down in the earth, and you read in the scripture that Satan was put away for 1,000 years. Well, who would be the people that goes into the earth? The people that have the knowledge, the people that come together and have a unified agreement about something. They flee into the earth, and they're trapped down there for 1,000 years, 1,000 years without the sun.
When did all this happen?
So there we go with the age thing. I can't tell you when it happened, but I imagine that they all began to come out at another cataclysmic event that of freedom. And it was during the Bronze Age where you got to see people in an accumulation of different nations, which definitely not from the Mediterranean. They're not Hittites because they wouldn't be so mystical about who these people are. They didn't know exactly who they were. However, they seen some remnants of folk, but overall, this group was a whole bunch of different groups. And I believe it was those people. And I believe the first people to hook with them was the tribe of Dan, the Denmarks, the people of Denmark, who first, and I read that in their mythology where they mixed with a people that was a greater stature than them. But what they did, they said, let our daughters mix with your sons and your sons mix with our daughters, that we might be one people. And they were seafaring people. So I imagine that those are the people that when you read about the wild man, he mixed with the wild man and made himself a stronger nation with the wild man. Denmark's the tribe of Dan, or a portion of the tribe of Dan.
Okay. So where do black people come from?
It's always been black people. The sun correlates to the complexion of people in all different facets in different areas in life. It's needed. The sun if you're in a place where the sun is always at, you got darker skin because you don't require as much sun. So you don't have to absorb as much sunlight. So your skin is protecting you from the amount of sunlight or the type of light that comes from the sun, right? So that would synthesize vitamin D into calcium. When you're in a colder region, you need more sunlight, right? So therefore, your skin would be lighter to be able to absorb more certain radiation that you would need in order to synthesize your calcium into vitamin D, or reverse vitamin D into calcium.
Interesting. So can you map out the genome between an African and a European or a Eurasian? Do you know the differences or similarities?
What you mean, like E1B1A to some J haplogroup in
paternal, maternal, autosomal? Do you know the differentiation?
I have an idea, but I'm not no scholar on that. I can get in a conversation with you. Would you like to discuss?
No, I just want to know, like, do you understand the Eurasian genome from?
I understand that anybody disseminating that information, which most people who the information belongs to don't have access to or have the idea of how to interpret that information, they not going to put the truth in there. When you do that, when that Chinese man, like when you look at the DNA that Chinese man did, right, that owned the genetic company, and he linked his the studies that he did from the Chinese people on it right to the damn African, he had to concede his position that they was a group that came out of nowhere straight from the Homo sapien, right? So
in that video he actually illustrated that pretty much all humans descend from an African population from out of Africa.
Right, but that's only because it's not shown where people migrated into Africa to escape cataclysm, into higher regions like South Africa, into higher regions like Asia and Russia, which has the higher regions.
Oh yeah, that begs the question. Do you believe every human on the planet, whether they're white, black, Chinese, whatever, all descend from a common male and female ancestor?
No.
Interesting. So some humans do not have the same ancestry as other humans. Paternally and maternally.
Yeah, I think that some humans predate other humans.
And by the way, I'm talking about anatomically modern humans, like your Europeans, your Chinese, Native Americans. What groups are not human? Tell me.
Who's can't look at it like that. You can't look at it like that. You know, I'm not going to say not human, but like for instance, where does O blood type come from?
Haplogroup O or the blood type O?
The blood type O
comes from anatomically modern humans. But you tell me,
where does A come from?
Every blood type is human, anatomically.
So you think they all existed at not everyone, because some animals have blood types.
Well, we're not talking about animals, we're talking about humans.
Right. But I'm just saying, let's don't, like, blood type is not just for humans. It's about, right. Well, so I imagine this is what I imagine. When I was doing a study on eat according to your blood type, I found out that during my blood type A, there was a famine. So during famines, people don't really they don't consume their animals because their animals bring milk and furs and shit like that. So meat is not a good diet for me. Red meat particularly is not a good diet for me. So lentils and a lot of those things they were eating during that time would be more suffice for my diet so I don't bloat and get overweight. But outside of that diet, too much protein is not for me. I'm a whole different type of animal based on my ancestors' diet, the people who made the A blood type diet. And the O blood type diet predates the A blood type diet. So they could eat meat. They was eating meat during that period.
Okay, but you do understand these aren't haplogroups, though.
I'm not
So I'm
speaking on
asking, what
haplogroups.
human populations do not have the same common ancestor, male and female ancestor, as other humans? Like,
Well,
can
like
you
I
name
said,
a
I
group?
don't think you can look at it like that because genetics fade or be dormant and then they come back up. Right? They leave and then appear out of nowhere.
Well, that's why I asked about paternal and maternal ancestry, because haplogroups don't fade.
Talking about genetics.
Yeah,
Right? And I'm talking about
specifically haplogroups, not STRs, not SNPs, not autosomal haplogroups.
what
That's
makes up the haplogroup. What makes a haplogroup a haplogroup?
Well, remember, haplogroup is a sex-determining chromosome, so it's passed down from father to son if we're talking about the Y. It's passed down from mother to daughter if we're talking about the maternal. The son can also carry his mother MT. But the point is, these Y chromosomes and X chromosomes all go back to a common male and female ancestor. So I'm asking you, what humans today do not descend from that common male and female ancestor?
I just told you, I can't look at it that way. You can't look at it that way. Did you see not too long ago the man that popped up with genetics that nobody else have?
I mean, you got to show me what you're talking about.
The old man that had the A haplogroup A, right? And it was like some odd percent. I think Joshua showed it.
Oh, you're talking about the African American man with A00. There's people in Cameroon, Bantus, that have A00 as well. So, so it's not out of the question. It's not out of the norm. There's African populations with A00.
But is that closest to the source, the main to that person that you're talking about that everybody descend from? Is that what that means?
Yeah, anybody with A00 today, yeah, they descend from an older A00 population.
Okay. Those people would have a different diet, wouldn't they?
I mean,
like
I don't know what
today, like for instance, today, trees, basically everything is carbon based. But you find in geological and archaeological studies that things used to have a silicone based.
All right, let's kind of bring ourselves back to human populations that don't descend.
Well, we're talking about humans.
Yeah, but I don't know what that Bantu tribe eats, and I don't know what that African American man ate. So that's why I want to go back to what human populations don't descend from our common male and female ancestor.
Do you remember the question that you asked me?
Yeah, I repeated
it. What do you believe?
Well, I believe every human today descends from our common male and female ancestor. Clearly.
Okay. But that's what you believe. Is that true? You don't know. Every human haven't been tested.
I can.
It's areas where
I can prove that's true via looking at human haplogroups. People with haplogroup R1b, people with haplogroup O, people with haplogroup E1B1A, people with haplogroup I. All of these haplogroups go back to the same male ancestors. Again, talking about the Y specifically, they all go back to CT. CT goes back to BT. And then BT goes back, you just go all the way down the line to Y chromosome Adam. Same thing with the maternal line, if we're talking about females, haplogroup, women with haplogroup U6, people with haplogroup, M, N, X, et cetera, et cetera. They all go back to mitochondrial L3. Then L3 goes all the way back to mitochondrial Eve. So it's like every human today is anatomically modern. There's really no human population that's not descendant from Y chromosome Adam and mitochondrial Eve. Like genetically, this is just factual.
Right.
We can also prove this via autosomes as well. Like autosomally, Eurasian populations descend from African populations, and that goes all the way back to Y chromosome Adam and mitochondrial Eve. So we can prove it via Y DNA, mtDNA, and even just the human genome in general, like autosomal DNA.
What was that ghost population? There we go.
Here, I can pull up what I'm talking about this right here is just dealing with the autosomal perspective, but I can do the same thing with Y chromosomes. Actually, the Y chromosomes mtDNA match this perfectly. As you can see, Eurasians, non-Africans, they descend from a population likely in Northeast Africa when they migrated out. Go further back, you got West Africans, you got Central African foragers, which is your pygmies and whatnot. And then you got Northern Khoisan and Southern Khoisan. All human populations go back to a very early anatomically modern human population, about 300,000 years ago. But we're all go back to the same common ancestor.
So why would they be talking about the EPA SI or S1s? No, S1s.
Oh, repeat that again. I didn't quite hear.
Tibetan DNA.
The what DNA?
That Tibetan DNA that's connected to the Denisovan.
Yeah, what about it specifically?
That's not necessarily modern human genetic.
The Tibetans will fall under the non-African category, so they will also descend from Y chromosome Adam. The Y DNA of Tibetans is like O and haplogroup D. They carry a lot of D actually, and various other modern human haplogroups. They directly descend from the out of Africa population, so they are human.
So you believe all the populations? I'll go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying they are human. They just admixed some Tibetan groups, their ancestors, admixed with Denisovians. But their human DNA is outnumbers. Their anatomically modern human DNA outnumbers the archaic, though.
Okay. So my position was this, is that today Black people is created. It's a created thing. You can look at some Black people that you will call Black, and they'll have R1B1 genetics. But you can do that same thing with white people and find R1B1 genetics. That's true, right?
All right, so that's the thing about these terms. If a quote unquote Black person has R1B, I would say that paternally speaking, they descend from West Eurasian populations, even though autosomally they might be majority sub-Saharan African. And I'll pull up the screen to show you sub-Saharan African. Sub-Saharan African would be East African, West African, Central African forager, and Northern Khoisan and Southern Khoisan. This would be your sub-Saharan African autosomes. So an African man can have the paternal lineage R1B and be autosomally sub-Saharan African. The wordage at that point would be, oh, this African man paternally descends from ancient Eurasian populations, West Eurasian populations, but they're autosomally sub-Saharan African. Whether it's
so you find that with the blue people,
the blue people, the who,
the Tuareg, what they call
Tigray. The Tigrayans mostly are E and J. They're not really. R1B. I think you mean Chadic. You're probably thinking of Chadic or Hausa because they typically carry R1B.
Whoever got the blue dye.
Oh, you're talking about the Tuareg? The Tuareg are mostly E1B1B. They're mostly EM81, like the Berber branch or the Amazigh branch. They do carry some R, but they're mostly E1B1B.
Yeah, because the study did say that they just found more R1B1 in their genetics than they had first initially.
Yeah, you're probably really thinking of like certain Chadic populations and like Hausa people and stuff.
Right. But what I did trace was the European nobility to their genetics. The Black European nobility had some of their literal tracings.
Well, hold on. I'm going to show you something really quick.
Because when Jashub say European admixture, people is left under the idea of a white person. When I'm showing them that the kings and the people of this area are people of color. I don't know if they look Black, but I know they got black skin. Their complexion is brown and black.
So this right here is a phylogenetic tree of R1B, and we were talking about RV88. So this is the one right here, RV88, that is seen in African populations like the Chadic and Hausa. So RV88 is its own branch. It's R1B1A2. It's its very own branch. that's specific to them. This man that existed in the Mesolithic period, thousands upon thousands of years ago, he had the mutation RV88, and all of his sons today have RV88. Now, that being said, most Western Europeans, I'm talking about the majority of Western Europeans do not descend from RV88. They actually descend from other branches within the R1b lineage, because as you can see, there's various different branches. So the branch that they would likely descend from is like R-L23, because you see this in Eastern Europe, West Asia, you see this in Central Europe, you even see this among like Celto Germanic tribes, as well as Nordic peoples, Proto-Germanic peoples, and stuff like that, groups like that. So this is the R branch that most Europeans descend from, not this branch that back migrated into Africa.
But there be all right, because it branched off from the R1. B1.
Yeah, it's a separate lineage. It kind of formed its own branch.
Does that mean that some family member went this direction, and instead of he went and mixed with the Africans? It looked like it says over here, Levant and Africa.
Yeah, this branch back migrated to Africa, and it's also in the Mediterranean and in the Middle East. But yeah,
so all of this. So it has never crossed your mind that. I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna say Jashub can actually pull up these haplogroups. He can actually pull up the migration patterns, because there's a tool on Family Tree DNA that can actually show you these migration patterns and when they kind of enter into different parts of the world. I don't know if Jashub is back or not. He said he was getting some burgers, but when he comes back, maybe we can pull up the migration. We'll see.
Have you been up here?
Been up here
listening in my.
Wait, what? Say that again.
Had you been listening to what I was showing them?
I've been in and out.
Okay,
that's why I was asking those questions.
I was showing him. I was showing him that he keeps saying, Spanish and Portuguese and England, and I'm just showing them these Scottish and all of these people are people of color. I don't know what their genetics is. Well, I do know what they are now today, because I looked some of it up. But and they that R1B1A2 shit.
Okay.
Like King James, he had that R1B1A2 shit.
Yeah, he did. He had R1. He had R1B. I don't know if it was R1B1A2.
It's that. I got it. I got it. It's R1B1A2.
Well, pull up a source if you can. But I know he was R1B. I just don't know what specific downstream. But yeah, I know he was R1B.
He was not B88. Stop it.
Yes, he is, bro. Why you think I learned it? How you think I learned that? I showed you 4 years ago.
Yeah,
why you know about that B88 and me?
Yeah, I don't know about that. But are you familiar with the Yamnaya expansion? Are you familiar with the Kurgan hypothesis? Kurgan hypothesis. Are you familiar with those terms?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so I'll pull up my screen. I see Jashub has his screen. So we're going to kind of go back and forth on this real quick. So the Yamnaya expansion, this is a map on the screen, the Yamnaya expansion. It happened around the time of the early Bronze Age, so roughly 4,000 to 3,000 years ago. So in this portion of the Northern Caucasus, you had the origins of Proto-Indo-European speakers, and the people who formed the Proto-Indo-European language, their genome, their Y chromosome was majority R1b and R1a. Obviously, there's other people that's going to be there too, but the majority is R1b and R1a. So when the Yamnaya people started to migrate from this area of modern day Ukraine, this area of the Northern Caucasus, they expand west, east, south, and north, basically in all directions. The group that went west becomes people such as the corded wire culture that would eventually become like your Proto-Germanic peoples and your Nordic peoples and stuff like that. Bell Beaker will become various other European entities. You're going to have Celtic populations pop up and stuff like that. They all descend from this ancient population known as the Yamnaya culture, or simply known as PIE, Proto-Indo-Europeans. People are going to also head towards the west and become various other groups like the Iranians, the Aryans, and the Scythians, these Iranic populations. And also you even have a few Indo-Europeans or Yamnaya peoples go into the Middle East to become groups like the Hittites. Hittites are Indo-European people in Anatolia. You also got the Mitanni Empire in Syria, and you also got the Armenians, who also are Indo-European speaking people. If you're familiar with the Kardashians, they're Armenians, they're Indo-Europeans. So when it comes to Europe and its inhabitants and why it's R1b, it's partially because of the Yamnaya expansion in the Bronze Age, when these Proto-Indo-Europeans migrate into Europe like 5,000, 6,000 years ago. They are already there. They were the corded wire culture. They were the bell beaker culture, all descendant from the Yamnaya. And also there was indigenous Western European hunter-gatherers there too. Western European hunter-gatherers would be groups like who carry haplogroup I, people like Chatterman, and many Nordic peoples carry haplogroup I in Scandinavia and whatnot. So this amalgamation created the European people we see today. And also there's another component, Anatolian farmers, early European farmers. They also migrated into Europe. They're situated in the Mediterranean, but they also go inwards into Central Europe and whatnot. But yeah, that's sort of how you get your, European population.
Yeah. So you got an Asian population going into the European population.
That is true. There was a small tribe or group of people that did make their way out into East Asia. There was a small group that did do that. But most Indo-Europeans kind of stayed in the Western Hemisphere. Well, I guess it's all the Western Hemisphere, but they stay more in Western Eurasia than Eastern Eurasia.
That's true. But but that doesn't make those people white, pale skin.
So that's the interesting thing. The Yamnaya culture, according to some of the most recent research, it is believed that they actually would have been dark skinned. But here's the thing that's interesting about that.
Intermediate skin. It says intermediate skin.
Yeah, exactly. Intermediate. So what's interesting about that is that light skin is generally believed to have come from the Anatolian farmers from the Near East, or early European farmers, EEF, from the Near East. And they migrate and spread the light genes into Europe. They admix with the European populations, intermediate skin in European populations. And that's how Europeans became lighter skinned over time, because of the Anatolian farmers, the EEF population, early European farmers. And this was a gradual process, but obviously Europe is pretty light skinned today. So, they admix with these Anatolian farmers.
Well, they got what was that people called? What was the other name that the Hittites came from?
I mean, the Hittites descend from the Yamnaya, so
Afro-Yamnayas? No, not them. It's somebody else. But I looked it up when Joshua was doing the show last time, and he was saying that those people, he was on Super Wavy channel, and he was saying that those people was white people, and I looked them up, and I've seen that those people that the Hittites came from was not white.
Who they came from? Well, the thing about the Hittites is that they descend from the Yamnaya, and the Hittites, I guess let's use the term Proto-Hittites, the first Hittites. When those first people settled in Anatolia, remember what I said earlier, the people that formed light skin were Anatolian farmers, and the Hittites went straight to Anatolia. So when the Hittites arrived in Anatolia, there would have been light-skinned people there, because that's where light skin is coming from, those Anatolian farmers. So let's just say the Proto-Hittites had intermediate skin tones. They admix with Anatolian farmers, and they're going to be light-skinned. And what's interesting about the Hittites is that there seems to be a very strong linguistic connection, as well as a cultural connection and a genetic connection between the Hittites and Armenians and other populations in the Southern Caucasus. And if you look at Armenians and you look at like the ancient depiction of Hittites, there is a very strong overlap between the way they look, because in a lot of Hittite statues, they got very sharp hooked noses, kind of like Armenians. And it's also believed that the Armenoid phenotype, that's the term that's kind of used. The Armenoid phenotype kind of did originate in that area of the Southern Caucasus, Anatolia, and Iran, specifically around the time of the Bronze Age, surprisingly. So
now let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
At that time, were there people or busts that you can find that did not have those same noses, contemporary? Because I can, and that's what I was about to show you.
I can show you this really quick. That kind of goes
like
into
they didn't look the same as those long nosed Armenian, looking like they wore the hook shoes, people. They didn't look like that, but those people were in that area and they looked like invaders.
Hold on, let me pull this up really quick. Well, actually, I wonder if I should just go to the R1B map since the Shoop has it up. I don't know. We kind of moved the topic, but this is what I mean by the Armenoid phenotype. So I'll just read this really quick. And there's a map down there if you want to see. So short-headed and high skull type with fleshy features, a flat occiput and hooked nose, often black-haired and light brown skin, medium height and thick set build, body hair abundant, excuse me, eyebrows thick, chin weak, lower lip full, common in mountainous regions of Asia Minor, that's Anatolia, Asia Minor, especially Armenia and Anatolia. Was found in ancient Sumerians, Babylonians, Hittites, who we're talking about, and Cretans around 4000 BCE. Like the dendriad, it seems linked to the bell beakers, the main variety of the Armenid proper, found from Lebanon and North Iran to Armenia. In Anatolia, a finer featured Dendroid Anatoliid variety exists. In mixture with other groups, Armenoids contributed to several intermediate varieties in Europe, India, and the Middle East. I'm not going to name all those groups, but recent migrations have enhanced their influence in various world regions, especially Central Europe. So basically, this Armenoid phenotype, as it says, existed among ancient Sumerians, Babylonians, Hittites, and Cretans around 4000 BCE. And Hittites around 4000 BCE, and it's also associated with the Bell Beakers, who I mentioned earlier as being.
This is not true, bro, because these people conquered the Armenians in 1917, bro. These people faced this phenotype.
I think you said 1917.
They are. This is during these people that's there, the Kardashian, them people looking people got there in 1917. When they created that, when they did that genocide on the original dark-skinned Armenians. What are you talking about?
So the Armenian genocide was between the Turks and the Armenians. It was the Turks who were killing Armenian Christians and really just Armenians in general. But yeah, that's the Armenian genocide. People. The Ottoman Turks killing the Armenians. By the way, there's actually depictions of I don't know if this is YouTube friendly, but there's depictions of the Armenian genocide. Yeah, and we can see the people.
They look like dark-skinned white people.
So let me see.
Skinny and they all decrepit, and I seen them before. I know I did this history before, but I know that these people that's not their original land. These are Turks. And these Turks mixed with some other people to get this look.
Actually, like I said, these are Armenoids. Turks would be a different group. I can pull up Turks. Turks would be something along this line. The Turianid, maybe.
Yeah,
which is completely different.
East,
this is completely different, by the way. You can see the map.
Yeah.
This is not the Armenoid phenotype. This is a completely different group. Peoples with this phenotype, they carry various amount of haplogroups and stuff. They carry haplogroup Q, haplogroup R, haplogroup they carry a bunch C. This is basically.
So you see this right here. This face they didn't always have these faces, bro. So these people of these land, that's what I'm saying. They made these phenotypes happen over time. They're not, when we go back in time and we look at the people of these places, they're not going to fit these phenotypes. The Black American, even just like in America, bro, look at America. If you look at slavery pictures, 90% of the niggas don't look like slaves that exist today. They don't look like them people.
Yeah, because most African Americans today have 25% European ancestry.
Does that mean white?
By European, I'm strictly talking about white. Yes.
Well, that's not true.
Hold on, I'll pull up a.
You're going to show me 25%, and then, but you don't realize that the niggas, the white people that come from Europe, fucking made it with niggas before.
What does it have to do with what I'm
so
referring to?
You're going to see a genetic trace of that haplogroup. I mean, of those niggas that's here from those white people right there, because those niggas came over here too.
I mean, when it comes to European populations, they rarely carry sub-Saharan African autosomes. And again, sub-Saharan African being the 5 populations that I mentioned earlier right here.
I don't fit in the sub-Saharan African. I'm black and I don't fit in the sub-Saharan African shit, bro. I even showed you. Not you, and I'm not yelling at you. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just being passionate.
Your autosomes actually would probably show mostly West African, which is sub-Saharan African.
No,
again,
they show
sub-Saharan African includes East Africans, West Africans, Central African foragers, Northern Khoisan, and Southern Khoisan. You would likely have a large portion, autosomally speaking, of West African.
I'm E1, B1, A2.
Okay, so I was talking about autosomes, but if we move to haplogroups, that's kind of a different argument. But this is what I mean right here. African American ancestry is like 73%. Sub-Saharan African, which is likely going to be West African, with a few other things, and then 24% European. Now, as for the European Americans are majority 98% European, with a very small amount of Native American ancestry and a very small amount of African American ancestry. Most white people, white Americans, are pretty much genetically mostly European.
Because those are the people that come from the north of Europe during the Middle Ages.
But let's go back to the Yamnaya again. When it comes to most white people, in America, white Americans and Europeans, again, they descend from the Yamnaya, and the Yamnaya, like I said earlier, carry R1A.
Show me where that is on here. Yamnaya.
It's right there. You might not. It says number 3, Yamnaya culture, steep cultures, 4th through 5th millennium BC. So, again, actually, let me pull up this map. This is better because it also shows
that Iran.
Here, let me zoom in. Here, let me zoom in. So, everybody, like modern day Europeans, spring from this Yamnaya culture, and again, white people, I hate using that term, but white people that carry R1B, R1A, they come from these Yamnaya, the Proto-Indo-Europeans, PIE. From the Yamnaya, you're going to have the corded ware culture and the bell beaker culture. From these cultures comes your Proto-Germanic tribes, your Celtic tribes, and they've been in Europe for the past like 5,000 to 6,000 years. And Jashub actually has a migration map. Do you have it pulled up, Jashub, of R1B's migration into Europe? That was long before the medieval ages. Like this R1B lineage has been there for 5,000 to 6,000 years. Do you have it pulled up, Jashub? Have you came back? Or if he's not here, you can see on the screen.
I do have it right here.
Why y'all got everything coming? Like if you go the other direction, you end up in Alaska. You do realize that, right?
Yeah, but we're not talking about Alaska. We're talking about Western Europe. So you see on the screen, well, this is one specific subclade. This is not the one that I really wanted, but this is an example.
Which one you want?
Pull up
M269.
Yeah, pull up that one. Yeah,
bro, why do y'all think that white people only can come from? I'm trying to show you something. White people can come from the Canadian region as well.
Yeah, I get that, but our focus right now is on Europe. So
That's
right
your
here,
focus. Why is that your focus when your claim is that white people come from Europe
we can move
to America?
we can move to Canada, because when it comes to Canada, white Canadians descend from Western Europeans. That's why we're talking about Europe.
What
So as
comes
you see
from
on the
north of
screen,
Europe, north of Canada?
yeah.
Who comes
So
from north of Canada?
can you push the migration to shoot real quick?
Yeah.
So look on the screen, Lance.
I'm arguing with another pseudo in the back channel.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
So 9,000, 16,000, 18,000, 30,000. Yeah, right there is pretty good. So see the migration, Lance. Jashub's going to slow it down for you so you can see. So eventually we're going to get to Ukraine here in a minute.
Is that blue water?
Yeah, that blue is water. Everything green is
ADHD.
So they reach Ukraine in around 14,000, 12,000 BCE. They're in Russia / northern Caucasus area. And this is where you're going to eventually get your Yamnaya culture. Again, the Yamnaya culture is roughly 3,000 BCE to 4,000 BCE, so right around there. And see this migration of R1b, it's going into Western Europe and into East Asia, like I showed you earlier in my other image. And these Europeans have been in Europe long before the Middle Ages. They've been there since the Bronze Age, as this migration is showing you. And this perfectly reflects the migration patterns of the Yamnaya culture, or PIE, Proto-Indo-Europeans.
All right.
So you see the date, by the way, down below. It shows the dates as well. And we're only talking about.
Let me ask you this, bro. Do you know who Boyd Dawkins is?
Yes.
Okay. So all of this that you saying, it don't align up with Boyd Dawkins shit. You saying that they white and he's saying that they black people.
All right, so again, well, I don't know this guy, but I'm going by what the genetics is showing. So when it comes to the genetics, again, the reason why Europeans are light skinned is because of early Anatolian farmers that had mixed with European populations, and that's how they become lighter over time. There's a recent paper in 2025 that just came out that illustrates that as well. So I don't know what this other guy's saying, but I'm going by what the science says, and it actually makes a lot of sense because we're dealing with the DNA.
Listen to this. It says Thurman A. Davis, Huxley, and Busk, Vichau, and Tubino, and others has proved the existence in Europe of a Neolithic race 10,000 BC, small of stature with long or oval skulls and accustomed to burying their dead in tombs. Their remains have been found in Belgium, France, in Britain, Germany, and Denmark, as well as in Spain, but they bear a closer resemblance to Basques than any other living people. This Neolithic race has consequently been identified with the Basque and Iberians, and extreme exponents of the theory do not hesitate to speak of the Iberian ancestors of the people of England, recognizing their racial characteristics in small, swarthy Welshmen and the small, dark Highlander and the black Celts to the west of Shannon, as well as in the typical inhabitants of an Aquitanian Brittany. It says,
how far back, by the way? What was the time given?
10,000 BC.
10,000 BC. Okay, give me a second. I'm about to pull something up. So this right here, hold on.
Page 12, David McRitchie. Ancient, modern, and modern Britons.
Yeah, David McRitchie is one of the pseudo reservoirs.
Man, y'all niggas. But why are they getting, listen, bro. These niggas they professors. You can't argue with professors that's finding shit and putting it out.
Okay, so we're showing you shit from professors of today's time, not from the 19th century. Then the white.
Yes, bro. But it's a white. You can clearly see that this is a white. I don't care what the genetics say. You can't really say, like, you only can say fair skin. Like when you can, like, my mama got white skin, right? But she's not a white person. Her mommy and daddy is her mommy. I can show you a picture of her. Her mommy and daddy is black people.
So
You see my son? That don't come like his. That's my mama complexion, lighter than her. She lighter than him.
So if we're talking about, let's see, 10,000 BCE, let me see real quick. I mean, 10,000 BCE, you're going to have haplogroup I and haplogroup R1b there.
Look, I'll go ahead, keep going. I'm gonna read this. This is from Boyd Dawkins at 1880, page 1331. Early man in Britain and his place in the territory, period. In Scotland, the small dark Highlander, and in Ireland, the black Celts to the west of the Shannon still preserve the Iberian characteristics in more or less purity, crossed with the Celtic, Danish, Norse, and English blood. From this outline of evidence of history and ethnology, it will be seen that the Iberic tribes occupied an important position in Europe in ancient times and are still amply represented in the present population. When we consider the many invasions of strangers and oscillations to and fro of different peoples, it is possible not to realize the strange persistence of their race, the Iberic element in the present populations of Spain. The physical characteristics of the races defined in preceding pages are still possessed by the present inhabitants of Spain, France, and Britain. The Iberic element and the population of Spain has mainly contributed to the wrong-headedness of the modern Spaniard, although the characteristic may be partially derived from the Gothic and Moorish invaders. It's telling you that
I think 10,000, is that Mesolithic or Neolithic? I think that's Neolithic. Hold on. I'm trying to pull something up. It might be a Neolithic culture. I just want to pull up some stuff real quick. Early Neolithic.
He said that there is no physical difference observed between the Moor and the Iberian. This is Professor Boyd Dawkins, Early Man in Britain and His Place in the Territory, period, page 331.
Okay, so this is early Neolithic. That might be close to 10,000 BCE. I gotta look on chart real quick, but these are the cultures that existed in the early Neolithic. So now, as for your statement that there was a population in Iberia that looked like Moors, so basically you're saying that this population was dark skinned?
I'm saying that the population that you guys are saying are European white people were people of color. I don't care what the fucking R1B1 shit say. These people had black skin, curly hair, heavy beards, thick eyebrows, big eyes.
Well, the issue with like saying people are people of color or this population is black or this population is brown and dark skinned is the reason why I kind of don't really hang on that too hard is because, for one, every single human ancestor on the planet was once dark skinned, and two, you still have human populations that are dark skinned today, like Australian Aborigines who have broad noses, who have thick curly hair, who have dark brown skin, but I have nothing to do with them genetically, even though I'm also dark skinned. Like you can have human beings that are dark skinned and have basically no genetic connection in terms of descending from the same Y DNA or same mtDNA or even the same autosomes, because Australian Aborigines, their autosomes are non-African. Their autosomes are actually Eurasian, and totally yet they have these features.
But my whole point is this: I think it's intellectually dishonest to say that the black man, an African, mixed with a European, and leave the guys that the European was a white man, when you can clearly see. That's why I went through King James in them and the descriptions that's by a spy and all of this, showing the physical characteristics of the people of the court, of the Scottish Jacobite rebellion, the prisoners that came to the Americas, showing them having brown and black skin complexions, showing you that it's a false narrative that blacks mixed with white people and created this look that we have today.
Are you talking about the modern African American look?
Yes.
I mean, if you look at
the German Palatins, the French Huguenots, all of these are people of color. They are black people today.
I mean, again, if we're talking about the African American phenotype, again, African Americans on average are 24%, I hate using this term, but 24% white. genetically speaking.
No, it says European.
Yeah, but it's
It doesn't
synonymous
mean,
with
and that's
white.
my argument. It doesn't mean white because at that time when those Europeans was coming over here, they were people of color.
Well, here's the thing. In this study, they're basically saying white because when it comes to the European, they got the DNA from phenotypically, I guess you can say, white-looking people who are of European descent. So yeah, it's talking about white.
Yeah, no, it's lying, bro. That's misleading information because I'm showing the primary sources of these people being people of color, all the way from ruddy to black.
Are you making the argument that it's impossible for an African and a European to have a baby? Because
No, I'm
it
making the
almost,
argument that these Europeans that were in power at the time were not white people that came over here and colonized the Americas. The people that came from Portugal, the people that came from Spain during the 1500s and 1600s were not white people. The people that came from England were not white people. They weren't white people. What I'm showing you is that they was this nigga, my son right here, color, lighter than him, little lighter than him. They were people of color.
well, again, going back to the Yamnaya culture, shortly after the expansion of the Yamnaya peoples into Western Europe, shortly after, they did become white or light skinned because of the Anatolian farmers that would migrate into Europe and that mixed with Europeans as far back as pretty much the early Bronze Age, 4000 to 3000
So which
BCE.
one was white? The Europeans or these motherfuckers?
The Anatolian farmers would add mix with Europeans and they'll get lighter skin over
So the
time.
Europeans were not white.
Oh yeah, Europeans, just like I said, all human populations were once dark skinned, but Europeans
And you
did
saying in the
turn
middle of
light skinned.
civilization,
But
right here.
Europeans did turn light skin well before the Middle Ages, you know.
Well, light skin and dark skin is the matter of discussion. We're not
Well, when I
talking
say
about
light skin,
white.
I'm talking about white. Yeah,
Okay, well,
when
say
I say
white
light
skin.
skin,
Now,
I'm
I'm
not
going
white.
to disagree with you because I got in the Middle Ages. I got in the 1600s these kings and people coming as prisoners of war, people to the Americas from Europe. Nigga, what are you not getting?
You mean like those black people earlier in the portraits? They were all black, huh?
I'm telling you, that's a false. I told you. You read it in the book of Maccabees. They changed the likenesses into the portraits, to the likeness to their kind. They changed the faces, bro. But I'm showing you in European history, in their history. This is not American history. This is from England, translated into English.
And all the evidence shows in the medieval times, most of those people over there were white. All of them.
Man, if I showed you the Prince of Orange, let me show you a picture of the Prince of Orange, bro.
Show me the prince.
Prince William of Orange. This King George right here. No, this King Frederick. This King Frederick of Denmark. This a white man to you?
It's not on the screen. Hold on. Let me put it on the screen. Let me see. Oh my God. That's a white. That thing is. Bro, this is not. That's a white man. That is a fucking white man.
Yeah, that's a white dude, bro. He looks like Adam Sandler.
This a white man too?
Yes.
Looks like Adam Sandler.
This a white man?
Yeah.
Y'all tripping, bro.
No, look at Adam Sandler. Hold on, let me pull up Adam Sandler.
He said that we tripping. That's clearly.
It looks no different than Adam Sandler. Give me a second. I'll pull up him.
That's all down. Hold on, go down. Oh, why you got a picture of fucking
That was Kansu. I was about to cook. This is a video I was about to answer him on.
Hold on.
This a white man?
That dude you had. Hold on. That dude you had looks like
definitely a white man.
This a white man.
The first dude you had looked like Adam Sandler right here. The first guy got the same nose, hair. I don't see too big of a difference between him and Adam Sandler.
Bro, you don't see black genetics in Adam Sandler, whether it's an African or a Hebrew. You don't see that this motherfucker got a melanated person in him.
I mean, I guess technically all humans would descend from Africans if that's what.
No, not like that. Like close. Like you can see right genetically in his hair texture, beard, all of that shit.
I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's going to be genetically mostly West Eurasian.
Man, y'all niggas, look at hair, bro. Hair and all that. Hair phenotype, like it come from a place. It's not.
But you know the issue with hair again, going back to people like Australian Aborigines. How do you know he doesn't have that type of DNA?
That nigga got his hair from fucking Asian people.
This is why the skin tone thing is kind of weird, but
it's not necessarily weird when you telling me that a European mixed with my ancestor, and I'm telling you that, well, I got my Jacobite ancestor coming over here. He black. He light skinned as fuck, but he black.
Oh, that was white too.
Yeah,
you said he black.
Hold
on.
When it comes to African American admixture, it's just a fact that African Americans mix with quote unquote white people, whether it's black men getting with white women or white men getting with black women. That's like there's no way of getting around that. Like
this is only a paint. This is only a painting, right? I think it was done in chalk or some type of oil chalk or some shit, and it's a family picture of my great grandfather. My grandfather's father, right here. They got him as a white man, and then in 1900 they put him as
Wait, that begs the question: were most of the plantation owners and people like the Ku Klux Klan and early Democrats, were they black or white? Black, yeah.
Well, I'm asking you this right here: is this a white man? Would you perceive him to be a white man?
Personally, again, I try to be careful with the phenotype thing.
Make the picture big, Yashu, or you can do it.
I mean, that's a really, I'm not gonna lie, that's a kind of a bad painting, personally. But
white man to me.
I would have to have more information because he could be
light skinned nigga, bro, and they called him white, and then the next year they called him mulatto, and then after in 1910 they called him black.
I mean, like I said, he could be octoroon, which is like 25% black and like 75% white. He could be octoroon.
None of that shit. I'm trying to tell you, nigga. I showed you the Jacobite people that came over here. The Jacobites is people of color.
But going back to my question, do you believe that most of the plantation owners and the Ku Klux Klan and the early Dixiecrats and Democrats, do you believe that they were basically black like this?
No, I believe that the white population came over here, a lot of them as children, and over time, a lot of them came over here as vagabonds under the at the end of Prince Charles' reign. During the reign of King George II, a lot of them came over here and received land for helping to fight in the civil wars and shit like that, whether it was for the against the South or against the West.
Let me type these people in. Prince Charles. Which Prince Charles?
You want me to hold on? I'll show you again.
While you pull that up, so the plantation owners were white Europeans coming from Western Europe.
No,
is what you're saying? No,
the first plantation owners, but before it was slavery. You got to remember, slavery don't come until King George make it slavery. So it was indentured servitude before that, meaning sometimes you was a prisoner and sometimes you just needed a job. When you migrated to a new land and you got your family, you needed to have a person that represents you, so you would link yourself to a plantation.
So what about like the early Dixiecrats and the Ku Klux Klan? Were they also black?
They black too.
No,
you got to be consistent. They all black.
Well, I'm trying to tell you this, bro. Let me tell you this. When the South, when those contracts were kind of like voided by King George, and he's now saying whoever owned indentures are now permanent slaves, and he's taxing them. They're taxed. That money's going. Right. Excuse me?
Actually,
go ahead.
But go ahead.
I didn't hear you. You said what?
No, I said go ahead.
I actually dropped you off the panel. That was an accident. I brought you
Oh.
back. I was trying to pull my screen up so I could show you this white man right here, Charles I, the Prince of Wales, 17th century.
So white people started coming to the Americas because of this guy.
Because because he lost his seat.
Right.
He lost his seat. But your first look, I can show you in a book. It's called Muslim. It's called Muslims and Jews in British Colonial America. Right. And it shows how where American history tells us that it was white people that came over here, white forefathers. He going to show you, him and this girl, this lady shows you that it's not white people, it's people of color from Spaniard and Portugal and places of ports of Sao Tome, Africa, coming over here as colonists, fleeing from religious persecution. And they're coming as Protestants, but their real religion is Islam and Judaism, and they secretly keeping it as Christians. So they created barbecues. They would barbecue on the front porch, a whole pig or something like that, and people wouldn't suspect them being Jews or Muslims. So a lot of families in America that you get this Protestantism and Baptist stuff from is really come from them hiding Judaism.
Okay,
Under a guise. That's historical. You can look it up. But look, what I'm showing you is that they rewrote history while niggas was alive. Like, it wasn't like that niggas left. It was just they didn't have access to the books that was being printed to even say that's a lie. Okay. And the children that they was bringing over here from those areas was growing up with a history. So by the time your great grandma and them was little girls going to school with them, that's them getting power. Those people grew up to have votes and get us out of the seats from the early late 1800s that we was in
1800s.
In places of Congress and stuff like that, because they had people that they was making here to be the citizens.
So when did black people lose power in the United States? You said 1800s.
1800s.
Interesting.
But listen, this is something that's very important. I told you.
Yeah.
1790.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, am I sharing?
Yeah.
Look.
Wait, no, you're not. Hold on. All right, there you go.
Oh no, not the AI.
No, look at this. This is important, right? So watch this. What I did, I said between 1750 and 1850, several catastrophic events, naturally disasters, pandemics, and wars shaped the world. Here are some. I just asked for it. Catastrophic events from 1750 to 1850. 1755, Lisbon, Portugal, right? Lisbon, Portugal, a 8.5 to 90 magnitude earthquake. 1783 to 84, the volcanic eruption in Iceland, right? It disrupted North America and even Asia. Climate disruption, right? 1811 to 812, the Madrid earthquake, USA. Serious violent earthquake estimated 7.5 to 88 magnitude, Mississippi Valley altering course of river causing destruction across several states. 1850 Mount Tarubi. This is all in the same within 100 years. This is all in the same period. So people look, and I got another one where they show you how many thousands of people and what countries are affected. United States is one of them. West Europe is one of them, and North Africa is one of them. All affected by these massive things. Now, all of this stuff is happening and disrupting food. Here you go, 1815, a year without summer.
Yeah, but before you go too deep, because there's a lot. I see there's a whole long list. I still want to know, did African Americans, were they the first to create the Ku Klux Klan and the Dixiecrats?
I don't think it was no African Americans.
Well, black people, my bad. Black people. Were they the first to create the Ku Klux Klan and the Dixiecrats?
Well, I think that it was people of color that was a part of that movement, which was a part of the Spanish Inquisition.
Interesting. So people of color created the Ku Klux Klan and the Dixiecrats.
Well, I think of course you can see that it changed because it's what happened in 1823, right, or 24 with Walter Plecker. What was it? The Racial Integrity Act, the darker than the paper bag, lighter than the paper bag. 1924. Okay. So a culture is being created from that point. So you got light-skinned niggas that can't mix with dark-skinned niggas. They gotta stay going light-skinned.
So it's kind of like it's kind of
you
like
got dark-skinned niggas that can't mix with light-skinned niggas. They gotta keep going dark-skinned. That created a culture and a people and a divide. So by the time you see in 1920, when motherfuckers is coming to Compton, USA, and they complaining about the niggas, those is black people. I got the video of it. Those is black people complaining that niggas is coming to their community.
Oh, so it was those black people complaining about the other black people that created the Ku Klux Klan to stop the bad black people.
I don't know if you're playing games. I can show you the video if you like.
No, I'm asking a serious question. It was a set of black people.
Listen, bro. We know that black people is a social construct that's newly created.
Well, I'm just using the term that you use.
Like my great grandfather had a plantation. Guess who his slaves was? His fucking family. His family was his slaves.
Are you sure?
But before that, he was like they person that, like, you can't come to America, bro, and just roam around America. You got to have somebody over here to represent you, to a place to go to, like getting out of prison.
Yeah, I get that. So going back to the early Dixiecrats in the Ku Klux Klan, so it was people of color who created that to stop the bad black folks.
All right, what time period was it?
No, I'm asking you.
What time period was that?
I'm guessing what, the 1800s.
All right, well, go ahead. 18 what? Because slavery don't end until what, 1868? It really ends at 1801, but you know, worldwide, I mean, at least in America, is what, 1868? Right? Civil War, South Carolina.
Okay. I'm listening.
What are you talking about? What?
I'm listening.
Like, yo, all right, man. That's just, oh my God.
Worldwide slavery. That's why English began to go to war against people who was trying to migrate slaves. That's 1801. But then in 1868, it's law now. It's turned to
let's look at the preponderance of evidence. All of the portraits that we brought up tonight were white. The wax effigy of one of the aristocrats that we discussed tonight was white. We went all the way back to William the Conqueror in the 11th century, and all the depictions were white. So come on, man, you striking out on every time you go to the plate, you striking the fuck out, bro.
This is Prince William of Orange right here. He white.
Let me see. Oh yeah, he definitely white, bro. Hold on.
Oh, that's a light-skinned nigga, bro. Y'all tripping, man.
So did the early
man, Prince William of Orange? Yep, that's a white man. Yep, that's definitely a white man. He look like, what's his name? Pete.
So when I bring up a picture up, look at his rock.
That nigga look like Pete Davidson.
Look at his garb, right? Now
can we at least agree that he look like Pete Davidson?
Bro, go look up Prince William of Orange and see what you get.
All right, okay. I'm looking up Prince William Orange. Again, it's gonna be another white person. You have yet to show me one person that could fit the description as black. All right, Prince William of Orange. This nigga. Oh, is Prince William? Oh, yep. William III is Prince William Orange. Okay, so yeah, he's white, bro.
All right, bro. See, I think case has been closed, bro. That's
what I'm just saying.
They're falsifying the history, bro.
All right, so let's look into this claim. Oh, portrait by Godfrey Kneeler. He was the same portrait as the other aristocrats. Mm-hmm. It's circa 1690, so it's during the time of this man's life and during the time of his rule,
he's hired to revise, bro. I'm trying to tell you. I got it's CIA. Listen, it's CIA documents of him doing it in Tartaria, right? Why do you think it hasn't been being done? It's all the way, look, it's written. I don't know when the Book of Maccabees was wrote, but it's written all the way back in the Book of Maccabees, nigga. That's what they do.
Look at these white folks. Look, these are his parents. His parents are white too, boy. Does that look like a motherfucking black man, black woman? Oh, damn, hold on. Y'all even tell me I'm not sharing the damn. Well, y'all ain't shit. Right here, look. Does that look like a black man or a black woman?
The one on the left, yes. The woman, look at her hair, bro. Look at the hair. Make it big. Look at the hair, bro. I told you the secret of what they do.
That like a damn white woman to me, man.
Nah, bro.
16,
William of Orange married the daughter of King James, bro. That's Sophia's husband, I believe. And you know she's a black woman. Sophia is a black woman, nigga.
This is their parents. This is William of Orange parents.
I think he's William the Second. That picture I showed you. This is William the Second.
This is William the Second of Orange and Mary.
And Mary, which is King James' daughter. She's a black, and I didn't even know that. And that's a black woman.
That's not a black.
She is, bro. Listen.
Was George Washington black or
whoa. Oh, all right. I want y'all to put a 1 in the chat if this woman on the left is black.
Y'all don't understand what they do with art, bro. I'm trying to tell you. When you see a black page boy.
Let me ask the audience. Let me actually calm down for a minute, man. Let me ask the audience. Put a 1 in the chat if that woman on the left is a black woman, and put a 2 in the chat if the woman on the left is a white woman. I see Azar Yahoo. Come on, Azar Yahoo. Give me an answer. Mr. Black Tastic, give me an answer. Hey, Shayna, give me an answer.
James' daughter. That's Princess Sophia, where they did the Netflix movie about.
I guess nobody want to answer this question because it's clearly obvious. I'm probably offending people by asking this question.
Not, bro. I'm trying to look. I showed you primary source. Did I not show you primary sources? Yes or no?
You showed me documentation of what certain people said.
Was it primary sources? Yes or no, Joshua? Come on, we're not even debating. We just having a conversation. Don't let me feel like I've just been up here and you just making a clown of a nigga that's bringing up pseudo shit without showing real information, bro. Don't do that.
You are showing, pseudo information. You're sharing pseudo information. You literally talked about giants tonight. Literally.
I can.
Oh yeah, you also mentioned dragons. When did dragons die out?
Dragons are dinosaurs, brother.
Oh, so when did they die? When did they die out though?
Remnants of them been here. I don't know if they all dead or not.
Oh, so there could be like T-Rexes still around and stuff.
Well, didn't you just see the big ass entity or whatever the hell that was in the fucking water that them people took on the ship, and the damn whole city long cave with its own ecosystem underground? You don't know shit, bro.
Wow, that's amazing. So Jurassic Park could like be real then.
I don't think it's a movie.
No. Oh, Jurassic Park is like a documentary or something.
Can they extract genetics and create a new animal, or bring the animal back by using the closest relative of those genetics? Yes, man. Stop playing, bro. Listen, dinosaur is a new word. There was the word to express those things that was seen is dragon. There was no dinosaur, bro. Dinosaur just came about. Before that, in every language, the word is dragon or something like that.
Did you get that from Ken Hovind?
I don't know who that is. I know that if you look up dinosaur, it'll tell you when the word was made. And before that, everything was called a dragon.
So basically, what you're saying is like this is
just address what I said. Is that not true?
No, I'm trying to understand. This is a dragon right here.
Yeah, and it would also be argued that motherfucker probably didn't have arms that short, and there was wings attached to that. Because when you look at everything else, The arms are small because they're attached to wings.
Oh, okay. So basically, what you're saying is it should actually look like this. This is what you mean.
Oh no, that ain't what the dragons look like of the Middle Ages. The dragons of the Middle Ages had hind legs, wings, and no arms.
Oh, so you're talking about like a wyvern then? Okay, wyvern. Hold on. They're in
The
Game of
dragons
Thrones.
that Queen Europa or Queen
So these things,
Khalifa
this
that
right
Queen
here.
Khalifa had, yeah, like that.
Okay, so do they still
I ain't gonna
exist?
say they look like that either, bro. I mean, I don't know if they ever really look like that, but they definitely got depictions of them. They're a lot smaller than that, of course, but they
Did
definitely have
people,
depictions of the dragons.
were humans able to like tame them and ride them, or?
I imagine that humans is able to tame anything that
Wow,
they can get as a baby.
that's crazy, bro. That's cool. That's pretty cool. So it's like Game of Thrones then. Like in the past, there was more
I
like.
told this nigga last time that the whole Game of Thrones theme is based off of ancient Black European history.
Oh snap! And
And the
Lord of the Rings.
wildlings is the wild people that came from the north.
Oh snap!
And then
So
I showed them
also,
the Moors versus the wild men, which backs that shit. Those are black people in the kingdom that's established, looking royal, and the white people is the ones that's with the long stringy hair and the long nails and there's trees and shit attacking the black people.
so you're saying like George R. R. Martin, who wrote Game of Thrones, like he actually stole that from a black man, like all that.
Man, if you read, have you ever read the Copeland Bible?
I'm not even familiar with it.
What about you, Joshua? Have you ever read the Copeland Bible?
No, no. I'm over here sharing the claims that you make in the back chat. What do you think?
No, I think it's a very it's a very abstract imagination. I think it's very interesting. Like Game of Thrones was real. Like that's pretty abstract, imagination.
I mean,
I like dragons too. Who doesn't like dragons? I mean,
bro, what do you think?
cool.
Dinosaur is a new word. Look when dinosaurs were created.
So do you think there was like an ancient war between like dragons and giants? Because that's in Dark Souls.
No, I don't believe that. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know if dragons were intelligent or not. I don't know nothing about. I know they were an animal that existed that you can see in modern you can see in like books from the 1700s that they actually had dragons in the animal part of it. When you look at the Chinese zodiac sign, you can see that the dragon will be the only mythological creature on the whole thing. No, not at all.
Oh.
Dragons existed, bro.
That reminds me. Did mages exist as well? Mages and whatnot.
Mages, what's that?
A mage is like a person who can use magic and stuff. Like
Man, listen.
I'm just curious.
All right.
Like Gandalf. That Gandalf exists.
I don't know about any of that, bro. Right now, you're getting off into what I can tell you is that alchemy and the understanding of plasmas and photon and any other nitrogen and all of that shit was probably well understood. Alchemy was a thing that you would probably consider magic back then.
That's interesting. Have you seen Full Metal Alchemist? So was it like that? You got to do like equivalent exchange,
I don't know.
Yeshua knows what I'm talking about. Equivalent exchange, with alchemy and all.
Right.
Something for something.
Yeah, you have to give up. Like they tried to the theme of Full Metal Alchemist. They tried to use blood alchemy.
Oh, when his little brother was in a
right
or some shit.
Yeah, his soul got sucked into it.
Yeah, because a soul is a plasma. A soul, it can exist outside the body. The body, heart and mind, the heart and the brain generates an electromagnetic field that binds the soul. Once that breaks, then the soul can escape the body.
And you can like transfer the soul into objects, kind of like
I don't know if you can or not, but what I do know is that it's written that it will happen.
Interesting. That's what Lord Voldemort did in Harry Potter. He split his soul into 7 pieces and he put it into objects.
I don't know if that can happen, but I know that this is written that the soul will receive a new body. And since when you understand that the mind is not the brain, the mind is the energy. And when you understand right now today, they're using plasma, which is the energy of the mind. The plasma is what they're storing information in microchips. They're using plasma.
I'm sorry. Stop, bro.
I can show you.
What?
It's not pseudoscience. It's something that's being done.
But no. You said the mind is plasma.
The mind is a plasma. Yes.
No, it's not.
Bro, everything is plasma. 99% of the known universe is plasma. The mind is a plasma.
We're not plasma. No. Yes, 99% of the known universe is plasma. Like stars and shit. Yeah, that's got
the mind is the energy. That's a plasma. It's an unseen light, bro. You don't see the energy leave the body. It's unseen. However, I have disembodied
plasma.
Spirit.
Does not mean that.
No, bro. That's just a form of plasma, bro. Plasma is a heated gas. Once gas get heated to a degree that it's no longer gas, it becomes a plasma. Now you have several different types of gases that can be heated.
When the electrons get stripped from that gas.
The nucleus.
Then it becomes a plasma, like the sun.
But how you do that is by heating it.
The chronosphere is plasma. No, it's the stripping of the electrons.
How do you do that?
Through
by heating it. Look,
okay, listen to what I just said.
A solid is heated and it becomes a gas. Or here you go, a water. A solid is heated, it becomes a liquid. A liquid is heated, it becomes a gas. A gas is heated, it becomes a plasma. These are your four. Come on, bro, stop.
No,
so did Major?
No, hold on, no, we're not doing that. We're not going to sit up here and pass on more misinformation. There's more to it than just heating it. It's the stripping of what? The electrons. Right? That's
yes.
how you put a plasma.
That's what happens. But how do you do that?
So that begs the question.
How do you do that? How do you strip the electrons from the atom?
Okay, it's not okay. So if I take water and boil it, it's going to become a vapor. That's water coming from a liquid state to a gas state.
Yes.
Okay, that's a lot different than
now,
saying,
when you turn, now you got to heat the gas. Hydrogen is heat. When you heat hydrogen, what happens to that point of what is the sun made of?
That begs the question. So when it comes to plasma, did wizards like use plasma for their like magic?
Well, I'm not sure about wizards and all of that shit, but I will say that based on the Sumerian tablets that I've read, if they're true and properly translated, then they had to have known.
Wow. So like the Sumerians were like doing like
even the description, even look, I believe that motherfucker who I believe that book of Thoth is just like that, like a lot of the books these people find or they buy and then they author them themselves of a spirit telling them this, that, and the other. But it's too many truthful things within like the book of Thoth that, you know, it would take a modern person to understand, even today, to understand a lot of that stuff that was being said, right? Okay. Like Star Wars wasn't wrote yet.
Oh, but is Star Wars also like there's some truths to Star Wars as well?
Yeah, Star Wars is after a civilization reaches its peak,
agree with you on that, brother.
It's destroyed, and then that's the remnants. That's why they're finding parts.
brother, I think you got my respect, brother. As a Star Wars fan myself, I must say I agree.
You can see that it's a remnant. Like he ain't do nothing but read old shit, like the old ancient Vedic and all of that shit, bro, is technological. It's advanced, but the way we see it, because we think that we like the way our minds is trained. We think that that's a sandy, busted down place that they walking around in sandals and shit like that, bro. But it wasn't like that.
So do Do you think like the Jedi and the Sith, like that, those could be like real ancient factions or whatever?
Yeah, absolutely. I ain't gonna say the Jedi and the Sith, or I ain't gonna say that they come from other planets, but I believe that what we know as Earth realm, there is terrestrial land beyond what we know as Earth, like beyond this. Like for instance,
hold on real quick. I don't want you to pass this. You do realize that we ourselves are not plasma. We don't have plasma in us, and our thoughts are not plasma. I'm not gonna let that slide. Hell no.
First of all, we definitely have plasma in us, but it's not in the sense of
that's not plasma, bro. Like the state of matter. The state of matter known as
your
plasma.
mind is all right. So you're not going to find this answer, bro, but you're going to have left your body before to understand that you exist outside your body. You know it. You're aware of it. I have left my body before.
Our bodies are not plasma.
I didn't say our bodies. I said our mind.
Our mind is not plasma. Our minds are not.
It's pure plasma. It's energy.
How the fuck you gonna have pure plasma in your goddamn head, bro? You would die.
Oh no, you don't understand, bro.
I do understand that plasma is a state of matter, which is very, very fucking volatile to us. You can't fucking get hit by to have plasma just sitting in your damn head. What's wrong with you? And no, we're not talking about blood plasma. We're talking about the state of matter, the fourth state of matter.
But you don't understand, Yeshua.
Oh my God.
All right, so here's the thing, Yeshua. You don't understand. When it comes not, it allows plasma to be in your mind. You need to like
no, because your mind generates an electromagnetic field when it's present. The energy is detected through devices, which lets us know if you're alive. Your heart generates an electromagnetic field when it's in proper and when it's harmonious, when it's in working order.
It doesn't say that our mind has plasma or is plasma. If you're calling some of the mind our consciousness is not plasma, bro.
When you start studying neuroscience and get into quantum physics, you'll understand that every
solid. It's a byproduct of a solid. We're solid. The state of matter that we're in is solid and some liquid.
Bro, when you have left your mind, I have left my mind, have left my body to be able to see my body. I left my body before, bro. So I know that your body is not who you are. Your mind is something else. It's controlling the body. The brain.
Listen
like
to
for
me.
instance, let me show you this. Let me show you something that is.
Your body's not plasma. No, I'm not. Okay, I'll let you do a lot of dumb shit tonight, bro. We not gonna sit up here and start teaching people that their mind is plasma, bro. Please, at least it's like, no, we can't do that, bro.
It's just because I've read more books than you, brother. You're not.
Yeah, Jashoub, you need to watch Full Metal Alchemist to understand alchemy, and then you'll understand the mind transference of plasma. You need to step up your game, Jashoub. Come on, bro.
All right, so let's just teach some 5th grade science here.
No, consciousness is energetic, bro. It has to do with electricity, it's not a physical thing. When you want your hand to work, your mind sends a signal across the synapses within your brain that converts into a chemical signal, and then it alerts the body what to do. All signals that come from the mind begin as an electrical signal. The brain cannot understand until it's converted across the synapse into a chemical. Then the brain can respond and therefore tell the body what to do, and vice versa.
Check this out.
I'm a nurse for a living, bro. That's nursing 101.
All right, so check this out. So solid, stably packed atoms vibrating in one place. A human is a solid and a liquid because we have liquid in our bodies.
And a gas.
And we do produce gas. But guess what we don't have? No, we don't have no damn plasma. Stop that shit.
Conductive with no shape or volume, which is the mind, bro. I'm trying to tell you. Yes.
No, that's not what plasma is. That's
electrically conductive with no thick shape or volume. The mind.
All right. Maybe this was a bad idea to show this one continuous.
This is exactly the solid human, the liquid human, the gaseous human, and the plasma human, bro.
There's no plasma human, bro.
The mind is the plasma, bro.
There's no plasma human.
All right, man.
Plasma is relatively a new state. We have begun studying that plasma occurs in high temperatures or pressures, such as on the sun. In such extreme conditions, electrons are stripped from their shells, what I was telling you, around the nucleus, and they leave behind a positively charged ion. The mixture of gases is known as a plasma. That does not exist in your human fucking body. You ain't no goddamn plasma, bro. You are a solid and a liquid.
Listen, bro. All right. You in a gas, right?
Yes.
You ain't never heard of blood gas tests and all of that? It's gas.
We produce gas too, yes.
Right. So why would plasma be?
Because it's impossible. You don't produce.
All right. So answer this. What is the
can you perform nuclear fusion in your fucking body? No. So let's move on. You can't.
So let me ask you this. Then why aren't you plugged into a wall? Why aren't you plugged into a wall? So what's happening geologically, it also was happening biologically, just in a different state and in different ways. But first, you got to understand both.
Wait. Explain to me, why did you just ask me, why am I not plugged into a wall? Please.
Right. So how are you producing? Listen, you have to eat food for the body, but how does the mind continue? The mind, the energy of the mind. It's an energy that's within you. It's electrical. It's not nothing that's solid. It only can be measured through electrical conduction.
Through plasma?
I'm trying to tell you that's what that whole piece is, bro. Your mind is an energy that's constantly, it's like a small level, bro. You can't measure it. It's no volume and it's electrically conductive.
You can measure plasma, bro. Look how big.
Go back to what you just showed.
Hold on. So I want you to tell my audience again. Hold on, Levery. Hold on. You're throwing me off. Let me see. That's a plasma blast right there. But I want you to go back. I want you to explain one more time to my audience that you are saying that mind is the fucking fourth state of matter. Please go ahead.
Well, it's a amount of it. It's like the mind is an accumulation. It's not. Hold on. Let me say.
My nigga, bro. You on some secret alien shit. I don't even think secret aliens said anything like this, bro. I think you're topping them.
Look it up.
Were humans in the past able to master the power over plasma?
So I told you, based on my understanding today and reading the ancient texts like the Book of Thoth and the Sumerian translations, and even some of the understanding even within the Bible, and especially the Book of Enoch, you can see that they knew what the plasma was.
Oh, so humans were able to master it.
I'm trying to tell you that I think that they were closer at some points in history. History isn't a consistent line. It breaks and restarts. I don't think that you can look at history as a linear thing. It just can be looked at as ages, like stacks. Because when you dig to go back in history, you dig down.
Okay. So do you think there was a period in history where it was like the X-Men and people were able to like use their powers and stuff?
Well, that's when you get off into your Sumerian and Anunnaki and the Vedic and Ra and all of that historical shit. I don't know if that was we look at it as mythological and fabulous and all of that, but when you start to look at what the possibilities are and what if they can manipulate these facets of matter, then it's possible that they were doing that and they had weapons and they They can turn shit to stone and all type of shit, possibly, you know.
Watch this real quick before you start talking about your mutant hypothesis, Professor X and shit. Look at this.
Everybody knows about 3 states of matter. The coldest one, solid, liquid, gas. Plasma is the 4th state of matter.
As you heat something up, it starts to change states of matter. So if you have an ice cube, you melt it, turns into a liquid. That means that the atoms got a little bit looser, there's fewer connections between them. Then you boil it, turns into steam, and now it floats in the air. The atoms are even less connected. Heat it up even more, and that steam will turn into a plasma, which means that all of the separate atoms lost their electrons. The electrons are now free, and so now you have this electrified gas.
Plasmas are all around us. More than 99% of the visible universe is made out of plasma.
The sun is a giant ball of plasma, so we have plasma to thank for all of the energy that we have coming to our Earth. Galactic clusters, black holes.
The auroras, these fantastic light shows. Fire is a plasma, lightning is plasma.
Plasmas are important because we can engineer plasmas to do all sorts of things. Because they're electrified, that means we have new knobs to turn, electricity and magnetism, that we can use to direct plasmas, to accelerate plasmas. Once you start playing with these possibilities, you start to see how many different things we could be doing. There are just applications galore.
Plasmas themselves have been used widely in a lot of the steps that make up the 21st century. The microchip industry uses plasmas all the time in a lot of its processes.
Every time you've used anything electronic, it was made by a plasma. To lay down the nanoscale wires and connections across the computer chip.
We're also using plasmas in agriculture, medical applications, quantum information science, and sustainability.
And then, of course, the biggest application for plasmas is fusion, which is the future energy source where we rely on fusion reactions to produce energy, but that has to happen inside the plasma.
Without that knowledge, we can't really get to fusion energy in the grid. We need to understand plasmas in order to tackle those challenges. Here at the Princeton Plasma Physics Lab, we really are tackling the world's biggest science and technology challenges with the plasma expertise that we've built for 70 years.
The Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory is a Department of Energy national lab run by the US government, funded by the US government, but contracted by Princeton University. And so that means we have access to resources at Princeton that really help our research.
We learn new things about plasmas every day, both in our labs, our computational folks, our theorists. An ideal future is one in which plasmas and fusion are part of a day-to-day conversation in the US and in the world.
The more that we can make things more efficient and distribute this technology more broadly, so many different areas of technology stand to benefit from understanding plasma physics better.
We're working for the US and for humanity to develop new technologies and new solutions for the world.
All right, so nothing to do with the human body, state of matter.
You crazy.
Oh my
It's used
God.
in every facet, all the way down to the universe and medical applications, even down to technology. Every facet in life. Now look, you can attribute the physical realm to any state of matter. What portion do you attribute the mind to?
Okay, so the brain is a solid with fluid.
Okay. And what is the mind? The energy that's in it.
The mind?
Yeah. The mind is separate than the brain. The mind is what controls the brain.
It's a byproduct of the brain.
No, it's not. And that's foolish to believe that.
Where do you think your mind come from?
Your mind, listen, bro.
It comes from your brain.
No, nigga. Your mind exists. Your mind is energy. It don't die. It's replaced. It's just moves on. And it's some type of course. It's some type of law to what our minds do. What happens with us. You can see that the mind itself is energy. You can't attribute a solid to it. You can't tell me how the mind can think of something that has never existed, write it down, give it a name, find the things on earth to make it, and they created something that has never existed. And they pulled that energy, that thought from nowhere. The mind is something other than material. You have to know.
So that's how George Lucas created Star Wars, because everything
George Lucas read old Vedic books of Indians, bro, and got the Star Wars, and you can see it. Energy, swords and fire swords and all of this shit, that and the other.
Okay, we're going down the yellow brick road. When we're going to discover the wizard behind the goddamn fucking curtain.
Well, I'm just trying to connect the dots for you, bro, because it's there. But when it comes down to the mind, I asked you a simple question. You can attribute everything in the physical realm to an element. What portion do you attribute the mind? That is an energy. It's not anything physical.
The brain fires off a lot of neurons, and that's
what is neuron? What is neurons? What is it firing?
All right, so
what is the signal made of?
I got you. You're gonna say electricity. Okay, fine. That's how it communicates. Where is it coming from?
What is electricity? Plasma, brother.
No,
plasma.
All right, so okay. What is a neuron? Let's just start there. Let me walk you through this. Neurons in the brain. Neurons are the fundamental building blocks of the brain and nervous system. There are specialized cells that transmit electrical and chemical signals, enabling communication with the brain and between the brain and other body systems. Okay.
Enabling communication within the brain. What is communicating within the brain? The mind is sending signals.
No. It just told you the neurons right there. You see it? The neurons
That's just a pathway. That's just a pathway to send signals across, bro. I'm trying to tell you, bro. That's
neurons are information messengers. Yes. It's literally coming from the brain. It's literally coming from the nervous system, and the brain is a solid.
But what is the signals being sent? Their information, and what is that made of? It's light, bro. It's electricity.
And chemical signals. That's what it says.
Well, see, it says electricity first because I explained to you earlier that the mind sends a signal. Like if you have a thought, like you want to do something, like you want to pick up a cup.
Let me explain it for you, bro. The mind sends a signal, right? That's your brain because your brain sending
mind sends the signal electrically across the synapse to the brain. The brain then converts it into it receives it as a chemical signal.
Oh, you fucking it up. No, your brain, the nerve endings, the neurons in your brains is sending the signals.
Look up a synapse. Look up what a synapse is. SYNAPSE.
I will. As soon as you understand that your brain,
you gotta understand what a synapse is first.
Your brain is sending these signals, bro. That's what you're calling your mind. Your brain is firing out all these damn neurons, and that's creating what you call the mind. Your thoughts, your consciousness, our motor skills, our ability to speak.
Yes, that's for the body. That's for that's for the brain to communicate to the brain is a central nerve. It's the central nervous system is inside the brain.
Exactly.
Right, but somebody is sitting behind the desk.
bro, this is not Men in Black, bro.
Yes, it's similar to that, but you're not a fleshly being. You're a signal. You're an energy being. You are an energy being in your brain that have desires and wants and can feel pain through the body's neural system. If I kick a dead body, it's not going to cry out because there's nothing there to receive the pain to cry, to send a signal back to cry out. The energy that's you inside your brain, bro, that's a plasma being. Yes, we made of the stars. That's what y'all believe, right? Well, what are stars made of?
Plasma, but that's the state of matter, and that has zero to do with you.
Everything can be placed in a state of matter. Everything. What is your mind? Your mind is not your brain, bro. Your brain is just a house for your mind.
Your mind is a solid, and there's liquid there. That's it.
That's why, look, some people not wired. Like your motherfucking VMAT2 gene is off, bro. They affected your VMAT2 gene. You took that damn shot and got that damn VMAT2 gene affected.
Look, what does a neuron look like? Hold on, let me go through. Neurons, also called neurones or nerve cells, are the fundamental units of the brain and nervous system. The cells responsible for receiving sensory input from the external world, for sending motor commands to our muscles and for transforming and relaying the electrical signals at every step in between.
Thank you.
What do you mean? Thank you. This is not
saying what I just said. Listen now. Watch this. You.
It's telling you that your brain is doing all of this.
Your mind. Listen. All right. So because you're dealing with a different portion of the brain now. What is sending the signal in the brain?
The neurons. I already said that. The neurons.
No. The signal is coming from a source.
I just told you the neurons.
Brother. Look up a synapse. Look up how the synapse works so you can understand better.
Why can't you just admit?
Because this portion is only dealing with the fleshly part of your body. Now you got to deal with how does the mind communicate to the fleshly portion of your body, which is the central nervous system, your brain. Is an energy source. It's something else. Now look up a synapse so you can see how the communication occurs and where the source is coming from.
Synapse. Let's see. Because you just sit up here and ignore shit.
No, because you don't got a full understanding yet. You only dealing with what's in the brain to the body, and from the body back to the brain. Now I'm trying to get you to see that there's a signal that is receiving the signal from the brain to make decisions. The brain don't determine what's 4 + 4. The mind does. The brain only says heartbeat, lungs breathe, kidney function. It's a regulator. That's what for the body. It's for that. But you are in the cockpit of that shit as an energy.
The human brain is made up of approximately 86 billion neurons that talk to each other using a combination of electrical and chemical signals.
Yes.
The places where neurons connect and communicate with each other are called synapses. And the synapses is still a physical thing. It's a solid.
No, now the synapse is the place where the electrical signal that comes from the mind is converted into a chemical signal for the brain to tell the body what to do.
I'm sorry, bro.
Read it.
I just did. That's a period right there.
These 86 billion neurons talk to each other. I told you that's the path, right? Using a combination of electrical and chemical. The combination is this. I'm telling you the combination. Electrical signal come from the mind, cross the synapse, converts into a chemical. Then the brain can convert the body into an action.
Hold on. That did not just say it came from the mind. What you're calling the mind is coming from these neurons.
Oh my God, bro.
What do you mean? Oh my God, you added that.
No, I'm trying to tell you that where the signal is coming from. What is that called? Ask, bro. God damn it.
The signal is coming from neurons. The neurons are firing off and sending the signal. The synapses is the place where neurons connect and communicate with each other. That's all.
Yes.
What you mean, yes? Like you fucking understand.
Because the synapse is in between the mind and the brain, the flesh and the electrical.
No. That's not what a synapse is. Maybe I should find a video where you can explain that. Matter of fact, I'm going to do that. Synapse. Biology. 2-minute neuroscience. All right, let's go. Oh, here's one. This is 10 minutes. Let's go to the 2-minute one, the quick one.
Welcome to 2-Minute Neuroscience, where I simplistically explain neuroscience topics in 2 minutes or less. In this installment, I will discuss synaptic transmission. Most communication between neurons occurs at a specialized structure called a synapse. A synapse is an area where two neurons come close enough to one another that they are able to pass chemical signals from one cell to another. The neurons are not actually connected, but are separated by a microscopically small space called the synaptic cleft. The cleft is less than 40 nanometers wide. By comparison, a human hair is about 75,000 nanometers wide. The neuron where the signal is initiated is called the presynaptic neuron, while the neuron that receives the signal is called the postsynaptic neuron. In the presynaptic neuron, there are chemical signals called neurotransmitters that are packaged into small sacs called vesicles. Each vesicle can contain thousands of neurotransmitter molecules. When the presynaptic neuron is excited by an electrical signal called an action potential, this causes the vesicles to fuse with the presynaptic membrane and release their contents into the synaptic cleft. Once they are in the synaptic cleft, neurotransmitters interact with receptors on the postsynaptic membrane. They bind to these receptors and can cause an action to occur in the postsynaptic cell as a result. This action may involve increasing the likelihood that the postsynaptic cell will become activated and fire an action potential, or decreasing it. Eventually, the neurotransmitter molecules must be cleared from the synaptic cleft. Some of them will simply drift away in a process called diffusion. In some cases, the neurotransmitter is taken back up into the presynaptic neuron in a process called reuptake. Once back inside the presynaptic neuron, the neurotransmitter can be recycled and reused. In other cases, enzymes break down the neurotransmitter within the synaptic cleft. Then the component parts of the neurotransmitter can be sent back into the presynaptic neuron to make more neurotransmitter.
With Grammarly, every email you send can be polished and ready to go.
So you see that had nothing to do with what you talk about, right?
Yeah, absolutely everything. It said everything I said. Why do you be?
Grammarly Pro has a lot of great features that you should try. There's just
so what is the presynaptic cleft? What is receiving the signal? What is sending the electrical signal?
That's why I'm going back, because maybe you missed it.
What is sending this electrical signal that agitates these cells at the tip of this synaptic?
So your neurons, because look, you see this arrow? It's coming
what
from
is that?
It's coming from the neuron.
And what is this electrical signal origin?
The brain, the nervous system.
Oh, bro. Oh my God. All right, bro.
Explain that. Do we have to explain that?
That could be a debate right there. I don't know if you knew it, but Solar Vision debate lead back up, nigga. Everybody came out.
Wait,
Everybody.
Wait a minute, hold on. Are you saying that the body does not produce these electrical signals? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that it is the mind where the signals originate at.
No, they don't.
When it comes to you, listen, bro. Desires, like for you to go and for you to reach for something, right? That's not the brain. That the brain is just where the signal is going to the body, to the arm, right? But your desire came from a source. That the source is not the brain. The source is an energy. It's a light. The best way I can put it, it's a light being. It's an energy is you, bro, and that's true. And it's too bad. And when that energy is gone, you dead.
The source that's creating the electricity, okay, is your neurons. They're generating the electricity.
Oh my God. Neurons are just the receiver of information, bro.
Yeah, how they send it, how they receiving it.
I'm telling you, they're only to produce electrical current. It's only to convert electrical current into chemical. No. That's what's happening. Electrical desires converts into chemical so that the body can do it. That's the truth, bro.
All right, I'm gonna put the truth on the stream, to see if you accept it. This is the standard in science on this matter, right? Look, read that.
Nerve cells, bro. What makes you like? Oh my God.
What do you mean? Oh my God.
Because it's crazy that you think that your brain, it's an energy. It's the energy that's in your brain that creates these desires.
No.
That's signal that causes.
Your neurons, your nerve cells.
Your neurons hungry. Your neurons just said, you know what? I want some vodka today.
No, your neurons.
Your neurons said, you know what? I want a steak. I want a steak with some butter and some dill sauce. That's what your neuron. No, it's a being in there desiring. It's not your brain. Your brain is just a control center for the body and a house for you, which is you relate to your consciousness, to your mind. Is your consciousness solid?
It's a byproduct of a solid, which is your brain, your neurons.
All right, so what is it? It's a byproduct of a solid. So what is it?
My thoughts is a byproduct of of a solid, of my brain.
All right. What type of matter is your thoughts?
It's immaterial.
It's immaterial. Is it light because it's a signal? It's an electrical signal.
It's immaterial.
Okay. So how do you cooperate or communicate this immaterial thing that has a desire?
Well, the reason why a thought is right, is immaterial because a thought cannot be put into a vowel. You can't quantify it. I'm sitting here thinking inside my head right now, and you can't hear shit. You can't perceive it. Only I can.
Well, some people can. Some people can read minds.
Okay, all right, bro. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave you with this, right? Here it is. Here's a signal here. Electrical signals of the nerve cells. National Institute of Health. It clearly says nerve cells generate electrical signals that transmit information.
What's before the nerve cells, bro? Like it's a desire. Like the nerve cells is just part of communication, Joshua.
But your brain is the reason why you're able to do all those things.
Oh my God.
Without that brain, you ain't gonna be able to do none of that shit.
Some of us will get it, and some of us can't.
What do you mean? So okay. How about you use yourself as an example, and you go get your brain taken out and see what happens?
No, the thing is this: the energy that's within the brain, is really you. The brain is just it's a meat suit. It's for this physical realm. The body is to move that brain around. The perception of a pinch on your skin, if you don't have the signals in place to perceive it, to get it back to your mind that's housed in your brain, then you won't say ouch.
Yeah, because of physical processes. All of this stuff is physical processes.
Bro. It's about signals, electrical current, bro.
Yes, because of physical processes, because your brain is sending electrical signals to respond to the pain that you feel.
At what speed does an electrical signal move?
It's pretty fast. At the speed of light, probably.
The speed of light.
Who cares? So
you don't care. You don't understand what you're talking. You telling me electrical signals, and you don't even realize that that's what you're talking about.
I do realize that it is a byproduct, like I've been saying since the beginning of this conversation, of the brain.
You can have a mind. The mind is an energy.
You have no proof of your mind existing without the brain. You have zero proof. There's no way.
I have my own proof, bro. I told you I left my body before. I was born at 11 years old.
All right, Lance. Good night, brother. I gotta go to bed, bro. I gotta get up in the morning, man. Good night, brother. Maybe we can run this back another time, man. God damn. Bro. Peace. Good night, bro. Rabbit hole indeed, man. Y'all got a show tonight, bro, with Lance. Every time Lance come on, it's funny. We out, bro. We out. Appreciate everybody coming through. I appreciate y'all for reaching out. But hit me up next time. Some shit we gotta speak about. All right, y'all. I'm out this bitch. A lot of bibbity bobbity boo scholarship tonight, y'all.
For sure. I got my gag, so you know what that means. It's a bust back thing. I ain't going out like a hoe. When you're coming to get me, I got the fofo. When you come to down me, player, please don't miss. Cause that don't do nothing but get my trigger finger pissed. If I live, I live. If I die, it's cool. Cause I know for sure when I was here that I was a fool. If you're gon' drill me, come on and drill me. It's all good cause I got some people to see. Why I'm here, I'm getting full all the time, get blunted. My company on the move, we bought the Benz 500, AKs and Glocks. In the back, the Lexus Jeeps. having big baller parties every other week. This is the click, nigga, 226. Black connection, nigga, again, the code is 226. Dropping dope hits, taking a nigga bitch. While you're on that flight, I'm busting nuts in your wife. All assault rifles, the weapons that's on my team. SKs, AKs, M1s, and carbines. Fulfilling dreams, going to the top, nigga. Don't play a hate, cause we'll still hit your block, nigga. Baby gangsta ain't nothing nice. A young nigga, trigger happy, that'll put it in your life. Ain't right. Represent uptown to the fullest, finger on the trigger, and I'm ready to pull it. Got my finger on the trigger. What you won't do? What you won't do, nigga? That's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger. What you won't do? What you won't do, nigga? That's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger. What you won't do? Uptown on the way, bitch. So let us through. Finger on the trigger. What you won't do? Downtown, get out the way. That's all on you. Take it how you wanna, bring it how you feel. My niggas is conscious and we kill or be killed. Fuck doing drive-bys, man, we do a pull-up. The nigga on the passenger side automatically died from several gunshot wounds to the head. On the scene he dead, Chopper City niggas fled. Won't you listen to Ziggy, get your car doors bulletproof. It's raining chopper, so get a bulletproof roof too. You got yay, download it, nigga. 9-6, you getting napped, so you best not show it, nigga. That's when you blow it, nigga. You don't get kicked, then we want you. Yay, high powered AK, balls moved in your face, no trace. Beat the case, go to the weight, make sure it ain't a fake. I want your nameplate, cash in your Versace shoes. If you stingy, get plucked, nigga, that's all on you. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Uptown's on the way, bitch, so let us through. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Busters, get out the way, but it's all on you. Street shit is what I'm into. You got it, I'm coming to get you. Don't hesitate, nigga, or the BG gon' have to split you. I'm down for whatever, I'ma ass with that chopper. If you playin' with me, then them 50 shots gon' stop you. No bullshit, and nigga, my dream is to make a meal. Paper chasing, ain't no faking, player haters get killed. Young trill, baby gangsta into pimping them hoes. But before I trick the hoes, my money goes to my nose and fat. Optimos, t-shirts and jabos. Soldier Reebok, straight sticking to the G code. Uptown is the home of the carjackers, robbers, gangster rappers, head splitters, and kidnappers. Philip and C is where I shop for that D. Not the 17th, the real niggas in that 3. Play with them, hard head niggas, they split them. Raw dope, they sell it, I get it, I can tell it. How it go, back up or get bang, nigga. Street smarts the game, nigga, gotta let them hang, nigga. Pussy nigga got beef with the night creepers. Me, brother, and Diesel riding with them street sweepers. Old nigga want slang without a click. He don't want share, so we gon' ride on that bitch. We bout to turn your block to a war zone. I'm warning you to bring the little kids in they home. Cause when we spin the bin, bullets just getting spit. I gave you a fair warning, so if you hit, you hit. Cause I ain't slacking when I do what I gotta do. Stop being nosy, bitch, but that's all on you. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Uptown's on the way, bitch, so let us through. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Downtown, get out the way, that's all on you. Got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Uptown's on the way, bitch, so let us through. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Play ahead to get out the way, that's all on you. Toting choppers in the 9-6.